got that low A note string here. And I'm trying to play it up the scale. So there's a big space between when I go down to the G, F, and E. E is here. So it's a big jump. So to get to the D, it's here. So if I'm going up, I have to do this. So I have a choice of going this way. I can hit that F or this F. So I have to really think about that still. So that's a real pain. So, but you know, this is just the key of C. So I'm trying to do that in different keys. It can be really, really kind of difficult, you know. So if I'm the key of F, so I'm going to go F. So the F has a B flat in it. F, G, A, B flat, C, D, E, F. So that's an E. Then I have to hit the D. Then I have to hit that B flat there. See that? So I have to do that. So the B flat. So I gotta make sure that B flat's there. So this can be confusing if you're not a 7-string player. Okay, that's an E, D, C, B flat. So, you know, so that's how I start off trying to warm up with the 7-string guitar. Also, you know, I do warm-up exercises where I try to use the 7-string, like the 1, 2, 3, 4 exercise I like to do. Now, there's 7 of the strings now. Then backwards. Now, what's confusing is when you start doing the different patterns. So when I'm doing a pattern going up across, I can actually change that up and go 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4, 1, etc. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4, 1, 3, 4, 1, 2, 4, 1, 2, 3, and go across. It's much harder on the 7th string. I'm going to do slow. It's easier for me to play it on 6th string. It's a great exercise for you to warm up with. There's a question. Yeah, hey, how's it going? So I'm going. So this pattern's really good. Now the thing that's hard is just being able to switch position. See, now I'm using the 7th string with that kind of pattern, but it's really, I have to think twice as hard because that extra string I'm not used to yet, like I'd like to be. Good afternoon. Thank you for your sharing. You're welcome. You're welcome, Teddy. You know, if you have any questions, let me know. But this is about the 7th string guitar particularly. So I'm doing a warm-up that I usually do on 4th string, but it's confusing me because I'm not used to 7 strings, and for most people, you know, they're not used to it either. So these are great warm-up exercises actually for any guitar. So I'm doing the 4, 3, 2, 1, and then I'm switching the fingers in every time. Then I'm doing for the 3, 2, 1. Then I'm going. etc. I'm doing that as a warm-up because I haven't touched the guitar all day. So this is a 7-string guitar for people who don't know. I'm doing a workshop all about that today. So with the 7-string is the hard part. I tune to a low A. So this is E, A, D, G, B, E, and then with a low A, which doubles this A string. Now I learned this from studying with Bucky Pizzarelli, the great jazz 7-string guitar player and 6-string. He started playing. He died at 94 last year from COVID. Okay, unfortunately, and he started playing his guitar, the 7-string guitar, in his mid-40s. Until he died, and you know, he called it the new guitar. So I mean, I was studying jazz comping with him, you know, like Freddie Green style, like this. That kind of stuff. But you know what? The whole time I was studying with him, he was trying to convince me to play 7-string guitar. So what I did was about 9 years ago, I switched, not switched, but I started playing 7-string guitar, and you know, it's a big learning curve still. So when I started playing it, he told me that I was tuning it to a low B. This is an A string, and Bucky told me double your A string. So that's what I'm doing. I'm doubling the A string. So what's really cool about that, well, is that you get low notes lower than any 7-string player. Brazilians play with a low C. Rock guys, rock musicians, you know, progressive rock, they play with a low B, and jazz people play with a low A. And I get those really cool. And you get that low note. That really note. Pause. Okay? So you get that really low A note, and it's really cool for certain things, like really. You don't get that on the a normal 7-string guitar that's tuned to a low B, a low C. You get these really deep tones. And I can double thing the octave with the A. And that's really cool too. So, I mean, I really like using this. Hold on, I'm going to turn the heat up a little bit. It's a little cold in New York. So, when I'm playing, so I use that a lot. So what's really good for is doing piano music. Bucky called this the modern way of playing guitar. The modern guitar, he called it. And he called the other guitar the old guitar. Let me see what that says. What are some extended chords you're using possible on the 7-string? So some of the chords I'm using are like this. So I like using chords like, I mean, you know, any chord that uses a 7-string. So I mean, I like doing like this B flat major 7. It's kind of like a C over a B flat. That's a beautiful chord on there. A lot of chords I like to use with a low A, so it can be any kind of A chord. So this is a A7, sharp 9, flat 13, or sharp 5, sharp 9, sharp 5, or flat 13. So I like using that low string, do the chromatics. Okay, I really like to use that extension of the A note. So any kind of chord with the A in the bass. I'm just doing an A suspended 13, for example. It's a cool one. So, you know, it's what the hard part for me is actually incorporating that low note in my solo. throwing that note in there. So if I'm doing an A major scale, throwing it in there. And, you know, getting that really low note in there is hard to use, actually. Let me see if there's any other comments and questions here. Let me see. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Let me see. I'm trying to see what all the messages are. Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you for sharing. You're welcome. Emery, yeah. So, you know what? So let me play you a song using the 7-string. Bucky Pizzarelli, when I studied with him, he gave me this song, Lush Life by Billy Strayhorn. And he used this as the model song for a 7-string because he always said that the 7-string is great for playing piano music. So what's happening is, Lush Life's in the key of D flat, and with this low string, that D flat's right there, okay, and it doubles the A. So I'm playing a song like Lush Life, I get those really low tones that I can never get before. I dominate my 3 favorite guitar players. I mean, that's hard to say. Pat Martino, George Benson, Wes Montgomery, Django Reinhardt, Charlie Christian. I mean, there's so many guys, of the old style. What about chord melody? So I'm going to do a chord melody right now, Pierre. Okay, and I'm going to do a song called Lush Life. I'm going to be reading this. I should know this by heart, but I haven't learned it yet. Even though my guitar teacher, Bucky, years ago, my last guitar teacher, Bucky Pizzarelli, told me to learn this. So let me try this, okay? Lush Life. I was basically sight reading that. Yeah, this is a 17-inch. So guitar right here. Okay. What can I learn if my guitar is not for me? For example, my friend is hold on, let me see that chat right there. Let me see. I gotta see that one. If my friend is borrowing my guitar, something that doesn't involve guitar. Let me see what you mean by that. I'm just trying to answer that question. Let me go to the chats here. So, what can you play on Done by Guess Who? I don't know that one, but I'll try to answer some questions if I know them. What can I learn if guitar is not with me? Something that doesn't involve guitar, but in my hand, but useful for guitar playing. You can do little finger exercises, but there's nothing like, you can't really do anything unless you have a guitar in your hand, really. So that's a good question. So let me see. I'm just trying to see what other people are saying here. It's a big body guitar. Do you plan to come back to Montreal to perform? I'll buy you a smoked meat sandwich. Okay, I'll go up there, Dave. Thank you. Yeah, great, Dominique. Thank you. So I'm doing chord melody right now. So I was trying to do Lush Life. So what's happening is I'm just doing a little workshop. So Bucky had me doing these real low chords like this. And with these real big stretches, this is hard to do on the 17. That part in the introduction. Then so I can do a little inner voices here going up. See how I play all those low notes? The hard part is keeping that low string there. So I'll do it again. So this is a big stretch right here. Usually you do a 6 chord like this, a D flat like this. But I'm doing it with this string, and that's really hard to get. And also I'm in a weird position. I'm trying to show you in the camera. So it's hard to, it's hard to do this stuff live. And, and no edits. See that? So I'm doing a little more harmonization. I can go. See, I'm trying to put that melody in there. See? Now I'll do a bass line here. Okay. And then I'm going to the key of F minor, so I'm doing a little line cliche. So I'll put that little bass line in there. Then the little thing. I'm trying to throw that little bass note in there. Hard to play, all in D flat and no open strings. I'm doing all bar chords. So this is Lush Life, and then I'm trying to play that melody with this low bass note here. Now Bucky was trying to show me how to do this. Bucky Pitcher. See that? There's a lot of accidentals here. A lot of sharps and flats. Then that. Thirds. much I get. A low A. Third. Octaves, harmonics. So I'm using little octave harmonics and cool tricks playing this song Lux Life, and it's a really great exercise. And I have to actually memorize this one day, so I need to practice this kind of stuff all the time. Now the seventh string, if you have any questions, that's what we're doing. A topic today is the seventh string. So let me see my live chop chat here. How do you apply blues notes on into your playing? Oh, so blue notes, you have to know your you really have to know your minor pentatonic scales. So I'm not really talking about that today, but just so you know, to play minor pentatonic scales, I mean, there's 5 fingerings. Now, you can go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com, okay, and there you can find some printable music for only $2 about all the 5 fingerings of the minor pentatonic. Actually, you know what? You reminded me. Thank you for asking the question. I have to put like a series, like a printable lesson that's only for a couple of bucks about adding 1 note to the minor pentatonic. Wow. Yeah, wrist fatigue. Well, my wrist is hurting me right now because I'm playing 7th string, so it's much harder. Plus, everybody, I'm playing a 14 on top, just so you know. And these are heavy strings, guys. Let me show you what these strings look like. I have the pack right here, just to show everybody. Where's that pack of strings? Here. So I'm playing these strings right here. These are jazz tapes on this guitar. And I use 14 to a 79. So I call those the man string. So a lot of people play light strings with low action, but that's not a really good method to play guitar. You should learn how to play with heavy strings. You get more sound out of the guitar. You need to rely less on the amplifier to get your sound. So, I haven't been practicing for a couple of days. I've just been playing and doing some recording work. But so I haven't touched the 7th string in a couple of days. So this is really hard. So let me answer a couple more questions here. Let me see. There was a question. Let me go to the top. Yeah. So what about Charlie Hunter Jazz Funk Style? I love Charlie Hunter. Have you ever tried Elixir strings? Actually, I endorse Elixir strings too. So that's Elixir strings. I use them on my Sala body, actually. These are like 10, these are 7-string sets from my Sala body PRS 7-string. So yes, I use Elixir strings too. And I actually won the Elixir Performer Magazine contest a couple of years ago. I sent one of my songs in called One for Melvin. So you guys, if you want to check out my music, please do. Let me see if I can send a chat here for you guys. Let me see. Oh yeah, Elixirs are great. Let me see. I'm just trying to see what else. Oh, okay. I was just trying to see what other options here, because you know what, I'm just trying to figure out how to use the chat on my phone because I decided not to use my computer. It was making so much noise. So I use Elixir strings, and if you guys are enjoying this, please send me a comment or anything. And any of these tips help. On the link, I'm actually there's a link if you want to donate to my show here, and it's right here. And you can PayPal me if you're enjoying what you're doing. You don't have to donate at all. if you feel like in your heart you like to, you can donate to PayPal at Ron Jackson Music, Venmo, Cash App, and Zelle. Yeah. So and all at Ron Jackson Music. Okay, just like my YouTube channel. And please, definitely subscribe if you're learning a lot of cool things from me. Let me see what some of these other questions are. Live chat, top chat. Let me see. Have you ever tried Trainer Amp? No, I never tried that. You're dope. Keep being dope. Thank you. I'll never try that. I love electric strings. They're great for certain things. Have you had problems with wrist changing technique, less strumming and more doodling? Yes, I've had fatigue and all kinds of stuff. I mean, I've even had problems. Yeah. And thank you for this. For listening to this Octave Harmonics. You know, Randy Bachman did a jazz album. Have you heard of him? A couple of jazzy songs. Looking out. Oh yeah, no, I never heard that album. I'll check it out. Tommy Emmanuel, I know Tommy Emmanuel actually. He's a great guitar player, and I know him from hanging out with Les Paul here in New York. I knew Les Paul, and he was a great guy too. And let me just keep going here and answer some questions. What can I learn of guitar? Okay, good. Well, thanks for asking the questions, everybody. So we're talking about 7-string here, and this is like kind of like a 7-string workshop. So another thing I like to do, so the chord melody is really great with 7-string. Also, I like to use the bass line. So I'm just getting warmed up here. Lush Life, that last song I played was really kind of hard to play. PlayStation Gypsy Jazz. Oh, yeah, great. So, you know what? I like to use the 7-string also for like bass lines. So, I mean, I'm really into playing bass lines on the guitar. I've been doing that anyway in general for years and years. So let's take a typical jazz standard. It could be anything. Let me see. Let me pick a jazz standard. You guys pick a jazz standard for me. Send me a text. Well, do you have a gospel background? No, I don't have a gospel background. No, but I've been to churches for a long time, and I played in church, and I love gospel music, and I played in churches actually recently. Actually, I did some recordings. Yeah, please play Indiana by Zeus Sands, Bucky Pillar. Oh, yeah, big. Oh, really? Indiana. Oh yeah. Oh, Indiana's based on is based on Donnelly. I could do that for you. Right now, as I'm using the 7-string, someone asked me to play Indiana, and that's what Donna Lee is based on. And actually, Bucky Pissarelli, I studied with him for a long time, the 7-string guitar, on and off for maybe, oh man, it was a while. Maybe 15 years or something. But, like every once in a while, getting into 7-string guitar. So what happened was, you know, the 7-string is great for playing like accompaniment with bass line. So like now, if I'm taking a solo, like let's say when I'm playing live or when I'm doing a lot of like this live streaming now, I'll play just instead of playing with a backing track, I try to be like a one-man band. So it's great with a 7-string. You can go. So anyway, I'm just messing around. So when I'm taking a solo, I had a high-end restaurant and hire you to perform. Oh, thank you. Well, don't get too high-end now. You know, I play restaurant gigs, all kinds of stuff. Concerts, recordings. So what I'm doing is I'm just doing solo guitar. So it's just all about 7-string the guitar. So just please ask me questions about that. Do you sometimes play Delta blues? Sure. I mean, you know. How about this? I'm just messing around, guys. Yeah, thank you everybody for watching. You know, I know it's in the afternoon, but I'm trying to actually do more live sessions here because sometimes I don't have time actually to like edit all these videos. Sometimes it's just great to go live and answer some questions and talk about some subjects. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Ron's my favorite. What's your favorite thing to utilize with a 7-string? So I like to do all kinds of things with the 7-string. You know, like particularly using the 7-string, and you could do some cool soloing stuff too. So let me think about that. I'm kind of half asleep today. So I'm using the 7-string like a bass note, but also like a solo note, you know, to incorporate my playing. So that's the hardest part about me playing the 7-string is to incorporate it in my solos. So that's one thing I like to do with the 7-string. So I can do all these octaves. So I'm using the 7-string like a solo thing. Let me see. Someone has some questions here. And that's a really cool thing to do, actually. Let me see. Oh, hey, man. Hey, Australia. How you doing, man? Great. Thank you, guys. Oh, man. What's your favorite thing? Oh, Ron is my favorite. Thank you. Do you have a low B? Oh, no, this is a low A. So everybody keeps asking me the same question. This is actually a low A. So this doubles my A string here. So I learned that, I got that from George Van Epps, actually from Bucky Pizzarelli, who I was studying guitar with. And George Van Epps actually tuned his guitar just like that, okay, with a low A string, okay? So that's kind of cool, isn't it? Let me center this a little bit better. Okay, so that low A string is a really cool thing to use. Let me put my head up a little bit so you don't cut my head off. So yeah, so the A string is really cool. And it's the lowest note, on the 7th string you can get. So and the thing that's confusing is it doubles the A. So I can do. You can do cool bass lines. You can do really cool bass lines like that, like I do a little pop stuff too. Oh, some questions here. Oh, I'm trying to harness theory. So, okay, so that's a good question. Let me see. Someone said, trying to my hardest with theory, but nothing seems to work. You know what? Theory, you have to really try to play it on your guitar or an instrument to really understand it. And then you start listening to how things will work. That's the best thing to do with theory. Okay? And let me see what else here's here. But new to hollow electric guitars, do they work like acoustics or different? So this guitar can be played acoustically. It's not as loud. It's a pretty big guitar. Look how wide this is. It's like, oh man, probably 5 inches deep or 4 inches or 6 inches actually. It's a 17 inch wide guitar. So it has a pretty acoustic guitar. I have it all hollow. When I play live gigs with this though, I have to put foam because it feeds back. But you can play it acoustically pretty good, you know what I mean? So you can hear it pretty good. But can it jam? Who's that? Just kidding. Yeah, so you know what? 7-string guitar. This guitar is an acoustic guitar too. It's not a real acoustic, but it's an arch top and has a big, warm, big sound with big man strings. I call these strings where are those strings? I lost them. Here, I use these strings on here. 14 on top, the man string. And you know what's really funny? I had a guitar teacher, a really great guitar teacher named Melvin Sparks. He was like the acid jazz, funk, soul guitar player, did a lot of sessions. He was my mentor. And he had me switch from 13s to 14 on top. So that's the strings I use on this guitar, the 7-string. And on my solid body, I use these Elixir strings, 7 strings that I got from Elixir. I have an endorsement with these guys too. And wait a second, do I have some other strings here? I have some other strings, but I can't find it right now. So anyway, I use all kinds of strings to play on this guitar, and they're really cool. So anyway, let me continue. Also, if you want to study with me, it's already, I'm going to put it up later, but if you want to learn some cool lessons with me, I have a Patreon account right now. It's www.patreon.com/RonJacksonMusic. And you can get lessons there for $3 a month or more. Could you show a 7th chord progression using the low A string? Sure. So a major 7th chord with this low A string, someone asked me a couple of questions here, so I'll answer them. So this is a cool 7th chord. A major 7. Now the low A string, I could use the low A string for all kinds of 7th chords. I can go. Sorry. No, that's minor. Sorry about that. Now you could also use the seventh chord in all kinds of voicings like this. Let me see. So I'm using seventh chords here. So this is a low A, but I could use it on all kinds of stuff. I do it all the time. So I'm just using seventh chords here, just as an example. I mean, there's all kinds of things I could do with the seventh string and seventh chords and other kinds of stuff, you know. But there's what I like about the seventh string is that it gives me that possibility of playing all those cool low notes that you can never do on a sixth string. So there's an advantage to that. And thank you. Sorry, thanks. Oh, that's beautiful. Thank you very much. So when I'm playing seventh string, I like to throw it right in there. So I'm doing some. Pop song by Anita Baker called Caught Up in the Rapture, and I just use a lot of bass lines. It sounds really cool when you're doing poppy kind of stuff too, and you're just by yourself. And I've actually do a lot of recording sessions like with my daughter now, where I just play, like, instead of playing the bass, even though I have a bass, I just do the bass on my seventh string. It sounds just like a real bass because this is a bass note. This is the same string as the third string bass on the electric bass or acoustic bass, exactly the same pitch. Another cool effect you can use actually on the seventh string is actually the Slam Stewart sound. I learned this from Bucky. So when you play the seventh and the sixth string together, it makes a cool Slam Stewart sound, like it's a fifth. So this is actually A to E. So you get. So if you're playing let's say you're playing like any kind of jazz standard. Let's say so I'm going. I'm using that seventh string Slam Stewart kind of bass line. It's really cool. I could do 3 of them. Sounds like I'm singing with it, but I'm not really singing. I'm just going. I'm using that cool Slam Stewart sound I learned from Bucky. So, you know, you can do some really cool effects with a 7-string guitar. Let me see some of the comments that are coming up here. Because I'm using my phone to try something different. Usually I use my computer, I can see everything. Are there any jazz artists that have written songs especially with 7-string guitar? Oh, I never thought about that. No, I mean, the best, you know, I mean, Bucky, when I studied with him, he had all kinds of arrangements. I have an arrangement for 7-string guitar. Now, writing specifically for 7-string guitar, that's possible. I do it myself. You know, hey, Dave, how many times have you played in the Montreal Jazz Festival? I've never played there, unfortunately. So bring me up there. I would love to play at the Montreal Jazz Festival. You know, I would love to go back to Montreal. I played there quite a while ago. I love it. Oh, great, great. I actually knew that one. Okay, let me see. What's the best jazz warm-up exercise? Someone asked me, "What's the? Would you most like to perform today if you had a choice? If I had to play with an artist today, Dave, I would love to play with Herbie Hancock. I would love to have played with Chick Corea too. And I've had friends that play with all of them, but I mean, I never had a chance to. Okay, great, great, great. Okay. Oh, thank you, Dave. I think he had to go. Someone had to go. One of my top friends. If you're enjoying this and you're, you know, please. I have this ready on my description, but you know, I'm taking donations today too. You know, if you feel like you know, there's no requirement, but it would be great if you can. If you can, it's okay. You can donate to me at PayPal, at Ron Jackson Music, and Cash App and Venmo at Ron Jackson Music, and Zelle at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. You know, and help us support us musicians stuck here at home, not having any gigs. I appreciate it. Thank you. If you're learning a lot of cool things today about the 7-string. And what was I going to say? There was another question I wanted to ask up there. Answer. Let me see. Oh, hey, greetings from Moldova. Pleased to meet me. Your sign. Really? My sign's backwards on the camera? Let me see. Let me see. No, that's right. It's not. It's backwards. Oh, it's supposed to be Ron Jackson Music at PayPal. I don't know why it's backwards. Is this the right way now? It should be. This looks like the wrong way to me. Is that the right way? Please make a comment. Yeah. Oh, you know what? Double locking tremolo. I don't know anything about that. Can you slap? Let me see. Yeah. What's that? It's right now. What's that? It's right now. Let me see. Let me see. I'm trying to see what people are saying here. Top chat. Oh. I'm trying to see what all these people are playing. I played the New Orleans Jazz Festival before, just so you know. Haven't been there in a while. Let me see. Let me see. Nice. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, cool. So anyway, let me continue here and maybe play a couple more songs before I finish up. I got to eat lunch soon. But you know, if you're enjoying this, you know, please subscribe, of course, and you know, send me an email at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com if you have any questions about the 7-string guitar. You know, I want people to learn how to play this because not enough people play 7-string in jazz. They play it in other styles, but not in jazz. Okay, and you know, if you want to follow me, please follow me everywhere at Ron Jackson Music on TikTok, Instagram. You know what? There's a great jazz school. Someone's asking me if you want to learn jazz in Europe. There's a great school in Holland, in Northern Holland, where I used to teach. It's called the Prince Claus Conservatorium. Prince Claus Conservatorium, okay? And they're in Groningen. I used to teach there for like 6-7 years back in the 2000s. And I go up there sometimes every few years, you know, to help out. But that's a great little school, okay? And they're in Holland, Northern Holland. And they're basically, it's only like a couple €1,000. Everything's free there in Europe as far as like, you know, classes. So it's pretty cheap. So if you want to study, that's a great place. What about Guildhall? I don't know Guildhall, but that, you know, you can go there to Guildhall, any place in Europe where there's It's much cheaper than coming to the States to study. I'm even expensive to study with. But if you want to study with me, please contact me. I have some new printables on my website too, with all these little lessons about 7-string, jazz guitar, scales, everything. Go to my website at ronjacksonmusic.com, ronjacksonmusic.com. Okay, and you can learn some cool things from me there. Okay, so let me play one more song or two, and if there's any more questions, please send me them. What about Amsterdam and Maastricht? Oh, those are some good schools in Amsterdam too. I heard that conservatory is really good there. You know, he just asked me if I knew those. You know what? If you're a beginner guitarist, 7-string guitar, man, would really make easy 7-string, 6-string look easy. Oh, Dublin. Oh, there's a place in Dublin. Cool. You're in Dublin. Yeah, you know what? One of my good friends from, well, I haven't seen him in years. When I went to Berklee College of Music years ago, there's this guy named Mike Nielsen who's in Dublin, who's a really great guitar player that I haven't seen in years that lives in Dublin. He does odd meters, all kinds of crazy stuff on the guitar, but he was a great guitar player, and I haven't seen him in years. But Dublin's cool. I would love to go to Dublin. I've never been there. And of course, you went to Berklee. Yeah, Berklee. Take your money, Berklee. So anyway, so let me play one more song before I finish up. Let me see if I can think of something really good. So that was called Lover. That's a lot of hard work there. Again, thank you, everybody. Let me see. Frank Gambale is the best. I love Frank Gambale, actually. Seymour Duncan Pickups. Never heard of them. Seymour Duncan, man, I endorsed those guys, actually. That's why I'm wearing the hat. They gave me this hat. I'm good friends with Seymour, actually. Really nice guy. Lives out in the beach in California somewhere. And these are actually a Seymour Duncan Benedetto pickup on this thing. And I actually got them from Seymour Duncan. So they gave me a bunch of stuff, pedals and all kinds of stuff, from being an endorser. But, I appreciate those guys. They're really great. Let me see what all these chats are. That's fire. Thank you. Frank Gambale, I love him. I brought a 7-string to his metal class. Oh, yeah, cool. What do you think about Julian? Oh, Julian's a bad dude. I love Julian. There's so many great guitar players, man. He's really great, Julian Lage. Amazing. He actually writes. They feature him a lot in my magazine that I work for. I write for Acoustic Guitar Magazine. And is this backwards or not? I can't tell. It looks like it's backwards on my screen, but I don't know about you guys. So Julian Lage is featured in this. So I have a new article on acoustic guitar if you want to read it. It's in page 50 here, and it's all about the harmonic and melodic minor, which I need to practice today. There's an article in that magazine with me about talking about cool chords there. So if you want to learn about harmonic, entry level 7-string guitar is like an Eastman is a good one, okay, and that's a great guitar to have to get into. If you want to get to an Eastman guitar, and they're not expensive. These are only a couple of $1,000s. What are the theory requirements in hollow? I don't really know. It's been a while. But you have to know basic theory to get into that college. So everybody, please follow me. Thanks for watching. When you showed your website, was it backwards? I don't know. Let me see. Let me show you something. So this is my Patreon account. Can you see this? Does it look backwards? Send me a message. So you can follow. This will look backwards here. This is like mirror image. So you can join my Patreon if you want to study with me. 6 and 7-string lessons. I start at $3. Yeah, okay. And it's www.patreon.com/Ron Jackson Music. It's backwards. Let me see. Okay, let me send it to you. So this is not backwards then. Is that backwards now? Okay. Why is the magazine and not the magazine? Why is this back? The magazine was not backwards. Okay, so this is my Patreon. Okay, good. So that's my Patreon. If you want to join my Patreon, good. This is weird. It looks backwards to me, but it's not on your side. Okay, so that's my Patreon. www.patreon.com/Ron Jackson Music. If you like the show, please donate $1 or more. If you you don't have to, but it'd be great if you could. For all the cool things I showed you today. At PayPal at Ron Jackson Music and Cash App at Ron Jackson Music and all that other stuff. It's also posted on my in my description here. If you want to donate $1 or more, that would be really wonderful. And I hope you enjoyed the class. You can actually watch the playback of this after if I might check it out myself for this live stream. And I really appreciate you guys watching. I'm gonna go eat lunch now here in New York, and thank you very much for supporting my page. Tell everybody to follow me at Ron Jackson Music everywhere. Ron Jackson Music, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook. Where else? I mentioned YouTube, of course, right here. Twitter. And follow me on my website. I sell my music there, and you can join my Patreon, of course. And if you have any questions about the 7-string, send me an email. RonJacksonMusic@gmail.com. That's RonJacksonMusic@gmail.com. And I hope to see you guys soon, guys. Hasta pronto. And thank you, guys. I'm going live right now. Hello. Hey, everybody. It's Ron Jackson. And actually, I'm getting ready to, I see two people already up here. I'm just going to adjust the camera and make sure everything's getting ready to go. And let me get my music out. But, we have 5 minutes before the live stream starts. So I'm just testing the mic to see. Because I'm actually going to be using a mic a new setup today with a better camera and a better sensitive mic. I'll put some more light on here to see if you can see me good. I'm going to be using my GoPro as well to go live. Let me say something here for everybody. So if you have any questions, please ask me. Please send in chat. Okay. Let me put the GoPro on here. So I met a lot of you on Instagram, and I'm going to be going on in about a few minutes. I'm just testing everything. I'll be filming. If you need any music, need tabs, etc. The music, email me at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. I see 2 people up here already. I'd like to thank all my guests and everybody from Instagram, all the new people I'm meeting. Let me get that out here. We just test out this guitar. I'm going to be using 2 guitars today because some people don't understand. I play 7-string guitar too, and a lot of people don't understand the 7 strings. So I'm going to make sure I play that a lot. Let me move the camera back a little bit so you can see me better. So I'm using a mic and I'm using my amp, my Bulgaria. I just got a new Celestion speaker. So now you can actually hear the amp now. So you see me play this a lot on videos. Okay. I'm going to turn the amp up a little bit. So I'm using a different mic. So we're going to be going over melodic minor today, just so you know. This guitar that you're seeing me play is actually a cool guitar that I got. I'm going to adjust the camera a little bit more, move back a little bit. Uh-oh, let me fix this. I'm still haven't quite started yet. I'm just going to move the camera back a little bit and tilt it forward a little bit so you can see the guitar. I have a new camera, and I want to make sure you see me really well. Oops. Hold on, let me turn this a little bit and turn it down. Okay. And put this down a little bit. I hit something by accident here. So make sure you can see me good. Oh, that's much better. So let me put this back on. So I see people up here already, and thanks for watching. So we're going to be going over the melodic minor today. So I like to use a melodic minor for certain things, for a lot of things actually, and it's an advanced jazz scale. But if you have any other questions, please send it through Instagram chat, okay? And so you're going to hear the guitar acoustically, and through my amp. Listen to this. This is the guitar acoustic, because I'm actually speaking through the same mic. So let me give you an example of how to use the melodic minor. So I'm going to be playing like an improvisational solo, and I'm going to throw some melodic minor in there so you can see how it's actually used in jazz or in general. Okay, let me see. right now is I'm actually just doing a 1-6-2-5 in E flat, okay? And I'm just changing everything into melodic minor. Now, everybody asks me, why melodic minor? They have a hard enough time with a major scale. You should know your major scale really well before you get into melodic minor, okay? And to get into melodic minor, the first thing you should know is all your major scales and every key and every possible fingering. So I actually have these exercises, 8 fingerings. I'm going to write this out for you. 8 fingerings of the major scale. In C, okay? And you should know that all over the fingerboard. You should know that all over the fingerboard already. So, like the C major scale is like, the major scale is the mother of all scales. So you should be able to play it all over the neck. All the way up across. Everywhere, you know. I mean, see. So I'm playing it everywhere, but the point is, you should know that already before you get into playing melodic minor scale, because the melodic minor scale is basically a C major scale with a lower third. So I'm just going to take the same scale. I'm just going to lower the third note, C, D to E flat, which is 1, 2, flat, 3, 4, etc. Etc. You know, I'm playing every possible finger. Now I'm only in the key of C. That should be much easier than going to, let's say, D, A flat. Okay, so what I'm doing is I went to A flat melodic minor. Well, you should know the A flat major scale. You should know all the possible, all the accidentals for those keys. You should definitely know all that stuff really well. Okay, and then so the point is to really know every possible fingering, and then let me see who else is up here. There's some other people checking in soon here. Okay, so the next part is getting to the next level of learning how to play the melodic minor scale. So just so you know, this is weird, but I know people on my Patreon account, they melodic minor actually won the the contest, because I was going to talk about harmonic minor, melodic minor, and sweep picking. Now, and I write for Acoustic Guitar Magazine, and actually in the March-April issue, I'm actually writing a weekly workout on melodic minor and harmonic minor. So it's good that we're going over this, and then you can go to the article, or you can get information from me directly about these scales. So the hard part about the melodic minor is not to play it up the scale. Okay? It is to actually, to know how to use it and when to use it. I mean, it's just a scale. Now, a lot of people play jazz and they want to learn how to play jazz, but jazz is a language you have to learn, and then you have to learn lines. Then you have to take these scales and learn how to actually, play them in a way where it sounds musical, okay? So first you should learn how to play these scales like I'm doing up the scale. Every possible way. See how many ways I played that same line? That's how you really master the guitar. I mean, that's another whole subject. How many ways did I play that? I'm only in the key of C, so you can play the same line with different fingerings in the same register on guitar. That's another thing you have to learn how to master. Now, the next thing to do is learn about in melodic minor the chords in melodic minor. So the next thing we're going to do is we're actually going to go up the scale. You can follow with me too if you can play. If you have a guitar, you should be practicing like this, not just looking at me. Because you know what? One thing I learned when I was at Berkeley is, in general, even with students I teach, is that you don't practice. You don't do practice your theory or anything. You play it on your instrument. So I call it practicing your theory, practical. It's really practical if you take your theory and all this stuff I'm learning and try to actually play it on the guitar. It does you no good, to know it if you can't even play it. That's how I look at it, So you have to apply this. I call it applying your theory, applicable theory or practical theory. So the next thing to do, let me get something to drink here, is to go up the scale in thirds. So I'm going to skip a note, go to C, to E flat, okay? And we're going to go up the scale just like that. Now you should be able to do that in melodic minor, any scale, skipping every 3 notes. Now you notice I'm not playing in the same position. I can stay on the same string. Etc. Okay, you should be able to play everything in thirds, every possible finger in every position. It's going to take you hours to learn, but that's how you really master your instrument. Now, the next thing we're going to do with the melodic minor, okay, you should be able to do everything in thirds up the scale, okay? So, you got to also be conscious about the intervals when you're going up these scales to know about these, because we're going to be making chords. So this is a minor third, flat 3, minor third, major third, diminished, major, diminished, diminished. Okay, now we're going to go up in thirds, like this, 3 notes at a time. So we're going to make actually triads now. So the thing that's going to be hard for you to learn now is you got to learn what the diatonic triads are in melodic minor. Now, just so you know, I forgot to mention this. Please send some questions if you have any, please. I don't see anybody sending any questions yet. Send the questions on chat right here that I have. The chat is open. It's live. And let me check something, make sure everything is saying is okay. Yeah, the chat is live. So please, please send a chat if you can. Okay. Let me see this. Just making sure that that it's up. Okay. Please ask me some questions so we can interact. So I'm going to go up the scale right now, and it's going to be the first chord is going to be actually C minor, then D minor. Okay, D minor triad, and then it's going to be augmented. Okay, then major, then diminished, and then diminished, then minor again. So this is a C minor. Now, the reason why I didn't say the chord symbols is because you're going to have to do this in any key. So, you have to know the intervals without the names of the chords, because you should be able to play this in every key, So if I did an A flat minor, okay, that would be minor, and then, okay, and then minor again. Okay, then augmented, so it's going to be A flat minor, B flat minor, then C flat augmented, okay, etc. So in the key of C, it's easier for everybody in general. So we're going to go, it's going to be C minor, D minor, E augmented, F major, G major, A diminished, B diminished, C minor. So I'm only doing it in that position, but you should be able to play that everywhere. See what I did? I changed position. Etc. So we just did the arpeggio, okay, up the scale. You should memorize this sequence, minor, minor, augmented, major, major, diminished, diminished, okay, going up the scale. Now, the next thing you have to do is be able to play these as chords. So, I mean, on the guitar, it's fairly simple. We're going to actually play it as thirds, because thirds are easy to play across 3 strings on the guitar in general. So we're going to go C minor. So for people who joined us, this is the melodic minor. We're going to go C minor, D minor, E augmented, F, G. These are triads when I say that, okay? Just major triads. And then A diminished, then B diminished, then C. Okay, you should be able to play that up and down there. See what I did? Any possible fingering. See that? Keep going up the neck. See what I did? Okay, so those are all the triads for melodic minor. Now, these are very important when you want to write and play and be able to play these keys right now. Remember, for people who just came in, that you have to know your major modes and all the triads as well, okay? And we might get into harmonic minor today, but it might be a little bit too much for everybody. But if you can read about that in my next article on Acoustic Guitar Magazine coming up soon. And so the next thing we're going to do is actually work on the 7th chords going up, okay? So we're going to actually take the arpeggio. Now remember, to be able to play arpeggios everywhere. In thirds, we're going to put up another arpeggio, okay? We're going to go, we're going to put an extra note in there, okay? And go up the scale. This gets tricky. Oops. Made a mistake there. So that's actually C, minor major 7. Okay, now this gets to a whole different level. Now, D minor 7, then E minor major 7, then F7, then G7. Now we're going to get to A minor 7, flat 5, and then B minor 7 flat. Then C minor major 7th again. So you should be able to play that all in position, for example. Let's start here. Give myself a challenge. Now do it here. Any possible fingering. You see that? Then go up. Then the mistake. See what I did? So you have to be able to play that. Now that's just going up the scale. You should be able to do the same things you do in major now. You have to be able to go. So that's tricky to do, actually, to do a pattern like that in melodic minor. So I'm going up in thirds, up, 1 chord, then going backwards. So I'm going up to C melodic minor, then backwards on the D minor, then going up on the E major, E flat major 7 sharp 5. Okay, then backwards on the F dominant. Now I hope I'm not getting too many people with this. Okay, so those are the arpeggios. Now you're gonna have to learn the chords as chords. The best way to play that is to use a drop two voicing because we can't play the chords. I can myself. You can play them in thirds. Watch this. You have to do a lot of stretching. Okay. Then I'm doing G dominant, minor major. Now I knew a guitar player here in New York City who was actually from St. Petersburg, Russia. He always plays chords like that. He'd be playing chords like that. I'd be like, oh, I would have pain watching him. So you can actually play the guitar in thirds like that, but it's much harder than a piano. Okay, that's an F7 chord if you want to play it like that. Okay. Now this guitar is a little easier physically for me to play than my 7-string guitar, which I'll show you in a minute if you have any questions about that. Now, are there any questions? Please send me something. Everybody, I know you're watching, but you got to send me a question if you have any questions about this. If it's way over your head, just let me know. I'll also be taking questions about anything else, picking, technique, anything you want. I just woke up, so I'm still getting used to teaching this early. Okay, so another way to play this is to use a drop two. So, well, actually raise. I'm going to raise the second. Okay, this is a drop two voicing right now. I want to play the C minor major 7 like this instead. It's easier. Okay, and then I'm going to go C minor major 7 like this, then D minor 7, excuse me, E flat major 7 sharp 5, or augmented they call it. F7, you can do it that way. G7, A minor 7 flat 5, B minor 7 flat 5, then C minor major 7. Okay, so that's another thing. Oh, there's all the chats, man. They're all coming up right now. Why are they delayed like that? Jerry. Okay, cool. So, okay, fellow Berkeley alumni is here too. I have a guitar in hand. Good. Jerry, what's a good way to mix melodic minor and blues licks with blues licks? Interesting. Oh, interesting. That's a great question. So Jerry has a question. How do you mix melodic minor with blues licks? So let's say, okay, let's play blues in B flat. Just a different key because I'm always in C for most of my students. So if we're playing a blues, like, okay, one good way to mix melodic minor is to make the blues scale like a B flat melodic minor. I mean a B flat, minor pentatonic scale. Okay, and then I could actually make that into an altered chord. So we didn't get to this part yet. The uses for the melodic minor. I've just been showing you the scale, but I use melodic minor for different improvisational settings. So for example, if I'm playing over a B flat dominant chord or any chord, now that implies going to an E flat. It's like a 5/7 of the E flat. So I might use altered. So if I'm, instead of playing like just a regular blues scale with passing tones, little notes in between. Let me turn that a little bit. I'm going to use, I'll start using B melodic minor, which makes altered. So basically, it would imply a B flat 7 with a flat 9 and a natural 13, or a sharp 9. Okay, of those variations, or sharp 11. That's another one. Sharp 11, flat 9 with a sharp 9, etc. So I'm going to play B melodic minor starting on the 7th degree. So that means B, C sharp, D, E, okay, F sharp, A flat to B flat. So that's the same scale, but I'm starting on the 7th degree. So I'm going to go from the 7th degree of that melodic minor, which is actually A sharp or B flat. So we'll go. So that's a B melodic minor, but starting on the 7th degree to play over that scale. So that's called altered. I think another name for that is called superlocutor. So that's how I put it in the blues. So I'd make that into an alto chord. You hear modern players do that all the time, like John Scofield, you know. So you got to know how to use that sparingly. Okay, so that's a good question. Oh, Ragu, hey, Ragu, I like that name. From Iceland, I saw that. What's a good way to play a mixed melodic? Okay, another thing you can do on blues actually is if you're playing a dominant seventh chord, let's go to a different key. Let's go to G. I want to change keys because I'm sick of playing different keys. So G. So you're playing a blues. Now remember on a blues you can actually use you can use also mixolydian. Okay. Now what I like to do to use melodic minor, I like to raise the 4. So it goes G, A, B, C, D. Okay, that's mixolydian, but I'm going to raise the 4. So that implies a G7 with a flat 5 or sharp 11, 13, etc. Okay, and that actually comes from a D melodic minor, but you're starting on the G instead. Okay, so what I did was I just raised the 4. So it's called the Lydian dominant, that scale. Okay, so let me write these scales down. So you have the altered scale, altered scale. Okay, I'm writing these down for you guys so you can see them. Okay, and then you have the Lydian dominant, we call it, or mixolydian flat 5 or sharp 4, Lydian dominant. Now you have to know what these are before you have to know what the dominant is. The dominant is the same thing as actually a mixolydian scale. You have to know your major modes before you get to this stuff because this is advanced. And we haven't even talked about harmonic minor yet. Okay, so Lydian dominant is called, it's like a Lydian scale with a flat 7, you can call that, or you can call it a dominant scale with a sharp 4. So hard for me to follow. It would be helpful to have tab exercises you just showed. I've got some, but surely will not be able to reproduce from memory. Yeah, I'll get that to you, Dave. Dave is actually, let me tell this. Thanks, Dave. So Dave was asking you about memorizing this. Yeah, this is on my Patreon account, everybody. And I gave some. I'll send that to you. I'll send him some stuff. That to you. Now Dave is actually a Patreon, so he gets lessons from me, free because he pays a monthly fee. So so you know, I'm going to be selling these lessons about melodic minor, etc., for $1.99 or more. So just DM me at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com to get the physical copy if you're not a Patreon. So let me see. There's some other questions. So I'll get that to you, Dave, when I get a chance. Okay, some lessons, and I'll try to put it on Patreon actually. So are these things in tabs? Yeah, Amura. Yeah, these are in tabs, and I sell these things in tabs. So for $1.99. So I sell these. Let me see. I'm gonna write these down. Sell these for $1.99 and up. Okay, and up on tabs. In tabs. Now, everybody, guitar players, just so you know, you should know these things by heart. Okay, and you should learn how to read. Not use tabs. A lot of guitar players are using tabs these days, and those are one of the basic things I want guitar players to get out of is learning how to use tabs. You should know you should know where your notes are, and then tabs do you no good if you don't know what it even sounds like. So that's the problem with tabs that I have. I'm a real I don't know what to say traditionalist, but a modern guitar player knows how to read anything. I can read tabs, but also I can read notes without any tabs. And so this is a good way to do that. Let me see. There's another question. In E flat augmented seventh, in E flat with an augmented seventh. Oh no, so Jerry's asking if the E flat augmented it's an E flat major augmented seventh. I'm playing. Okay, so that's actually a minor major seventh is a minor chord actually. So here's a minor major seventh on an E flat right now. E flat minor major seventh. Okay, so you have the 1, flat 3, 5, and major 7. Okay, so before we get into that, you should know how to change your chords into jazz chords, I call them. I have these things on TikTok at Ron Jackson Music as well, and I have a lot of these 1-minute lessons. So you should be able to change your chord, like a regular major chord. Let's say an E flat major. We're talking about. You should be able to lower this note in this A form chord, which is comes from the open A string chord. You move it up, okay, and they call it the cage system. And I lower this note to make it a major 7. Okay, so I lower the E to D, then I lowered the D to D flat, which makes dominant 7th, and then I lowered the D flat to a C, which makes a 6th chord. Okay, so it sounds like it's something in the way you move. That sounds like something, that song. But anyway, so this is an E flat major 7. Okay, now all I did with that chord is the 3rd degree of melodic minor is actually raising the 5. So you have to know your chord scale. You have to know the names of the notes of the chord you're playing. So I'm playing an E flat, which is the 1, a B flat, which is the 5, the D, which is a 7, and this is the 3rd, which is the G. And I have to raise the 5 1 fret. So that's an E flat major 7 with a sharp 5, we call it. Okay. E flat minor major 7 is actually 1, 5, major 7 with a flat 3. So it's actually a type of. If I played it major, it would sound like that would be a major 7, and a minor major 7 is a minor chord with a major 7. So those are the 2 different kinds of chords. So you have to know how to voice your chords and how to change notes to make them minor, major, etc. Okay, Jerry, let me go down the street. Let me go down the list. Jerry has a question. Or is the 1 chord the same as the flat 3 chord? No. Oh, because Jeremy. Sorry, I'm sorry, Jeremy. I keep saying your name wrong. Jeremy. We're in melodic minor, so it's a little different. Okay. So C melodic minor has a different set of chords than major. So you have to really know your major. So in melodic minor, the flat 3 chord is not like related, like in the same way. Okay. So I would have to think of that as E flat Lydian augmented scale, and then it doesn't work that way because we're in melodic minor now, so we're not thinking in major. So the intervals are different. So it's not the 1 chord and it's the flat 3 chord. No, I'm sorry about that. It's melodic minor and the chords fall differently. Okay, let me see. Now, there's another question. Is Lydian dominant for non-diatonic only? Oh, so Reggie asked me about Lydian dominant. So let's say I'm playing an A blues now. We're playing. So I'm playing a blues in A. I could throw in and raise. I could throw in an A Lydian dominant. Raise the 4, which is a mixed Lydian scale or a dominant scale. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, flat 7, 1, and then raise the 4. So I could do that if I'm a jazz musician. So I like to alter things. We call it reharmonization. So I actually changed the 4 to a sharp 4 to make it more interesting in my solo. Now, also, when you're playing a jazz standard rule is, you can always break the rules too in jazz. Standard rule is to play a Lydian dominant or a mixed Lydian or dominant scale with a sharp 4 if it's not a chord in the key. So if I'm in the key of C, everybody knows in the key of C, the 5 chord is a G. Now, if I played a chord in the key of C that I'm soloing and then the chord shows up as a B flat in there. So that's a non-diatonic dominant seventh chord now. Non-diatonic means it's not in the key of C. Only dominant seventh chord in the key of C is G7. Okay, I usually would play a Lydian, a dominant chord with a sharp 4 or Lydian dominant, which comes from melodic minor. Now this is over the head for a lot of people. This is kind of advanced, but this is a technique we use in jazz. So usually a non-diatonic dominant seventh chord, you would play a Lydian dominant, which is from the melodic minor. So a B flat dominant chord, okay. The Lydian dominant is actually F melodic minor. You hear that? Do, re, mi, fa, sol. Now remember, the melodic minor scale is a major scale with a flat 3. Now in jazz, we played up and down. Up. In classical, they go back down. Oh, sorry. They lower the 7th and the 6th down. So that's 1, 2, flat 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1. So you can apply that to any key. That's why we have degrees like that. Okay. Oh, Jeremy, contact me I see Jeremy's question. I'm going to go down the list here. Yeah, contact me to get these tabs, okay? My PayPal is ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com and Venmo is Ron Jackson Music. I'll put that all at the end, okay? I'll purchase that thing. Oh, Ron Girls will purchase that too. No problem. Ditto. Thank you, Dave. So it makes much more sense. Oh, thank you, Jeremy. So if you want to purchase these, I'll give you my PayPal, which is at Ron Jackson Music. It's my email, ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. I'm going to keep going here. I want to take other questions about my 7-string. I'm going to pull that out in a second at gmail.com. I'm writing this down. Sorry, guys. .com, PayPal. Or Venmo. Venmo, Cash App, and at Ron Jackson Music. So, okay, now let me get into the 7-string. So let me put the other guitar away. So, because I like to play 7-string. So if people have any questions, let me know. Hold on, let me look here. Let me put this over here. So we were talking about melodic minor, and also the major scale modes. You should know these by heart, okay? So I pull out my 7-string guitar. If you have any questions about this, while we're going here, I'm going to go for another 15, 20 more minutes. Please let me know. Oh, I dropped my tuner. So, and also the equipment I use and everything that I broadcast with, people like to know about this kind of stuff because they might want to do that one day. Okay, so I'm going to tune this up real quick. So I'll play you a song, and if you have any questions about the 7-string, I don't want to talk all the time. I want people to be interested, and and I really appreciate you guys on Instagram. Everybody that started following me, and my Instagram's really taken off. And if you want to learn more lessons, go to my TikTok as well. They're only 1-minute lessons. Remember, videos only help you so much. Go to my TikTok, and it's Ron Jackson Music. I have a lot of 1-minute videos that actually I cross-post onto my Patreon and everything else and Instagram. And I have lessons there for 1 minute, but about all this type of stuff, okay? So watch this. So here's a 7-string guitar. guitar, everybody. So I'm trying to get more people to get into this instrument. My late guitar teacher, Bucky Pizzarelli, who passed away from COVID earlier this year, played 7-string guitar and got me into it. Now, 7-string guitar is used a lot in rock and progressive rock music, and we tune in jazz with a low A. Okay, now usually in progressive rock and other styles of music, they tune to a low B, and in Brazilian music, they tune to a low C. So I have a standard tuning guitar right here: E, A, D, G, B, E. Elephants are darn good banana eaters for those kids out there. Okay, and I have a low A note here, and it's really great for learning, playing really low chords. Okay, it's a really great sound to have, and you can play piano music and all kinds of other stuff. So if you want to get into 7-string, let me know, and it's all on my Patreon too. I have 7-string lessons for both people, really basic stuff to get you into it, and then I'm starting to introduce chords and introduce ways of playing melodies and solos on your bass string. I'm playing something really basic there with the bass lines, actually, and using the bass string as a solo instrument, as a solo line kind of approach to it. Now, when I'm actually, most 7-string guitar players don't use a 7-string for soloing, so I'm trying to incorporate that more in my playing. It's great for accompaniment and other things like that. Okay. Oh yeah, Jeremy. Thank you, Jeremy. Yeah, I'm sorry. He's sorry to hear Bucky. Bucky was a legend, man. He was 94, and he died on April 1st, right when COVID was coming out. And when that happened, man, it was really devastating because 2 days later, I heard from Frank Vignola, the great guitar player. We were on an acoustic guitar live event on Facebook, and he told me that he died on there too. So he died. His wife died 2 days later, unfortunately, and I didn't know that. Jeremy, I use these Labella black strings. So let me show you guys. This is what they look like. I got a pack back here somewhere. These strings are special strings that Bucky told me about. Let me get them right now, so you can see. I don't have that ready. Look at this. So look at this. Oh, look at this. So these are Labella jazz tapes, okay? So they're actually black flat wound strings in between. So the first two strings, the E and the B, are just regular, non-wound strings, thin strings. Then the third, fourth, fifth, and sixth string are wound with nylon tape. And these were called Labella jazz tapes. Bucky called them Labella blacks. So they're black nylon tape wound strings. You can get them from Labella. They're kind of expensive, but I have an endorsement with these guys, so it's a little bit better deal. And the 7th string is actually a round wound string. It's a bass string, okay? It's actually, you can put this on, it's a thin bass string. So look at this. So you can hear the difference too. Listen to this. So if I'm playing this, now that's kind of weird because everything's acoustic. My mic's picking up my amp. So listen to this. You hear the scratch here from the guitar from that too. If I scratch sideways, I play the George Benson picking technique. So on a round wound string, it doesn't work too well. You have to hit straight. But the rest of the strings are round wound. Hear the difference? So it's a 7-string round wound. Yeah, these are awesome. Yeah, they're good strings. You play seven string, Jeremy. I guess. Yes, I guess so. If you play seven string, let me know. I mean, I'm looking to help other guitar, have other people study seven string with me to get the word out, especially in jazz. Okay, now let me. So this is a seven string guitar. So I wanted to show you guys that a little bit during the live lesson here. Now let me get back to the melodic minor and see what the uses are. I'm gonna remember to review your major modes, etc. before you get to melodic minor. Okay, it's a very important scale. So I want to show you a couple of different ways I use melodic minor in my soloing. So let me get back to my sixth string here. So when I'm playing melodic minor, hold on. So let me take the strap off here. So let's say I'm playing like a song like My Shining Hour. So when I'm on the E flat major 7, now that's when I like to use melodic minor. So like I like to go on a major 7th chord. When I'm a jazz musician, I can actually play like a regular major scale on this E flat major. I like to raise the 4th to make it Lydian, etc. Then I like to raise the 5 as well. That's when you get to melodic minor. So when you're playing, remember you should know how to change your scales, any major scale to any scale you want. So if I want to make a major scale into a Lydian, I just raise the 4. If I want to make it into a Lydian with a sharp 5 or augmented, we call Lydian augmented, I'll go raise the 5. Now the augmented is this, okay? We went over this E flat major. In this key, it's E flat major 7 with a sharp 5. Remember that major 7 with a raised 5. That's the chord. Okay, you should be able to play it everywhere. Okay, now that scale actually comes from C melodic minor. But I'm starting on the E flat, okay? So you have to learn how to start the scale on the E flat, but sometimes it's easier to find a melodic minor when you're playing these just because they're so difficult from the root for most people, even for me sometimes. So what I did was, this is kind of easier because I know how to raise a 4 and a 5 on a major scale. Now, another way I like to use melodic minor is on a minor 7 flat 5. Let's take a different key. Let's say we're going to F minor. So G minor 7 flat 5 to C7 flat. Now, on the G minor 7 flat 5, it's a Locrian scale usually, a minor 7 flat 5. So you should know how to play Locrian scale. Locrian scale is kind of easy to play. The note you're playing, the root, let's say you play G minor 7 flat 5. The root is the 7th degree of the major scale. Okay, so remember in the key of in any key, the chord scales are Ionian, which is major, Dorian, Phrygian, Lydian, Mixolydian, which is dominant, Aeolian, which is natural minor, and the 7th degree is Locrian. So you can take a Locrian scale like a G minor flat 5. That G is the 7th degree of A flat. So A flat major scale. Now the G minor 7 flat 5 is the 7th chord of the A flat major scale. So it's A flat major, B flat minor, C minor, and this is all diatonic major chords, D flat major 7, E flat 7, F minor 7, G minor 7, flat 5 to A flat major 7. So that scale is Locrian. My point now about using melodic minor is this. I like to use this scale called the Locrian natural 9, which you raise the 2nd degree and make it an A instead. So that scale is actually, in this key, is a B flat melodic minor, starting on the 6th degree. So it's B flat melodic minor. So I like to use that scale. So if I'm doing like in jazz, I don't know how many people are advanced in jazz here. When I'm doing a minor 2/5, so I'm going G minor 7 flat 5 to C 7 flat 9. Okay, and then I'm going to either major or minor, ending on the G minor 7 flat 5 to C 7 flat 9 to F minor, for example. I could use on the G minor 7 flat 5, I could use a G locrian natural 9. When I get to C 7 flat 9, I could use a C altered, which is a D flat melodic minor, and then use. And I can use a melodic minor on the F minor, F melodic minor. So that's very common to use melodic minor on like a minor 2/5 progression, which is minor 7 flat 5 to dominant 7 flat 9, 2 minor 7 flat 5, 5 7 flat 9 to 1 minor 7. Okay, that's a 2/5. So remember that. I'm going to write this out for you guys anyway. I have some lessons about this already, advanced. So that's a very common use of the melodic minor, okay, in jazz, for example. So we talked about a few different things. We talked about the melodic minor used on a major 7th, okay, in raising the 4th and 5th. Okay, that's a type of melodic minor, which is what they call it, a Lydian augmented. Then you can use it on a dominant 7th, like any dominant 7th chord, and raise the 4. That makes a Lydian dominant. That's the 4th degree of the melodic minor. We talked about altered, which is the 7th degree. Okay, and then we use a Locrian natural 9, which is actually the 6th degree of the melodic minor. So, and these are used on different kinds of chords. Let me see if there's any other questions. I see some. Oh, I'm sorry to hear. Okay, I'll have to give me a said that's awesome, Jeremy. For rock and metal, but never approached it for jazz. Oh, cool. So Jeremy, you play rock and metal. Cool. I'll check you out. Cool. Now, so we went into let's just review real quick. So remember to know your melodic minor scale in thirds and know the triads. Okay, so it's 1 minor, 2 minor, 3 flat 3 augmented. These are just your triads. 4 major, 5 major, 6 diminished, 6 diminished. Just the triads. Now the other triads are the 7th chords are the minor major 7. I'm looking this up, just making sure I'm not doing it wrong. Minor major 7, then minor 7, then major 7 with a sharp 5, then dominant 7, minor 7 flat 5, then minor 7 flat 5, then minor major 7. So those are all the modes of the melodic minor and the chords of the melodic minor. And we went over 4 of the modes, and we didn't go over all the melodic minor modes. I'll have those written out, and you can purchase those from me if you want tabs, okay, about this lesson today. And if you don't know about the major, I have the major scales too for $1.99, all the 8 fingerings, and you can get that, okay? So for $1.99 through me, and you can also join my Patreon where you get that stuff for free for as little as $3 a month. So my Patreon, just in case, is www.patreon.com/Ron Jackson Music. Okay, and if you have any more questions, let me know. You can just send me an email directly at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. For anything, and also this is going to be a live playback on this on YouTube. So if you have the link, you can watch this, and in about a month or so, I'll release it to the general public. Okay, but this is a private video for all my Patreon fans. This is for my Patreon fans and people who are invited that won my live lesson contest on Instagram at Ron Jackson Music. I'm glad you guys, you guys who've been on Instagram are being really great. And my Instagram's really taken off. Also, my TikTok and my Facebook and my YouTube, they're all really taking off right now. Thanks to your help, guys. So please follow me as well as my Twitter. So please follow me on all those channels. If you don't, share it to your friends. Follow me at YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, Twitter, all at Ron Jackson Music. Okay, all at Ron Jackson Music. And so we did a melodic minor today. And if there's any other questions, send me an email or direct message me on any platform. And thanks for watching. And everybody have a great day. And I'm gonna go take a break and maybe record some more videos for all my channels and stuff today. Okay, thank you everybody for watching. And it was really fun. And you had some great questions. And I really appreciate you guys. And it was a great session today. And you can watch this replay after all this. After I'm done, you can watch the replay, and if there's anything you want to check out, and just go over and make sure about, just do that. Okay, have a great day. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hey, everybody. I just gotta make sure I look good here. Look a little cut off here. Oh, I gotta fix this a little bit here. Make sure you guys can see me. Okay. Move back a little bit and put it down. See if that's better. Yeah, that's better. How's everybody doing? So you know what? We're gonna talk about double time phrasing today. I have a new lick. I have some new licks that I wrote out for my Patreon account, and it's going to be on my website about playing double time licks. I get a lot of questions about double time licks. When you're playing through a song, and then you got to you're just playing eighth notes like this. You can ask questions, please, too. Don't hesitate. So what I'm doing, basically, I'm just these are all these licks that I really know by heart that I can just play through changes. The thing is, if you're playing a jazz standard, you've got to be able to say you're playing. I'm gonna put on Satin Doll in a minute. You're gonna have to be able to take a solo over that, and then start trying to do double time. And a lot of students have an issue with that. Now, what is double time? It's actually, let's say you're playing in eighth notes in on Satin Doll, just a typical jazz standard, like just D minor 7, D minor 7 to G7. That's on that part. So you could, if you're playing that tempo 1, 2, 3, 4, you could just do quarter notes 1, 2, 3, 4, 2. We could do eighth notes 1 and 2 and 3 and 3, etc. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3. And you could do 16 notes. 1 E and a 2 E and a 3 and a 4 E and a 1 E and a 2 E and a 3 E. See that? 1 E and a 2 E and a 3 E and a 1 E, 1 E and a 2 E and a 3 E and a 4 E and a 1 E and a 1 E and a 2. Now, I have a drummer that I'm studying with, and he's making me sing the 16 notes while I'm playing them. In order. 1 E and a, 1 E and a, 2 E and a, 3 E and a, 4 E and a, 1 E and a, 2 E and a, 3 E and a, 4 E and a, 1 E and a, etc. 1 E and a, it's really hard to do, and tap my foot and all this stuff. So you can really get the timing together. 1 E and a, 2 E and a, 3 E and a, 4 E and a. Oh yeah. So I'm using the George Benson picking technique. Someone's asking me, Panache, how are you doing? Good to see you. Yeah, I'm using the George Benson picking technique, which is you hold your pick up like this. Okay, so I use there's different kinds of drills. You can do sweep picking exercises like this, going like this. You can go across. Etc. Okay, and you could do sweeping, and you could do making sure you do like tremolos at this angle up. You do tremolos like that to warm up. And you could do actually different kinds of warm-up exercises. But if you really want to work on your sweep picking exercises, you go to my article in Acoustic Guitar Magazine. This January-February issue is about sweep picking. So it's all about sweep picking, this exercise. Look, take a look here. It has George Benson. This is my article. It's all about sweep picking. So if you want to go check it out, go to the website acousticguitar.com, and you can see my whole article about sweep picking. And it's a great little article. So check it out. You know, it's that's how you get really into sweep picking. You're my friend, are a beast. Juanito, thank you, man. Yeah, nice. Get that magazine. Yeah, it's that article's in there, and please check it out. And also, let me see this. I have a book there too. So if you want to check out my book, it's over there too. You can get this from me, actually. Go to my website at ronjacksonmusic.com. I'm actually having a sale. So on my sale, you get 25% off. Use code, what's it again? Memorial Day, MDW, which is Memorial Day weekend, 25. So MDW 25, you get 25% off my book and all lessons, including my double time lesson I'm going to be showing you in a minute. Hey Shiva, how are you? What's going on? So I'm going to actually play you a little bit right now. I'm going to play some Satin Doll so you guys can see how I deploy double time phrases, okay? Here we go. Let me just turn this up a little bit. Let me make sure the volume's up. How does that sound to you guys? It sounds okay? I gotta turn the volume up, I think, a little bit. Let me see. Let me try that now. Hold up. So I'm gonna be playing Satin Doll. That's much louder. Okay, here. Here we go. So I'm gonna do Satin Doll. I'm gonna play like a solo through it. So I'll do double time now. Okay, so I was just doing some double time licks, everybody. So what I was doing, just so you know, I'm going to answer your question in a minute, actually, Kivinen. Okay, what I was just doing was when I'm playing over those changes, I have a lot of licks worked out. So I'm playing through the, I'll be playing like regular eighth notes. So I have a lot of these 2/5 licks. So when I'm actually playing those licks, so when I'm playing through that double time now, I might just go. Then I'll put some extra licks in there. So what I just did, I transposed that lick up a whole step as well. So that's actually kind of cool. Actually asked me if I use a round G string. I'm actually using, this is actually not wound. These are all flat wound strings actually on this guitar. These are Tomastic black, actually a Labella jazz tapes, we call them. And I have a picture for you of them here, if I can find it. Oh, here's what they look like. Actually, these are the strings I'm using. They're Labella jazz tapes. I use 14 on top, so you know. Okay, so those are the strings I'm using. And they're really great strings. I use them on my 7-string. This is actually a 7-string set. But since I got a deal with D'Angelico, you know, I'm a D'Angelico artist. I went to this shop in New York City, and they were like freaking out because I'm putting 14s on this. And but it feels great, actually. You know, actually it was a little too low when they set up my guitar, so I actually had to put it a little higher. So these are the strings. So those are, you know, and the string is wound. And they're black tape nylon strings on this guitar. It has an interesting sound, you know. But I use it on my 7-string. So, I use a G wound string on you know, it depends on the guitar. On my acoustic guitars, I use like round wound, so usually the G is wound if it's a thick string. So that's a great question. So if you have any questions about double time playing, let me play through this one more time for you. So I'm playing Satin Doll right now, pretty not fast. Sorry, I've hit the wrong button here. So I'm playing Satin Doll like at 120 quarter note. Now what I'm doing is I'm doubling up the time. So when I'm doubling up the time, it's like it seems much faster, but it's just the same tempo, but I'm just playing twice as fast. So let me quit this one real quick. So I'm gonna play you Satin Doll one more time. I might play the melody so you can check it out. Okay, hold on. Someone has an off-topic question before I do that. Hold on. What's that question? Let me see that question real quick. Off-topic quick question. Have you seen the movie Soul? I don't know about that. You know, I saw the movie. I don't think it's that accurate for jazz, actually. So anyway, no. So if you want to learn about jazz history, just read about it or listen to the music. Okay, and I have some history books actually you can get questions about. Okay, cool. You're welcome. So let me do this right now. I'm going to play you Satin Doll, and I'm going to play through them. Let me play the melody actually, so you guys can have an idea what I'm playing first. Here we go. everybody, was this. What I was trying to do, just to show you how double time works, is I was trying to deploy all my licks that I know that are double time and keep it going. So sometimes I would actually miss the changes, but you know, even if you miss the changes and you're playing in time, you know, it doesn't really matter. Hey, hello everybody. Great to see you guys. Awesome double time, but that was great. Thank you. So you know, double time is you know, something. So you know what I'm doing is taking a lot of my licks that I already know and just doubling them up when I do double time. So when I'm doing that, I'm just going. So if I know a lick like this goes like this, like let's say I'm playing. Let me play through Satin Doll one more time, and so you can get an idea. I'll take a couple of my licks that I already know, and this is how you have to practice, everybody. I'll take a couple licks I know. Now here. So what I just did, everybody, what I just did was I just took some of my licks that I already know. If I want to do double time, I just double them up. Okay, so that's one method of doing double time. And you know, I learned this. I mean, I studied with Pat Martino, and he you know, he always doubles up his licks like that, and he has these patterns that actually that cycle back and forth. Like you can go like this. So I'm just doing a cycling lick, and that sounds really, yeah. Yeah, that's a 2-5-1. Yeah, thank you. The piper and the drummer. Let me go back to my comments here. I'm looking at my computer at the same time. So I'm just basically, I mean, I'm not doing anything really fancy. It sounds fancy, but I'm just taking some of the licks. I'm recycling my own licks. And you should come up with your own licks and do the same kind of thing. You just basically recycle your lick and play it over and over. Oh, Mesmerizer, talk about the use of modes. So basically, Pijo Darko, I like that name. So you know, I'm just basically using a Dorian mode here. If I'm playing Satin Doll, it's just a D minor to G7, and that's easy on guitar because it's in the key of C. So all I'm doing is I'm just playing a lot of you know, a lot of chromatic passing tones in my. And enclosures. Basically, I'm like doing a lot of passing tones between the whole steps of the Dorian scale and the dominant 7th scale. So I'm using the dominant bebop, also the Dorian bebop as well. So all I'm doing is I'm playing over a D minor Dorian mode, which is just like D, E, F, G, A, B, C, D. And you should know that in all keys. And I'm just doubling up the notes and doing passing tones. And these are a lot of lines I made up, and also I stole from people that are my licks now. That's a great lick. I stole that from Pat Martino. Sorry, Pat. You know, I mean, this is like a lick he uses a lot, and he does these kind of things. So I take those kind of licks, and you can play them all across like 2 string sets. See what I'm doing? So I take that lick and I'll just play that like through the changes as an exercise so I can work on my double time licks. And you know, and so you should be trying this on your guitar right now. It's not easy, but you know, you have to learn how to deploy these licks like that. So let me pick another song, like another jazz standard. So you know, that's at 120, and that's fast if you're doing double time. But you know, imagine if it's faster. Let me see something here. Let me try to find another song that might be a little bit faster. So you know, you can actually try to play something that's like a little harder to play double time. Let's do a blues. Let's say Billy's Bounce or something. No, this can be faster. Oh, this is too slow. I'm going to put it up to 160 maybe. 150. Because 150 is a fast tempo in jazz. You know, they consider it a up-tempo song. 300, it's like 300. If I do this twice as fast, it's 300. So listen to this. Oh, this is in C. I'm going to transpose back to the key of F. Because I had it working. I was working on studio with this. So here we go. So anyway, I'm trying to show you double time. That's pretty fast. That's at 150 half note, but so I'm playing 300 as a double time licks, so that's harder to deploy. I got to really think about it because, the time's going by and, there's all these different changes. Yeah, so I'm sweeping and I'm doing all kinds of stuff. See, what I'm trying to do is I'm just trying to hang at that tempo and play my stuff and without missing. That's the hard part when you're deploying these double time licks. So the faster you go, the harder it is. I call it deploying, like deploying a weapon. You got to nail that stuff like at the tempo you want and just nail it. You got to have it so down that you don't even think about it. Let me see. There's some questions here. Check out El Grupo Turco, the jazz buddies that their instruments got together, recorded a mix of, okay, cool. Northern Mexico style music. Okay, cool. I'll check that out, Juanito. Nail all those kind of sweep picking sections. Any tips on how to play those bits that fast and clean? Only way I can tell you that for the piper, the drummer, to play that stuff fast and clean, like I don't think I'm playing as clean as I could actually. It's just to practice them slow and speed them up. And just gradually, it says you're a drummer. The piper and the drummer, maybe you're not. You just use a metronome and speed up the tempo. You take these licks and speed them up. And, and also practice these different licks at different tempos. Practice slow as possible and fast as possible. Use a metronome to gauge your tempo. Okay. They use, cool. So they use jazz and accordion and bajito, baritone style guitar. Cool. Once you show eight positions of the C major scale on the fretboard, is there some diagram where I can practice this so I can find this? So, okay, Dovla, you can go to my website and pick that up, actually. It's a lesson that I sell. You can just go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com, I'm gonna write it down. I'm actually I have a sale on there. Okay, everybody. It's MDW 25. I'm gonna write it down. Practice Jazz Guitar is me actually watching too. So I'm gonna write this down. www.ronjacksonmusic.com. You can pick up all my lessons. Everything. I have printable lessons as well. And you can pick up that lesson there. Let me show. I'm going to send these. You use code 25. No, sorry. You save 25% off this weekend, okay? It's ronjacksonmusic.com, and I sell that lesson there. And use code, I'm going to write down MDW25, save 25%, okay? And you can get all those 8 fingerings there. And all my double time lessons, everything. Okay, I just wrote that in comments if you guys can see that. I'm at Practice Jazz Guitar too, but all my videos there are private. So, what speed do you practice the metronome at? I try to practice as fast as I can sometimes. I've been working like at 350 sometimes to develop my fast speed. Like I'll play something like that in a minute. So right now I was playing Billy's Bounce at 120. I mean at 150. Half note. So here it is again. Let me show you real quick. So I'm trying to do double time at that tempo. So take a look at this. I'm going to do another song like that in a minute too. But I was just doing a blues. So let me get this together here. One more time. So here's a blues. Blues in F. And I'm going to play double time at 150, okay? Not all the time. Ah! Ah! Ooh, my arm's dying now. So what I was just doing, I was playing at 150. I mean 300 actually over that 150, doing my double time licks. So all I'm doing is a lot of licks that I know already. I'm just doubling them up and fitting them over. Like instead of playing, let's say you're playing SF 1, 2, 3, then B flat 7, 1, 2, 3, 4. So I might do a lick like this. When I change the chords, and I'll just do it twice as fast. So I'll just double the lick up to play twice as fast so I can do the double time lick. We're talking about double time here today. So, you know what, and if you're playing that fast, your hand will start to die on you, because my hand's starting to die on me at that tempo. And so, you know, like, so that's what I'm trying to do, is play those double time licks. So let me show you, so when you're playing double time, it's like playing, like you're playing a fast tempo, but at a slow tempo. So you got to think, but you have to cram in information twice as fast now. Let me pick another song. Let me do something like Blue Bossa. Or something like, not too hard, but you know, you could do double time licks on it. Let me do Blue Bossa for you. Blue Bossa. This is just a bossa nova. And this is 100. I'm going to do it I'll do it 160. Let me see. Here we go. Let me do it like about 5 courses. Here we go. Okay. Now that's fast. That's 160 half notes. So that means it's 320. So you should be able to even play faster than that, actually. So that's pretty fast. Let me see something. Any other questions, anybody? I'm just trying to see what's going on here. Yeah, any questions, please send them to me or comments. And if you're enjoying what I'm doing, I'm having a sale on my website for all my music I told you earlier. And, you can go to my ronjacksonmusic.com. I have all these lessons like double time licks here that I use. And so you know what? I have some licks that are worked out like this one here. If I'm playing like say F minor or C minor. So this lick goes like this actually. Yeah, so that lick I can play over Blue Bossa as a double time lick that I actually have written out. It's a new lesson I have on my Patreon account, and also my my website that I'm going to be putting up later on today. Let me see. There's a question here. Yeah, I wasn't doing quintuplets. I was probably doing I was doing like 60-note triplets, like that kind of stuff at the end there. So but I'm mostly doing 60 notes when I do double time. So I'm just going to show you guys something. So if you like, I put this lesson on my Patreon account. So if you want to join my Patreon, you can just join me here. Someone from my last live stream joined my Patreon after watching this workshop. So, all these lessons and everything are actually on my Patreon account. Just go to www.patreon.com and then go /Ron Jackson Music. Okay? And that's my Patreon. And you can get all my lessons there too about this stuff. So, so let me try that one more time so you get an idea. I'm going to tell you about what kind of rhythms I'm using, but it's mostly 16 notes, sometimes triplets. If I'm doing it that fast, it's hard not to do it's hard to do other rhythms. So let me go back to Blue Bossa for a second. It's really hard to talk and teach at the same time. Let's try it again. Ready? Here we go. Now I'll do triplets. Now I'll do 60 notes. And then 60 notes. I gotta prepare for that. Eight notes. 60 notes. Eight notes. 60 notes. Triplets. 60 notes. Ah. Ah. Yeah, so I was mixing everything up. I was telling you the rhythms I was using, so you get an idea about what kinds of rhythms I'm using. But so we're talking mostly about double time. So what I'm just trying to do is just trying to mix everything up and not get lost, because when you do all that stuff, it's like you're trying to like execute, and then you might get off. But I think it's always good to take chances when you're a guitar player or any instrumentalist in general when you're playing jazz or anything. So here. Yeah, so that's Blue Bossa. It's a pedigree of horse. Okay, Eric, that's a great way of putting that. This is great. Thanks for showing me all the rhythms and midi improv. Yeah. So you know what? I mean, when you're playing a solo, everybody, I think a lot of people when they start playing jazz and stuff, they start like they basically just like what's the word? They just start just playing random notes, not thinking about the rhythm. And the rhythm is actually the most important part of a solo, actually, or anything, actually, the rhythm. So it's very important that you know what you're talking about with rhythms. When you're playing, that the audience feels the rhythm and that you feel the rhythm. Because rhythm is actually the most important part. So now let's get, so we're doing double time, playing and all that stuff. And, double time playing is is hard work. Let me take another song with more changes on them. Let me think of another song. Also you can request a song like a medium song. So when you're doing double time, you can't do a fast song. Like you could try, but if a song's like going 200, I mean I could try something like that. I've done it before. Let me see. Let me do Time After Time. This one has a lot of changes. I play this a lot. So let me see if I can find this one. Where is that one? Here it is. So let me put this at like at like 180. So you can see how this is gonna be fast for double time. This is gonna be ridiculously fast, but I'm gonna try it anyway. Here we go. Eight notes. 60 notes. Eight notes. So I'm doing 8 notes basically because it's so fast. Do 16 notes, it's gonna be hard. Okay, so I was trying to do double time at 180. Now 180 is actually wow. So that's 150. Oh man, that's fast, man. That's three. Wait a second. That's 180. I can't think because that was burning my brain out. So there's extra 40 clicks. So that's 320. No, 340 is the tempo I was playing at, actually. So that's a really, really fast tempo. You know, so actually the 60 note will sound like this. We play for a second. Whoa. So if I'm trying to double time at that tempo, that is fast, man. So, you know, that's a fast tempo. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. I mean, you should be able to play those tempos, and I need to practice those more. So when I'm doing double time, I'm actually thinking, like at that tempo, you know, that's like a fast tempo, but double, you know, this is a kind of like, this is what they call medium up, that tempo, but that's not really, you know, it's not fast to play, because I have students that think that 200 is fast, and that's not fast at all in jazz, but you know, you can play really fast in jazz and really slow. So let me see if there's any questions here, because I'm looking at my oh sorry, I'm looking at my things here. Oh yeah, so someone says I'm a legend. Thank you. So yeah, Silent Violet, I'm a legend. Thanks. I'm a legend in my own mind. That's crazy. It is crazy, all these notes. So yeah, so did anybody have any more questions about double time? So basically, double time is just being able to fit all these notes. You know, instead of playing 8th notes, you play 16th notes, but you got to be able to fit the same ideas in that 16th note phrase when you're playing. So my hand feels like stiff right now from doing all that fast playing. So I'm going to have to take a break soon. But, you know, if you're enjoying this, everybody, I'm having a sale on my website again, ronjacksonmusic.com. Okay, ronjacksonmusic.com. You just go to my website and just put in code MDW25, and you save 25% off everything, including like my book here that I have on Acoustic Guitar Magazine, from Acoustic Guitar Magazine and Hal Leonard, called Chords at Your Fingertips. It's all about chord melody. We're not doing chord melody today. We're just doing double time soloing. And you'll get an autographed copy. You save 25%, and you know, and thank you. Thank you. You're welcome. You know, you can ask me any question. I'm here for you guys. You know, and you know, the best way to teach you, I offer lessons online too. So you can get 25% off my lessons on my website too. So use code MDW25. You can just go to my website and you know, purchase lessons. The best way to learn this stuff is actually definitely, you know, study with a teacher. That's how I study with a lot of different teachers. So it's important to you know, study with somebody. It's hard to see yourself play and see what you really sound like. You know, and the best way really to get your stuff together is actually record yourself. Watch yourself on videotape, listen to yourself on recordings. That's what I do all the time, you know, and I'm always going, oh my God. But everybody else seems to like what I'm doing, so, you know. When I went to D'Angelico, it's so funny. I'm going to show you my amp in a minute, and you can get a quote on this one too. So I went to D'Angelico, I got this guitar from them, and I was playing, man. I was like, oh man, I don't sound good today. They said, man, you sound great, man. I'm like, what? What? I'm not even warmed up or anything. I haven't played. Like, all I do is social media and all this. And they said, no, it sounds great. Here's the guitar. I was like, thank you. I like to thank Justin and everybody at D'Angelico, New York, for them giving me this guitar and being an artist ambassador for them. So if you're interested in D'Angelico guitars, you can go to my store, and this is the XL1. But you can actually go to my store. I have a store on Amazon. You can pick up your own D'Angelico guitar right there. Go to my Amazon store at Amazon.com/shop/Ron Jackson Music, and you can pick up one of my D'Angelico guitars there. And these are nice over there. So my amplifier. So you know what? Just so you know, okay, hold on. Someone's asking me before you answer that question. Do you still focus on accents on that speed, or do you play evenly as fast as you can? Ha! That's a good question. I mean, you know what? When I play that speed, I mean, I'm naturally thinking about phrasing anyway. Mr. Les Paul fan. Oh, Les Paul. You know, I knew Les Paul actually. He was a great guy. I used to hang out there, and I have a picture with him over here on the wall here. You know, Mr. Les Paul fan. I have a picture right here. I should show you. Hold on, let me show you real quick. Let me show you, because I want to show my Les Paul fan this guy. Les Paul fan. Look at this. You answer that question? Here's a picture of Les with his signature to me. He was a great guy, man. He lived till like in his mid-90s. You know, and I studied with Bucky Pizzarelli, and he actually, so it says here, Tehran, the best great player and friend, Les Paul. So, Bucky used to play with Les Paul. He used to go see them all the time. I studied with Bucky, and Bucky lived a little longer than Les actually, because Bucky would live at 94, and I was surprised he even lived that long. Yeah, it's cool, Mr. Les Paul. So when I'm playing phrases that fast, I'm thinking about accents and stuff too, but it's hard. It's harder, of course, to think about them when you're playing that fast. So I'm just trying to get through it and make sure I execute on time. Yeah, thank you. So yeah, Les Paul was a cool guy, man. I have all these memorabilia. It's a classic picture, and I'm glad I have that. Because that's an old picture. Because he died like about at least 10 years ago. So he was a really great guy. So anyway, a few announcements. If you're enjoying the show, also I take donations. If you like, you can just go to my PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App at Ron Jackson Music. And if you enjoy the show and you'd like to donate, that would be great. And if you learned a lot today, it's Ron Jackson Music at Venmo, PayPal, and Cash App. And last week, one of my fans here on YouTube actually, became a patron at Patreon. So you can join my Patreon at Ron Jackson Music. Now, about the amp, sorry about that. So I use a Fender. It's hard to see, but I actually use a Fender Tone Master over here. But also I use this amp. It's a really great amp. It's a Henriksen amp, okay? And this is like the most powerful small amp. I use this is a jazz guy's amp, like the lazy jazz guy who wants to carry out a powerful amp and doesn't want to break his back. So, so this is a Henriksen Bud 6, they call it. It's a great amp, and it's 120 watts. It weighs 13 pounds, and it has volume and tone. It has 2 full channels with reverb and everything. You can plug a mic or a guitar. So I work with singers with this amp. And I'm also a Henriksen influencer too. So I have a code. If you guys want to get your own Henriksen amp, you can save 5% at HenriksenAmplifiers.com and use my code Ron Jackson. And it's a permanent code. So please share with your friends. Please share this code with your friends. Ron Jackson, okay? For HenriksenAmplifiers.com. And these are great amps. And, check them out. I use them all the time, especially on gigs, and at home I'm using my Fender Tone Master a lot, which is an expensive amp too, and they're really great because, they don't weigh like a Fender amp. It's hard to see over here. I don't have my camera pointed over there, but my Fender Tone Master is over here, and it's a really great amp. A Fender Tone Master twin reverb actually, and also I have the Tone Master, the smaller version. I forget what the name is, but I have that as a backup. They're really great amps, everybody. So if you want to get that, does your core for the yes. So just so you know, Eric, yeah, chords and fingertips is all levels actually. Okay, so they start out at different levels. There's a 25% off on my website too, Eric. So use code Memorial Day weekend MDW25. You need to get 25% off the book, and it's an autographed copy for you. So it goes through different stages, like really basic here, all about chord stuff. There's 5 different writers. I have 3 lessons in here, and it starts with the notation guide, and then basic chords. So my exercises, start with real basic stuff too, in the book as well. I do bass lines and I do Chet Atkins harmonizing like Chet Atkins style in the book, and so there's all different levels. And also, what's really cool about this book, everybody, is that it has video that accompanies with it. So this is I write for Acoustic Guitar Magazine, so every book that every time you buy this book, there's like a code where you can watch every video for every lesson. So it's really cool. All the people who bought this book love it. I've sold a bunch of copies recently. Especially since I started taking off on social media. So a lot of people I sell 3 or 4 books every week on this book. So it's a really great book. And get yours before they run out. This is Memorial Day weekend, so I'm having a sale. So I'm gonna have to stock up if once I run out. So yeah, it's all levels, and and it's progressive. So you could go through all these different lessons and just work on these different things. There's arpeggios, all kinds of stuff. It's a really great book. So if you have any questions, let me know about this. So I'm going to be finishing up soon, everybody. And if you have any questions, let me know. Send me a message. Go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com. And we did all and I have these double time licks that I have written out on my website too, if you'd like to get one. And because you have to have these licks worked out. So what you do is you learn double time licks from different people that work, and then you can actually apply them. You transcribe licks, transcribe great guitar players, George Benson, Pat Martino, whoever, Joe Pass, Pat Metheny, whoever you love, and learn their licks and try to apply those double time licks, and that's how you get it together. And if you have any questions, please send them to me. And go to my website. I'm commenting as Practice Jazz Guitar because that's one of my YouTube channels. So you can just go www.ronjacksonmusic.com, and I'm just writing this down as a comment. And if you want to pick up anything about my lessons there, I'm having this code, this Memorial Day weekend code. You can save 25% there on all my lessons. And then you could just ask, you can send me a message if you have any questions or anything. And also, if you want to know, I'm a Cremona artist, and you can also get a guitar from me from Cremona if you're interested. On Cremona guitars, one of my students is actually doing. One of my patrons is picking up one. So that's about it. I'm gonna take a break now and do some other things. I'm gonna do some filming. I'm gonna be filming some new reels and videos for Instagram and for YouTube. So thank you everybody for watching. And if you have any more questions, send them to me right now before I finish up. Otherwise, I'm going to get going. I'm going to send this comment right now, and we'll see everybody. If you send me a question. Oh yeah, you're welcome. The piper and the drummer, you're welcome. So I'm going to be coming up with these impromptu lessons once in a while, just to help everybody out, and it helps me actually explain what I'm doing and execute. Someone just asked me that question. I'm using, let me see if I can point this in the right direction here. There's my amp I'm using right there. Okay, it's a Fender Tone Master. So let me go back here. It's a Fender Tone Master Deluxe reverb, and also I use this amp, a Henriksen amplifier. I mentioned a minute ago to somebody. Okay, and that's a really great amp too. Okay, so this is a great amp. It's 120 watts, weighs 13 pounds, 9 by 9 inches, and it has 2 full channels here. Yeah, so I use that a lot on gigs, small gigs. On the bigger gigs, I bring this one, the Tone Master. The Tone Master's all transistor now, so it's much lighter than the than a twin reverb. I use a twin reverb Tone Master, and I was telling you guys earlier, you can use my code Ron Jackson at Hendrickson Amplifiers and save 5% on this amp. Okay, it's a real or any amp on Hendrickson.com, amplifiers.com. Okay, use my code Ron Jackson. Please share that with all your friends. It's a code. It's a permanent code. Okay, it's my artist code for them. Thank you, everybody. And I'm going to get going, and I'll see you guys very soon. Okay, Ron Jackson over and out. Bye-bye. Thanks for watching. Bye-bye. If you have any questions, send them to me right now. Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome, everybody. And please follow me, support me in every way. I forgot to mention, subscribe to all my channels. Question, sure, Juanito. Question. Juanito had one question. What's the question, Juanito? Yeah, you're welcome. And also, again, everybody, you can donate to my PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App at Ron Jackson Music. Okay, if you'd like to. Thank you. Do you ever practice anything other than jazz? Of course, Juanito. I do everything. And I actually play like folk music, rock, R&B, all kinds of stuff. Actually, classical guitar. All kinds of stuff. Actually, I have a bunch of guitars here too, so I'm gonna have to do a video about my guitar collection because people keep asking me what kind of guitars you. I have tons of guitars. I have a 12-string guitar. I have a nylon string guitars. I have classical guitars, 7 and 6 string. Steel string guitars, 7 and 6 string. Solid body, 7 string only. I have right now. I have jazz guitars. 6 and 7 string guitars. I have a lot of guitars. I have about 20 of them. So anyway, I'll have to show you definitely. Let me see if someone's asking a question. Okay, cool, Juanito. Thank you, everybody. We'll talk soon. Okay, have a good day. Bye-bye. Thank you. Ron Jackson. I don't know what's happening with my link. It's not working, and it looks correct. So I'm actually going live public now. So sorry about that, guys. It was kind of weird. I went live, for my unlisted account on Patreon, and what happened was no one was seeing me, but it was the correct link. I could see it was the correct link, but no one could get on. So hey, Umir. Sorry, I always say your name incorrectly. I'm sorry about that, Umir. I just it's such a bad habit. But my great student Umir is going to be is on the show, and I'm going to actually just take questions from people today about anything, any kind of subject on the guitar. I'm going to start off with playing a tune. Just so you know, guys, some of my other students that are that are supposed to be tuned in, I sent an email to. I need to send them. I just need to send them. I don't know if I can even do that now. The correct link, but if they just go to my YouTube channel, they'll see I'm live. Okay, and you guys can ask any question. Okay, good, Dionysios. Where do you live, Dionysios? In Greece or in America? I have no idea. But let me start by playing a song that I was trying to play earlier. Solo guitar. It's called Del Sasser. And then you can ask me questions about anything you want today. Let me do it on my 7th string. Okay, cool. Hey, guys, this is a public Patreon live event just because I couldn't figure out how to why my link wasn't working to do this unlisted lesson today. But so everybody, this is a public lesson, and my goal today is just to take any questions that you have. Yeah, so you know what, that Count Basie ending, Umir, is actually not correct. I heard the correct ending is this one. Like, let me see. So if I'm in the key of F, it would be like this. So that's the correct ending for the Count Basie ending. Okay. So it's like and you gotta play this note. You gotta play this note. You gotta play those notes there. Keep the six down there. So that's the correct Count Basie ending, okay? So that last song was called Del Sasser by Sam Jones. I've never really played it as a solo guitar piece. It's kind of like a big band song, okay? And if you look at the music, you know, it's not that easy. This is actually backwards, guys. But that's what Del Sasser looks like. And you know, that's it's a great song. So I was just kind of do solo guitar with that. It's kind of it's not a complicated arrangement if you're playing in a band by yourself. It is. So I'm planning to do that on my show tomorrow night on Sunday Evening Jazz, and do it solo guitar like that because it's one of my favorite songs. Okay. Now, does anybody have any questions so far? Because this is about yes, I'm taking questions today. Yes. So I'm taking questions. I'm gonna make that taking questions. Any question you want, you know. So I'm gonna put that in the chat right now. And if you have any questions, please let me know about picking, soloing, practicing, anything you want. Okay. And this was supposed to be a Patreon sponsored live event. You know, only for unlisted. So oh, so Emir, I think that's how you say it. Emery. Sorry, Demixi. Okay. Has a question about tritone substitutions. So you know what? I actually have a long YouTube video about that already posted, but I could talk to you about that now if you want. Let me fill this out first. Okay, hold on. So I'm going to put this here. I'm going to put my Patreon link so you guys have that. Is that correct? Okay. So that's my Patreon link, guys, for this this live event. So tritone substitution is basically the tritone is actually taking the octave and dividing it in half. So let's say I'm playing a C major scale. I'm gonna take my other guitar so you guys can see better, because this is a 7-string. Some people can't see this guitar too easily. So let me get my 6-string Eastman out here. Okay. Make sure I'm in tune. So the tritone is actually, if I'm playing a C major scale, okay, I'm gonna go to the F sharp and divide the octave into exactly a sharp 4 or flat 5 away. So that's a tritone. C to F sharp, okay? Then C to F sharp, etc. Okay. Now what's unique about that is, let's say I'm playing in the key of C. Okay, the C major scale, C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C. Now the 5/7 chord of the key of C is the G7. That's 8 notes away. I mean, 5 notes away from the C, sorry. Okay, so that note is a 5 away. And now, if you play the G7 chord, okay, you get the 1, 3, 5, flat 7, okay? Now, the 3 and 7 are actually the tritone in that chord, okay? We call that the tritone because that's actually a flat 5 away from this note. It cuts the octave exactly in half. So that's our tritone, okay? Just so you know. So the tritone is the F and the B, okay, on the G7 chord. Now, when we resolve that, those two notes resolve to the C chord. Now, dominant 7th chords are really strong. They resolve to the next chord usually, like this. F to E and B to C. Now, that's a really strong cadence, okay? Now, the reason why it's called tritone substitution, because I'm using a bass note here of a G and ending on C. Now, that tritone is what we call the flat 7 and the 3, okay? And that is also common with the D flat 7 chord. This is that note. Now, in the D flat 7 chord, that the F becomes, which is the flat 7 on the C, okay? That becomes the third instead of the flat 7 on the G. So that's the third of D flat, and the B is actually the C flat in the D flat 7 chord. Okay, and that's the flat 7 on the D flat 7 chord. So it's actually the same exact notes. Okay, so G and D flat have the same tritone. So when you do a substitution, you're actually substituting the bass, which is G to D flat, and you're resolving. You see that? Okay, see that? So that's a tritone substitution. You can play that anywhere. I would end it like this. So I did a G7 like this and ended on the F chord. I mean, I did a G7 to a C, sorry, or D flat 7, which is a tritone substitution. So you can do that in any key. So the key of F would be C7 to F. So I could do C7, G flat, same chord, same tritone. Okay, so the guitar sounds very distorted. Oh, maybe it's too loud. Sorry about that, Tony. Let me turn it down a little bit. How about now? I'm gonna play softer. Sorry. Is that better? So now I'm actually doing the tritone substitution like that. So that's a very common progression. And just so you know, when you're doing tritone substitution, you could use different scales. So if I'm playing a G7 like this, let me get a different kind of pick here, a lighter pick too for this guitar. So the scale you would use on let's say you're doing a C7 to F, C7 to C, G7 to C, like that. So the scale you would use on this G7 is a mixed Lydian or dominant scale. Now, when you get to if you do the tritone substitution, you would have to use a different scale. You have to use a Lydian dominant or a dominant 7 with a raised 4. So this is a D flat 7 scale with a raised 4. So the chord tones are 1, 2, 3, sharp 4 or flat 5, 5, 6, flat 7 to 1. You have to change the scale to play the Lydian. To play the tritone substitution, the chord that you're playing on. And that's based on the melodic minor scale. This is a lot of stuff to learn in like a few minutes, but it's very common, this kind of stuff. Yeah. So sorry, I have a new camera, and the mic is probably stronger, so my guitar might be a little distorted. So I'll turn down a little bit. Okay, good. So that makes sense. Thank you. You're welcome, Emery. How would you implement triads and arpeggios in a song like Autumn Leaves? Oh, that's funny. I'm working on that with my student right now. Who's I don't know if he's watching, but I'm actually I hope he's watching. One of my students is going to watch right now. Let me just check one thing. I got a text because I had a problem trying to get online. Anyway, there's something weird with YouTube because someone just sent me a text saying that I streamed 1 day ago, but I haven't streamed a day ago. So this is kind of weird. Anyway, so hopefully people are watching. Oh, there's Sean. Great. Hey, Sean, my student's here. So I want to ask a question about how do you do arpeggios in a song like in Autumn Leaves? That's Dionysios. Okay. No. You're talking about chords, Dionysios, or arpeggios, literally arpeggios. So let's think about that for a second. So I'm working on a song right now with my student Sean, who's up here watching right now. You could do an arpeggio like this. Now, if I'm playing a song like Autumn Leaves, and I'll play the melody. See? So when I'm doing these arpeggios, yes. So you're talking about solos, okay, or chords. Now arpeggios, I'm going to do. If I do an arpeggio working on the song, I would go like this. You can go like this. You can first do the triad, which is. Now I'm doing this in low register, but you should have to be able to play that everywhere. The D7. These are just triads, everybody. So that's 3 notes only. Going through the chord changes, you see. every possible. So I'm only doing triads right now. Every possible way. You can play through the changes just like that. Okay, and then so play triads first, then arpeggios. So triads and arpeggios are basically the same thing, but depends how you play them. Okay, a triad can be played like this or like this. So you can do the triad and then the arpeggio. Now that's a really simplified version because in Autumn Leaves, actually, the chords are seventh chords, so you have longer chords. So I'm going. So you can do seventh chords. I mean, it's hard to do it on a guitar like this, to play them like straight like this. So you have to use closed voicings. No, these are really simple voicings I'm playing right now. But if I'm soloing, you can use triads or you can use seventh chords. You can go through the whole song like this. Now, when you're practicing these kind of exercises, everybody, you need to be able to play these fingerings different ways. So here's like an A minor 7 arpeggio. I'm playing Autumn Leaves in the key of E minor. So the first chord is A minor 7 to D7 to G major 7 to C major 7, etc. So the first chord is A minor 7. So you should be able to do the arpeggio like this. Okay, that's one way. I can play it like this too. In the same octave. See how many ways I play that? Because that's how you really learn how to play the guitar neck, all over the guitar neck. You do it on one string. Oh, sorry. See how many ways I played that? You can even play it on the same string. That's how you really learn your guitar neck. And then I would transpose it up an octave. Well, I'll do it here. See how many ways I just played that? And someone said, Mr. Jackson, play some giant steps for us. You guys are funny. I'll tell you a story. I was taking a workshop with the great Joe Pass years ago when I was in college. And there were like 100 guitar players in the room. And you know what people were saying to him? They were saying, Mr. Pass, could you play giant steps? And like Mr. Joe Pass said, you know what? I'm not here to prove anything. I was just laughing my butt off. That was pretty funny, man. Oh, yeah. So Dionysios. Oh, yeah, so you're in a different key than me. So he's doing Autumn Leaves in the key of G minor. So that's the key of G minor. So you just do the same key. You have to do this in every key. So this is Autumn Leaves in the key of G minor. So in a different key. So if you know a song really well, everybody, you have to be able to transpose the song, on the fly. That means like just this key. So I was doing E minor, but now I had to go to G minor because that's the key Dionysios does it in. So if you do the arpeggios, Dionysios, you have to do it in this key too. And then as everywhere. So I just basically played the arpeggios through that song, okay? And hey, David from Montreal, how you doing? So that's how you actually play through changes. I'm taking questions today in my workshop. It's public because somehow my private link couldn't work for my special guest. So sorry about that, guys. Now, Adam, let me. So someone asked me to play some giant steps for us. Let me play a little bit. So you can do that way. So that's a little giant steps for you. Okay. So Adam, how would you turn these triads into phrases that you would typically hear when improvising? So okay, that's a good question. So let's say I'm playing through Autumn Leaves, everybody, or giant steps. I'm just kidding. So I would actually do this. I would actually you gotta have to learn how to play different devices in jazz. So one thing I would do if I'm doing an arpeggio, let's say I'm going C minor to F7 to B flat major 7 in Autumn Leaves. I'm not. I would actually do things. I would do more than just the arpeggio. I would go maybe. I could actually do half steps. Well, now what happens is I'm playing real simple right now, but I would actually start doing passing tones and approach notes like this. I did an approach note. So I'm actually playing a half step below. But it still sounds like an exercise, doesn't it? So what we have to learn with jazz, you have to start learning jazz lines. So I mean, I can't just play like a half step below or just an arpeggio. I would go like something like this. So what I'm doing is actually I'm doing a bunch of different things. Like I'll play the note up in thirds or something, or maybe do a passing tone, which is really important in jazz. So I'm passing. I'll be playing between the whole steps. So now I'm starting to use really jazz phrasing. What I'm doing is I'm actually combining the arpeggios with passing tones, thirds, all kinds of different techniques. But I learned all this from learning solos and playing many gigs and using trial and error. So trial and error is basically you're experimenting with different different techniques that you learn from playing on gigs. So I mean, I'll try different scales. I mean, there's so many things you can actually do with jazz, but I use passing tones instead. So if I'm playing on C minor, I can use a Dorian scale, and I have lines that I have worked out too. That means these are lines that I practiced for years and years and years, and I play them. Now, those are things I kind of know from playing for a long time that I know work. So I'm just doing an arpeggio. This is actually a type of 2-5 lick we call it. This is a 2-5 progression, C minor 7 to F7. So I'm actually doing. There's a lot of these licks called a 2-5 lick. You probably heard of it. I'll go. So this is like a type of 2-5 lick that I have worked out in my solo, and I can play it slow. Or I can go. So I'll play it fast. You have to have it worked out at different tempos. You could throw them all in actually, and just fit them in. I mean, it's just a lot of practice and trial and error. So that's how I approach different arpeggios. Let me see what some of these questions are. There's a lot of questions coming up here. Oh, Ellen's watching. Hey, Ellen, and Alon from Amsalah, Israel. Hi from Israel. Okay, let me see. So let me ask you some questions. So I answered Adam's question. Burke, Mr. Jackson, I have one small question. How can I improve my transcribing by ear? Where should I start? Okay, Barak, Bayaki. You guys have some really difficult names today. What is this? When you're transcribing, what you do, for a person, first pick a song that that might have some music, so you can figure out at least what the chords are. But if you don't have any chords, you have to. One of the best things to do is actually try to find the note, find the key that you're playing in. Now, if you're doing it by ear, I'm using my computer unfortunately today, but I would try to show you. Let me get my phone here. Like, let me get my phone. Let's say I pick a song, any song, like off. Let me just pick any random song right now, guys, and live from you. That let's pick a pop song. Now you could be a jazz song too. Let's say you're trying to transcribe something like a solo. So let me go to YouTube right now and pick like let me see. Let me pick John Coltrane or somebody. I don't know. John Coltrane. So I'm going to try to show you how I start transcribing using my guitar. So John Coltrane. I'll just pick one solo from him, something like anything. I don't want to pick something too easy. None of his stuff is easy. But let's say I pick a song. So I try to find the key I'm in first. You got to do that. You got to find the right note. Okay, so they're playing. Let's pick like John Coltrane, something else, like a song list here. Blue Train. So this is a typical jazz song. So let's say. So he starts his solo off. So I know this is a blues in B flat. So it's in B flat, E flat. So you got to find the right key. So when he starts taking a solo, you got to find the right note that he's playing at the very beginning. Okay, and so that's taking off music. Let me see if I can start the beginning of this. Okay, so he doesn't look good. So there's a lot of licks I know from hearing them. So that lick he just played right now. Let me see if I can go back a little bit. I know it's an E flat 7 chord, so I know what scale he's playing. So that note, so I know that's a second. So you have to know your intervals as well. I mean, I'm trying to cram this into like a few minutes, but this is like a lot of practice actually learning how to transcribe. So you got to be able to hear intervals and be able to find them on your instrument if you don't have perfect pitch. And then the whole different story is to be able to write this down. See, I know how to write these things down too. I used to transcribe a lot when I was at Berkeley. So he starts off with like the second of the chord. And you can hear him play that note right now. Let me play it. You try to sing back. He just did that in his solo, John Coltrane. And you have to pick out every note and try to find them on your instrument and make sure you're in tune and try to find chords, songs with the chords you already know. So at least you know how to find, you could try to find the scale and the key you're in. Now, and just takes a lot of practice and trial and error. Now, none of this stuff is easy. You know what I mean? It takes a lot of hours of practice, and I need to do this stuff still too, and practice. So transcribing is a whole world. So you could either write it down, or play it back like Wes Montgomery did all of Charlie Christian solos, and Pat Metheny did of all Wes Montgomery solos when he was a kid. So I heard, and so you could actually do that yourself, But you have to. It takes a lot of time and a lot of effort. Now let me see here. Let me keep going here. Have you ever heard of Maurice Williams and the Zodiacs? I don't know these guys. Sorry. And one former member sang at my wedding. Okay, great. I don't know these guys, David. Where are you from, bro? I'm a lefty player. Oh, sorry about that. I'm not a lefty player. Just so you know, I think that YouTube is transmitting me the other way. It should be. I'm a righty, so this is wrong here. So, so just in case you guys, are kind of confused about this, I'm a righty. Okay, so I'm in New York, Okay, so David, just so you know, so let me go down to these questions here. I've been to Montreal before. I've never played at the festival though. I've played up there before, but not at a festival. Um, I played up there with Jay's Blood Ulmer and some other people. I can play rock and some blues. I'm trying to learn some jazz. Cool. You're welcome, Adam. So my last name means a person with a huge beard. Okay. Um, yeah. Also, Adam asked me if you're transcribing, um, is slowing down cheating? No. Because if what's really interesting is it's hard to hear the notes when it's going by fast. So it's okay to slow it down. Actually, at the time when I was trying to learn how to transcribe, you couldn't do that. When you slowed it down, everything slowed down, at the pitch, everything. But now with digital technology, you can actually slow things down and not even notice that not even change the pitch. So let me get some water here. So that's a great question. You can do that. Now, hey, Ron, what's your best tip to be able to play? This is from Bert Clifton. What's the best tip to be able to play an interesting improvisation with major modes and not just make it sound like it's up and down the scale? Okay, yeah. So what I was explaining before, let's say we take let's go to a different key. Let's go to A flat. So if I'm playing an A flat major scale, let's say, because there's 6, 7 modes in the major scale. Let's just say you're playing just a major scale. You can do different things. You can run up the scale in seconds. That's just one note at a time. Then you can do thirds. Then you can do thirds as arpeggios. And backwards, etc. You know what I mean? And then you can do sevens. That's 4 notes in thirds. Now you can do this in any mode. And then you can do, there's all kinds of things you could do. You can start using approach notes. Now, I have a bunch of videos on YouTube here with all these different techniques, and one thing you could actually do is you can play approach notes. And approach notes, basically, you approach a chord tone with a note, like half step below, or half step above, or 2 steps from below, or 2 steps from above. So if I want to play a half step sequence, I can go up the scale like this. I'm starting with the first note only. And I'm doing thirds instead. Now, I'm just going up, just 1 note. I could do 2 notes. I mean, you could do so many different things. With your imagination too, you just don't have to listen to what I'm saying. You can do the half steps and make up your own half steps. You can go backwards. I could do triads and do that. Now, I mean, we talked about running up and down the scale. Also, you can use fourths, fifths, 6, 7s, etc. Go up and down the neck, every key, every possible fingering. Also, what we start using in jazz is a lot of what we call bebop scales. So we use passing tones between the whole steps. Remember the major scale? Let's go to the key of F now. If I played it on 1 string, between this note and this note it's actually a note in between. So we could do passing tones in between. Now the half step, then whole step. So I'm doing passing tones in between. So when I'm taking solos, I use those scales a lot. I'll go like. So, and I'm using passing tones and half steps and approach notes, okay? So there's so many techniques you can use to actually not just run your scales up and down. Okay, someone's saying nice guitar. Yeah, this is actually Eastman TV T49D/V Amber guitar that I got from Eastman directly. Now, if you want to, if you're interested in these kind of guitars, you can actually go to my. I actually have a store on Amazon. I'm an Amazon influencer, and you can check out my guitars on the store there. Where is that? I can't find the sheet right now. Oh, it's this one. You can go to my Amazon store and check out my guitars there. Amazon.com/shop/Ron Jackson Music, and check out my store. And I have a bunch of guitars. There's Eastman guitars, all kinds of stuff. I have to update the store actually. And so let me see this. Let me see this on the question. I'm taking questions today, guys, everybody, and let me know. Yeah, I'm in New York City. It's not cherry red, guys. It's like this is similar to an ES 175, a Gibson. Okay, just so you guys know. Let me see. This any other questions that you want to? Maurice Williams wrote "Little Darlin'." Oh wow, okay, cool. Okay, so Dionysios asked, "Can you explain the 2/5 and what the meaning behind it?" Okay, so the 2/5. So let's say you're in the key of G this time. So the one chord, or the one chord in this case is a 1 major 7, a G major 7. Then the 6 is E minor 7, and the 2 is A minor 7 to the 5/7. In this case, so it's A minor 7 to D7. Okay. So this is called the 2/5 right here because that's the in the scale it's the second degree. So it's 1, 2, A minor in this key, 3, 4, 5 is the D7. So 2/5s are very common chords because they can resolve back to the 1, or they can just stay there. So what we do is we usually do these 2/5 phrases. So they can be arpeggios that do the chord like this: A minor arpeggio, A minor 7 arpeggio, to D7 arpeggio. And now if I'm going 2/5 and it goes back to 1, I'd have to resolve that lick. So that's called a 2/5 lick. So that's a lick that you would use on these kind of progressions like this. This is a really basic lick too. I'm only playing like arpeggios. And they go every 2 beats. 1, 2, 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 1 and 2 and 3. Now that's a great lick. If you don't know how to play over that chord progression, you could just play that everywhere. Every fingering. So I'm just experimenting how to play that lick. So that's called a 2/5 lick, and that's a very common phrase to see in jazz, to play in jazz. So when I'm playing, I'll go like everywhere. I have a bunch of these 2/5 licks. Oh, this one. See, I just did a bunch of the 2/5 licks. Now, 2/5 licks are very important because if you're playing through a song, the song will have a lot of 2/5 chord progressions in them. Let's say this. I mean, like I Got Rhythm has a lot of 2/5s. So I'm doing D minor 7, D minor 7, G7, C minor 7. So I'll just run a lick like that, like this. Etc. It's just a really easy lick to get through the changes, and that's used on a 2/5 progression. So I'll mix those licks up like this. So took a bunch of 2-5 licks, do that quick progression like this. So that's what the 2-5 is. So okay, any other questions, people? Let me see. I see some more lessons. I see some more questions. Oh, so someone's asking about 7-string comping. Can you play Take 5? Okay, there's a few questions here. Similar guitar to a Gretsch. Yeah. So let me take a little sip of my coffee. So what gauge strings do I use? So this is actually this guitar. Can't really take heavy strings, so I have 12s on here. It depends on the guitar. I have my 7-string. I have, just so you guys are always scared when I say this, I have 14s on top. I call that the man string. So these are 14. So when I play that guitar, I use a thinner pick. On this one, I use a heavy pick because the strings are heavier. So these are 14 on top and 79 for the 7-string. Okay. And I can bend these. So I can bend these strings too, actually. So, I'm used to playing. I'm actually used to playing heavier strings than lighter ones. The lighter ones are too light to me, and I have my action has to be a little bit higher because guitars aren't meant to be played with low action actually and really thin strings. You're supposed to have heavier strings. My guitar teacher, one of my mentors, who passed away about 10 years ago, named Alvin Sparks, he suggested that I switch from 13s to 14s, and people like George Benson use those kind of heavier strings. You don't, because when you play thinner strings, you sacrifice sound. Okay. So it's important to, be able to do that, to be able to switch between those kinds of sounds. So let me go to the next one. Play Take 5. Oh, yeah. Okay. I haven't played that in a long time. Now, the sound of this neck pickup is amazing. Oh, thank you. Hold on. Oh, yeah. These are Seymour Duncan pickups. I actually have an endorsement with Seymour Duncan. So this is a Benedetto 7-string pickup that's made by Seymour Duncan. And these come stock on here, but I actually have a Seymour Duncan endorsement. And I have a ton of their pickups on all my guitars. So, this is a great sounding pickup. These cost about $200, I think. And these probably 150. I'm not quite sure. I didn't pay for them. But they're great pickups. Okay. Oh, now someone has questions about finger picking. Oh, 7-string comping, before I forget. Adam asked about any 7-string comping. Are there any shell voicings you would like to use? So, Adam, the best thing to do is if you go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com, I'm gonna write this in right now. It's on my page here. I have like a couple lessons that cost $2, etc. That have typical voicings. But when you're doing 7-string, I'm using a low A, so because that's the way George Van Epps and I studied with Bucky Pizzarelli. That's how George Van Epps tuned his guitar. So I have some exercises that cost a couple dollars on my website that are downloadable printables, and all the basic open string chords like this, like a C with a low C, A minor. Now when you're using a 7-string, I like to make sure I use the 7-string as much as I can in the voicing. I'll go like this. So that's a common voicing for a C bar chord, 3rd fret. A form, it's a cage system like this. C minor, major 7s, minor 7, minor 6, minor 7 flat 5s, diminished. See that? So these are very common chords like that with the 7th string, and you can use them as bass notes too. Like, let's say I'm playing a like a C F chord, and I want to play like a low note, like a. I could do little things like that. Put the inversions on the 7th string. So I have a bunch of those exercises and comping things on my website if you want to learn more about that. Okay, on the 7th string. If you want to study with me too as well. Now finger picking. Finger picking is really good. Let's say, well, I just released a video last night, a live video about finger, picking styles. So I use a bunch of picking styles. I use alternate picking, so which is down and up, and I use a George Benson picking technique where I'm kind of slightly turning my wrist up this way. Okay, so you can pick the string straight like this, or slightly up like this at an angle, or this angle, like more like Pat Metheny does and some other people I know. So I go like this, okay, and I pick up the up angle. Okay, now I like to use hybrid picking, which is I use my pick and my fingers, so, especially when I'm comping or doing some kind of like bossa nova rhythm. Or when I'm walking a bass line. So, and I'm also doing tapping with my fingers. So then when I do fingerstyle, one good way to learn fingerstyle guitar playing is study classical. I used to study classical guitar. Little exercises. I'm using my 7th string right now. Now, when I do fingerstyle, there's all kinds of exercises in these classical books. Different. So you have to practice these exercises and then learn them how to use them in songs. There's tons of ways to actually fingerstyle guitar pick, and that's just classical. And you could do like little, more like Chet Atkins kind of stuff like I do. So that's more fingerstyle playing. Like there's a Travis picking style and all that kind of stuff that I need to be more familiar with myself. I need to practice. So there's all kinds of stuff you can do with finger picking. And you could do, if you're doing classical, you use your nails. So that's a whole different world too. And flamenco and all that other stuff. One of my good friends who's a great flamenco guitar player, he super glues his fingernails so they don't break and all kinds of crazy stuff. So it's a whole different world that I don't want to get into because too much effort to keep your nails up. Let me see some other questions here. Have you ever played any metal music? I played a little bit of metal music, and I love that stuff actually. But I've never really tried to use it. I like the progressive rock guys like Toshi Nabatsu. He's a bad dude. Now, I'm trying to get people to play 7th string. So if you want to learn about 7th string, let me know. Also, if you want to get the chords, someone's reminding me about something here. Let me get this book. I have this book right here that I saw on my website that is through my Acoustic Guitar magazine. I write for them, and it's called Chords at Your Fingertips. It's all Hal Leonard. And you can pick up that book on my website at www.ronjacksonmusic. I'll send you an autographed copy. And all kinds of stuff about chords, about bass lines that I did in here. There's some great writers in here too that did the book with me. That are in there too. Like Adam Levy and Sean McGowan. It's a really great book, and it comes with audio and everything, and you can learn how to play all kinds of bass lines and chords and stuff. Now let me see. The man string. Yep, yeah, the man string, guys. Oh, someone's asking me, well, biryani from Pakistan. Yes. Biryani. Now let me see. Someone just asked me, DNS said, have you played 13? I used to play 13s. I actually have a pack here. So the strings I use right now are these, guys. These are jazz tapes. You see they're 13, and they're 14 to 79 for my guitar, for my 7-string. Then when I deal with Elixir, and Elixir, these are the 7-string light. These are 10s. I use them on my solid body 7-string PRS. I have the 11s actually too, and I have these other strings too. Let me see. I use the George Benson ones from Tomastic. I have a deal with these guys too. I have an endorsement with Tomastic, and they give me the George Benson ones. Now the George Benson strings are great. These are flat wounds. These are 14 on top. The man string. and these are pretty thick strings, but this is what George uses. That's why he has that great sound. He has those nice thick strings. So these are 14 to 55 flat wounds, nickel flat wound. It says they're great strings, but I use them on. That's just for my 6-string guitar. But I don't have a big 6-string box like I used to. I used to have a big Gibson L5, but I don't have one now. I sold it, but I use primarily a 7th string like this. So those are the strings I use. Let me see. Now let me see. There's some other questions here. Let me keep going down here. You're welcome. Alon. For that's what this workshop's about. If you really enjoy what I'm doing, please definitely. Let me show you a couple of my signs here before I finish. This is a Patreon only workshop, and let me show you my little sign here. So this is sponsored by my Patreon account. If you like this, please definitely join my Patreon account, which is at www.patreon.com/RonJacksonMusic, and you get lessons like that. For $3 a month, you get like one lesson, and for $9, you get like 3 or 4 lessons a month for free, and you get the workshops and stuff like that, and all kinds of other cool things. And here's the thing: some of the stuff I talk about, the picking exercises, chords, all of that's on my website, and it's sold as sheet music for a couple of dollars. If you want to pick up those things, it's all on here on the link. I'm going to put that at the end. Okay. Now, polishing strings. So someone's asking me, play some nice old American blues for us. Okay, someone asked me to play some nice old American blues. Let me see. Let me try something. Oh, too many jazz licks. So that's a little bit of blues. Now, Oh yeah, so some arpeggios with sweeping licks. Oh sure. So like you could do things like this. You could do things like that. Sweeping arpeggio licks like this. Or the so I'm doing a half step below these arpeggios. Someone was asking about doing sweeping arpeggios with approach notes. With an approach note below, you can go like this. I'll take like a B minor arpeggio and go down the scale in the key of let's do the key of D. Change the keys up. So I can go like this. G. I'll go from the G down the scale like this. I can go like this. So I'm going half step below. So I gotta do it slow. See what I'm doing? I'm trying to play in the same string and go up and down the neck. Now you can try to go across too, like this. So I'm doing half step. So I'm going sweeping up and sweeping back down. Etc. So that's the type of sweeping lick you could do. What do you think of John Mayer? My first chord I learned by watching was E minor, A minor, G. Played it for 3 hours. Okay, that's great to know. So, everybody, I was answering a lot of questions here. So just so you know, thank you for watching. This was actually a Patreon only video that was supposed to be for only my patrons. But someone's asking about what in the wee small hour morning, John Mayer, Dave Letterman, most underrated performance. Oh, okay, that's great to know, Duryev. So, can you do some Chuck Berry things? Oh yeah, of course I can. I used to play Chuck Berry. Let me see. So yes, I can play some Chuck Berry. I can play a lot of stuff, but I just play mostly. When I get paid to do other stuff, I'll play it. But most of the stuff I do my jazz stuff. And if you guys are enjoying this, please definitely follow me everywhere. Follow me on TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, Twitter. I mean, I'm everywhere. Facebook. It's Ron Jackson Music is my tag. Please play some John Mayer if you know. I don't know any John Mayer tunes, unfortunately. Sorry. I should learn his stuff. I love John Mayer. Wes Montgomery thing to give us a kick. Oh, Wes Montgomery. They call me Les Montgomery, guys. Also, guys, if you're enjoying the show, I mean, I'll have this on my YouTube. But if you want to donate $1 or more, that would be great. To my PayPal, Ron Jackson Music. If you want to give a small donation for what you saw today, at Ron Jackson Music at Venmo, PayPal, and Cash App, and Zelle is ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. So if you're enjoying this and you learn a lot of cool tips, please send a donation. Thank you. And I'll put that in my comments after. So let me see. Oh, you're making a Patreon. That's great. Great. It's a great thing. I'm getting a bunch of patrons now. I appreciate you guys, and I appreciate you guys watching. And so I'm going to put this on my comments right now. And then I'm going to play you one more song, guys. It's we're going to play a little Wes Montgomery. I got to go and eat lunch now. So I'm going to send you this little comment here. So my PayPal, Venmo, Cash App is Ron Jackson Music. So you have that. So let me play you a little bit of Wes Montgomery. Someone wanted to play something like that. Let me try it on my 7th string. This should be interesting. Seventh string. Okay. So everybody, thank you very much for watching. So that was my Patreon only live lesson that I had to make public because we had a problem with the link. So thank you for watching. Thank you, Deborah, for sending something on PayPal. At Ron Jackson Music, and remember to please follow me if you want to donate or anything, or join my Patreon or pick up my books. My latest album is right here. I'm about to record another album soon, and you can pick that up on my website too, Ron Jackson Music at www.ronjacksonmusic.com. And this is a great record. It had great reviews on Downbeat, and I had I was featured in Jazz Times with this album, Standards and Other Songs. I'm going to be doing another album very soon. And, so please follow me. Everything is on my website. If you want to get sheet music or if you want to study with me. Thank you for watching, everybody, and let's keep in touch. And you can watch this live stream after it's going to be replaying. And and someone said play some fast arpeggios. Let me see. I'll play some fast arpeggios real quick on the 7th string. Oh, let me see. Watch this. No, a fast arpeggio. I'll do this. I'll do a sweep picking thing. Hold on, real quick. I got to eat too. Let me see. So a real fast one I could do is like this one. Okay, that's crazy. Do you have any printed lessons you want to learn on your own? Oh, yes. So if you go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com, I have printed lessons over there. ronjacksonmusic.com. Let me write that in. ronjacksonmusic.com, and go under the store, and you can get printed lessons if you want to learn anything about that. Okay, about some of these things I'm showing you right now. 40 ounces of polyphony. There's so many songs I need to learn. Drew Roof. I can never say your name. Everybody has hard names today. Sweep picking is crazy. You know, I've been working on sweep picking. I still need to work on that stuff. But we can talk more about that. I need to practice. It's kind of weird on the 7th string. So I'm actually just doing a lot of sweeping stuff. Oh, Drew, thank you. I was transcribing your song, Mr. Evans. I was trying to figure out some of the theory behind it. Oh, wow, thank you. Kobe was transcribing something off one of these albums right here. I got this album right here. He was transcribing something off my Dream I Had record. And that song was dedicated. The song he's talking about is called To Mr. Evans. And that song, I've got a, if you want to email me at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com, I could talk to you about the harmony. It's been a while since I've looked at that song. It's been a while. I wrote that song quite a while ago. So that's a great little song. And it was actually some of the harmonies that Bill Evans used in his piano playing, because he was one of my first heroes when I started getting to jazz when I was at Berkeley when I was about 18 years old. So, we could talk more about that later. But that's a great question. Thank you, Drew. I'll check that out. There's so many things to check out. I'm going to screenshot some of these comments and questions. And, I don't know if I got to everybody, but I tried to get to everybody as possibly can. So thank you, everybody. Is there any last questions before I leave? Because I'm going to take some screenshots right now. Yeah, send an email, ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. Follow me at Ron Jackson Music everywhere. Okay. Yes. No problem. I'm overloaded now. I'm so hungry now after talking to you guys for all this time. I've been on here for over an hour now. And, again, thank you. Thanks for watching. Please support me. Support artists who are stuck inside right now until the pandemic's over. And, and follow me everywhere. Share my stuff with all your friends. Okay. Tell your friends to go to my website, check out my music, join my Patreon, and send a donation at Ron Jackson Music at PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App. And that's it, and I appreciate you guys. And, and I hope I'm helping you somehow. I got to practice the stuff I'm showing you too, because I need to practice. I still have a lot of work to do. And I feel like, I don't practice enough these days. So I'm going to be working on a new album, everybody. And you can look on the link here. Miss Biker Chick just put up like my my printables for some of my lessons. I started posting all that stuff. It's available on Instagram and Facebook and on my website. It kind of cross posts all that stuff. So there's a lot of stuff. The most important thing, it's great to watch me do these videos, but the best thing to do is have a real teacher, like I've had. Always have a real teacher to show you what you're doing right and what you're doing wrong and what you can improve. And also, always record yourself, because the recording yourself, videotaping, or you're recording in the studio or at home, the tape never lies. So when you listen to yourself back, you can hear everything that's wrong, right, and where you can improve. Okay. So thank you very much for watching me. Let's keep in touch, and I really appreciate you guys. And I'll be doing more lives. I'll be doing live, 2 or 3 or 4 times a week on YouTube, particularly, because I need to do that more. Are you learning right now, taking lessons, Ron? Oh, yeah. So just so you guys know, yes, I'm taking lessons with a drummer. So about rhythms. Okay, so he's having me sing, tapping my foot in different ways, singing each beat, and subdividing them into 1 and 2 and 3 and, or 1 and 2 and 3, or 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and while I'm playing. So I'm really trying to get my rhythm together, which I feel like I need to work on the most. So there's a lot of stuff to work on, man. It's never ending. So keep in touch. Tomorrow night I have my show called Sunday Evening Jazz on Instagram. That's live, and I have a couple of great special guests. No, I'm not. Tomorrow night, sorry, it's solo 7-string guitar on Sunday Evening Jazz. So check me out on Instagram at Ron Jackson Music. And if you have any questions, please email me at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. And you could reach me on Instagram everywhere at the same places, okay? And we'll see you guys soon, okay? Thank you, and have a great day. And no problem, guys. It was really fun. Okay, have a great day. Bye-bye. I'm live, and let me move back a little bit. I can't move back too far because of all these guitars behind me. But I wanted to take off the green screen in the back and just start showing you my guitar collection. A lot of people have been asking me, man, show us your guitars, man. Like, show you what? So look at this. So like I have a bunch of guitars behind me. You can't see them. Look. I just have them all lined up. These are my 6-string guitars and stuff. So I think I took them all out. I have 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, this is a 12-string. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Well, so there's 10 instruments, but I need to let you know what the models are, because I don't know the names of the models, but I'll tell you in a second. Let me grab one thing. Don't leave. So there's a missing guitar, but I have it. Ron! Primitive Assembly. How's it going? So those are my guitars. This yellow guy? Oh yeah, sorry. I almost fell. This is my D'Angelico. So I'll show you in a minute all this stuff, guys. I'm gonna go through one guitar at a time. So, and I'll tell you the model number of all these guitars, because people have been asking me, what guitars you use? So, I'm going to move this back just a little bit more so I don't get my head cut off. So, I'm using a ton of different guitars, but I don't use them all the time. It depends on the situation, everybody. So, that's why I wanted to show you like this. Let me get this closed. So, for example, I have this 6-string guitar right here. It's made in England. It's not a common model, okay? It's a file D guitar. When I was touring over there maybe 20 years ago, I got this made in 1999. It's a great guitar. Really great 6-string acoustic guitar. They made it in like the countryside of England. Okay, it's a file D custom made guitar. I've had this for like 20 years. And the model is it's just a custom guitar. There's no name. The guy made it so I can use it over here in the weather that's kind of like hot and cold and all that stuff. So if you have any questions about the guitar, let me know. Oh yeah, thank you, Paul. PJ. So this is the 6-string guitar. 6-string steel string, and I recorded one of my albums called Acoustic Invent Yours. Is recorded on this album here. Is all acoustic guitar. You can get this on my website. You can listen to it on Spotify. Go to my Spotify, Ron Jackson. It's a really great sounding guitar for recording. Now, acoustic guitar should not be played with an amp anyway. So this is really a nice guitar. Made in England. They're spelled FYLDE, File D. They exist. They're not really big on social media, but they're a great guitar company. And I actually met this guy in England. And they never even go to the conventions. I go to the NAMM show, and they never show up to those things. Unfortunately, I think they get more business. But a lot of famous people play their stuff. So let me see. I'm just gonna look right now online and look at your comments right now too. Hold on. So let me go over here and show you my next guitar that's over here. So I'm gonna put this over here on the side. 1 second. I'm gonna go to my channel, and make sure I see your comments. Okay, right now, yeah, I'm live. So here, so the next one, you've seen me play this recently. Okay, this is the everybody's like, wow, I love that guitar. This is the D'Angelico XL1. I just got this from D'Angelico. Okay, so in the last guitar I showed you, I used Tomastic strings, just in case you know what I use Tomastic strings on the guitar, but not these. I use these acoustic strings. So the last guitar I used, I showed you, I used Tomastic strings like not these, but they're these steel string guitars that they make, steel strings that they make for guitars. Oh yeah, these are called plectrums. Okay, so I'm a Tomastic endorser, and I use plectrums. Now the plectrums are kind of cool. They're they're nice strings. Also, they make interesting. Tomastic makes these flat wound strings, so they're really kind of cool. So I deal with these guys too. I use the George Benson strings on the 6-string guitar, but on this guitar particularly, I don't use that. I use on this guitar right here, this D'Angelico. Let me take this thing out so you can see the neck. It's a really nice guitar. 6 strings. I think it's all maple, laminate top. See that? Okay. It has a Seymour Duncan pickup on it. I use a Labella Jazz tapes. I use 14 on top for you guys. This is what I use. This is a 7-string set, but I had D'Angelico put on the 6 strings of this. Ah, yes, piano wire, the man string I call it. That's funny. No more kings. No more. You're not a king anymore without heavy strings. So these are great strings. They're like black tape. If you look carefully, there's black tape on them. See that? So they're really kind of cool. They have a great sound. Two metal strings, 3 tape wound, nylon tape metal strings, and these all 4 of these strings are nylon taped actually. On the 7th string, where I use this, it's actually round wound. So I use flat wounds on my jazz guitar. So it's a great guitar. I'd like to thank D'Angelico in New York and Justin over there for having me as a D'Angelico artist. Also, everybody who's watching, if you're watching and you're new, please subscribe here. I have some cool content. I try to answer my fans' questions when I have time. I'm so busy with social media and gigs now, so it's getting a little crazy. But please subscribe to all my channels, TikTok, Instagram, everywhere. I'm everywhere. Ron Jackson Music. Okay, these requests were actually the requests to see my guitars were from people from YouTube and TikTok and even Instagram. So I'm showing you these now. These are only my 6-string guitars because I play mostly 7-string these days. So let me put this up here away so I don't break this one. So that's my D'Angelico. It's a nice guitar. I'm hanging it up on the wall. I have like a rack for my guitars, so you can hang them. So this is another one I have. This is I'm a Cremona endorser, and if you guys want to get some great discounts, contact me. My email is Ron Jackson. You can email me at ron@ronjacksonmusic.com. So this is a nice steel string. I haven't been using it recently. I need to get set up a little bit. So I can't send it back to California to get set up. It's not worth it. That's where the Cremona America's Cremona USA is. This is called a Cremona M20E. It's a really great steel string guitar, and you can plug it in. There's not much electronics. It has a volume and tone control right in here. Wow. Yeah, they make violins too. Yeah, Cremona makes violins. So if you want to get a good deal, contact me by email, and I'll get you a good deal for the guitar. Actually, one of my patrons is purchasing a Varia guitar through me, so I'm like a guitar dealer for Cremona. So take a look at this. So these are great. It has a volume and tone right here in the middle. I forget what this is made out of wood, but what wood this is made out of. But look it up online. It's a M20E. I'm going to show you. I'm going to put these on the descriptions after. Yeah. These are 6 strings. So I need to get set up. There's a little buzzing up. It's not bad actually. So I have to get this set up a little bit. That's all. and I'll play it more. So this is a great guitar. I'm going to put it over here. So that's a Cremona. So that's my second guitar. That's my third guitar I showed you guys. If you want to see the other ones. Would I want to sell that one? I don't know. You know what? I have like 4 or 5 steel string guitars. If you really do you want to sell it? Dovla wants me to sell it. Where do you live? It's not like cheap guitar, so you know. It's not like a cheap guitar. It's like over $1,000, I think. So if you want to, possibly. Now this is a really cool guitar. I never used this guitar hardly either. It's a Fender 12 string. A Fender JG12CE/12 string. So I rarely use this thing, this Fender 12 string. You know, I just have it hanging on the wall, but you know, I keep it in good condition. You know, just so you guys know, here's my humidifiers. I learned this from one of my students. Save money. Don't give that money to Diadario. So this is a great method for humidifying your guitars. You basically take a Ziploc bag like this and just punch holes in it with a fork, put a sponge in there, and it humidifies the guitar. So I've been doing that for a while. Yeah, 12-string guitar is not hard, everybody. Just so you know, 12 string is basically like a 6-string. The strings are doubled. See, they're doubled. Okay? All the strings are doubled. Like these are octaves, and some of these are just double notes, and the rest are in octaves. So it's not that bad. So this is like someone gave me this like Planet Waves, I think, like humidifier. I replaced it with these things inside, sponges. So so that's how I humidify my guitars, and I have a humidifier too, so they don't like crack open. Okay. So this is my 12 string. So that's my 4th guitar I'm showing you, and it has full EQ and everything. You know, is there a battery in this thing? Nope, I don't have a battery because I haven't been using it. So it's a great guitar, you know, and I've rarely used it, but I'll be using it soon on something, I'm sure. I've had this for like 20 years. I got this from a friend that when I was a really well-known guitar player in the 70s. His name was David Spinoza. He actually did a lot of recording sessions. Like he was playing with all kinds of people, you know, like James Brown, and he did all. And I was doing a lot of Broadway, and I met him on someone recommended him to me, who was playing Broadway, and I was playing Broadway a lot at that time. So I was subbing for him, and he was a really cool guy. You know, he was a session guy, so he was one of these guys who knew how to play really well in the studio. But you know, if you asked him to do a gig like me, and he didn't know any tunes. You know, and he's one of these guys that could just read the notes. So he was great, man, amazing player. David Spinoza, check him out. He's everywhere, and he's retired now, but he's a really great musician. So anyway, let me keep going. So this is another guitar. So I have a bunch of Cremonas. Hey, Shiva, greetings, everybody. Now, someone's asking me how old are these guitars. So just to let you know. This Cremona I got, I'm a Cremona endorser, so I'll tell you in a second. So this one, let me tell you the model of this one first. So this one's a Soloist S65C. Now this is an inexpensive guitar. I think this is like maybe, I'm not quite sure. It's between $200 and $600. That's not expensive for a guitar. And it's a great straight up nylon string. You know. Nice guitar. Okay, it's a really nice guitar, and I use this a lot for teaching and practicing. You know, I don't use it that much for gigs. You know, it's not, but it's a really pretty nice guitar for the price. So you know, if you're interested, remember I can get you a Cremona for a great deal. Yeah, that's a nice cost. Yeah, it's very nice. Hey, Dario. Dario sent me some recordings. Really nice guitar player, man. And he's trying to play jazz. So remember, everybody, to play jazz, you definitely need to, listen and study with a good teacher like myself. So just so you know. So this is pretty nice. So this is not an expensive guitar, the Soloist S65C. So this is probably about 2 or 3 years old. I haven't had this that long. So the first guitar I showed you, this one, this guitar, this steel string, someone's asking me, I've had this for like 20 years, at least. Okay, I got this in the 2000 maybe, 2001. Okay, and this one, this handmade guitar, custom guitar from England, this File D guitar I was telling you about earlier. This is from 1999. This guitar. So, I actually like hit it against the door one day. It has a little gouge here, but that's just cosmetic. But this is a workhorse guitar, man. Um, I've had this on many records, recordings. A really great guitar. So, that's a great guitar if you want to consider it. They're hard to find, and they're expensive guitars. They're from England, so really, really nice guitars. So here's another guitar I've had for years, and this is called this is an Aria guitar. Okay, it's an Aria concert guitar AC80. I got this from Aria, like, oh man, in 1997 or something. I was an Aria endorser, so they gave me this guitar. It's a really nice nylon. Now I'm thinking about selling this guitar if anybody's interested. The thing is, this has this chronic problem here of there's this like little tiny crack here, but it's superficial. I've always been trying to get it fixed, like a Guitar Center everywhere. They glue it, but it's nothing. Doesn't affect the guitar. It's kind of weird. It's on top, but that's about it. It's a nice guitar. This guitar's worth about $1,000. So I had it's funny, guys. So this is a AC80, completely acoustic guitar, and I used this on my other album, my acoustic guitar album I showed you a minute ago, called this one. I use this guitar on this album too. Some of the album, acoustic adventure. So go check out my albums, please, everybody. And if you're watching and you're new, please subscribe, and please subscribe to all my channels at Ron Jackson Music. Everything is Ron Jackson Music, even my payments and everything. Okay, so yeah, this guitar is really great, except for that one thing. But it's a really nice, really has a nice sound. So it's pretty nice. So that's my Aria guitar. So let me keep going through my collection here. It's getting, I'm getting almost to the end, but not quite. So look, this is the one everybody keeps asking me about. Okay, it's my Eastman. Okay, look at this. So this is called the Eastman T49D/V Amber guitar. Okay. It's a really nice guitar. I just got this, actually. This is brand new. I've had this since last year, since the pandemic. Because, I have a bunch, I have like 2 archtop guitars that are 7-string, but I didn't have like a guitar that was like this in a 6-string. So I teach a lot, online. I do a lot of videos online. A lot of people don't play 7-string. So I had to get this guitar. It's a really, really nice guitar. And it, it plays great, but I haven't been using it recently because I promised D'Angelico, the guitar you I have up there, to show the guitars on video all the time now instead. Okay, so it's a really good guitar. I think this lists for like $2,000 or something. So this is a great guitar, and I've done a lot of videos on this that you've seen on my YouTube shorts and some of my lessons. Okay, so it's a great guitar. It has I think these are Seymour Duncan pickups. Volume, tone, 2 humbuckers, really nice guitar. So let me check out some of these questions. So send it to Ron Fernandez in California, but hey, I live in New York. I can't send it to Ron Fernandez. It'll cost me more money. No, but it's not bad. This crack on this guitar, someone's asking me about a question here from Dario, is that I've had it to repair shop a couple of times. They paid money and they still can't fix this thing, so it's okay. It sounds like you care for these guitars. For these guitars are still in good condition and looks new. Thank you, Udian. Yeah, they're in good condition. I mean, I don't mess up my guitars. I have to play them for gigs, so just so you know. So yeah, these guitars are great. So this is my Eastman. So all this I'm going to list after, and you can go to my Amazon store, and if you want to pick one up, let me know. I'll send you the links on my Amazon store after this. And just so you guys know, who's ever watching, this is a new announcement. I'm doing a workshop, a jazz workshop, coming up on July 18th at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Sunday. Come by and see my, come by and attend my workshop. I had this was on Lively, which is a site owned by a lot of great jam band musicians and all kinds of stuff. So I had the most successful workshop this past April for them. So I'm doing a follow-up, on demand, follow-up. So if you want to, learn some jazz, go to lively.com, lively.com, and sign up for my jazz improv workshop. You'll learn some cool jazz techniques. Okay? So that's on July 18th. So let me see. Oh. You should do an online live with Justin Sheetley's show. Sure. I love him. Yeah. Yeah, Dario, it's expensive postage. So let me show you my next guitar. So this one's a really great guitar. I've recorded with this a lot too. This is another Aria guitar I got from Aria. I knew the owner of Aria Guitars. He was a Japanese guy named Shiro Arai. I think he passed away, I think. But he was a great guy, and I've been an endorser for them for years. So he gave me this guitar too. It's a really nice classical guitar. It's an AC80CE electric. So it's like the same model that we just saw with the cutaway. This has a cutaway. And it has electronics, Fishman electronics on there. You see that? So it's nice, And I use this one sometimes for recording. I still have a battery in it. So it's a really nice guitar. Gotta put this back in. Oh, there it is. Okay. So then, you plug the guitar into here. Really nice guitar. I've had this for quite a while. And, I've taken this, everywhere for gigs and stuff. So really nice guitar. These cost about, I don't know, at the time they were $1,000 at least. Or $1,800, I forget. But these are nice guitars. I don't have really, really expensive guitars anymore. I used to have some Paul Reed Smiths that were like $5,000 or $6,000 and stuff like that. But I don't carry guitars like that. It's not the guitar; it's how you play it. Remember that, everybody. It's your touch. You should be able to pick up any guitar, $100 guitar, and make it sound good. So and I don't use heavy. I don't use light strings. It depends on the guitar, but I use usually heavy strings. But I for example, I don't have any solid body guitars that are 6-string. I have 7-string ones. I have 2 of them. I'll show you that guitar collection in the next video. So let me keep going here. So that's how many guitars did we go through so far? We went through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 guitars. So we have just a couple more before I finish up here. So here's another one from Cremona that I didn't show you. I have a couple of the nylon strings. So this is a Cremona Solos F65C, a different one than this one. We see? These are 2 different ones. So that's an S65C and this is an F65C. So these are 2 different kinds of guitars, everybody. From Cremona, completely nylon strings. I think one of these is like, the difference is like $200 for one of these. So this is a nice guitar. I use this all the time for teaching and practicing. And, I don't take it out much on gigs because there's no pickup. But look on this one. But look at this one. They have their Cremona USA KNA pickup, they call it. It's like a little bridge thing they put here. They sell those. So if you guys want to get a Cremona guitar, please email me at ron@ronjacksonmusic.com, and I can get you a great deal on these guitars, better than the Guitar Center and all those stores. So this is a really great guitar for the price, and it's a nice nylon string guitar, okay, with no cutaway. Yeah. And I've been to Bulgaria to their factory. I gotta actually post some of those photos again. Yeah, business is booming. I guess. You know what? That's a great comment. Someone says business is booming. I just have all these guitars because I collect them. People give me guitars. I buy some guitars, and I end up having all these guitars. It's like, man, I don't have room for all these guitars actually. But one of these guitars I do want to get rid of if someone is interested. Now, my last instrument, guess what? Is this a Guitar Joe? So it's a guitar. It's a banjo made by Dean. I forget this. I don't know the model, but it's basically a banjo tuned like a guitar. So sometimes I get gigs, and I'm like, Guitar Joe. So it's a 6-string guitar tuned up like a banjo. It's from Dean. So it's a really nice Guitar Joe, I call it. They call me Sloppy Joe on guitar. So yeah, it's a really so this actually is funny. I was on a gig and the whole cover broke off. This came out of this thing here, you know. But I fixed it myself. You know, the repairman told me just try to fix it yourself, and I did. I was able to glue it back together. But it's actually pretty nice, this thing, for what it is. You know, it cost me a couple $100. I found it somewhere, like Guitar Center or something. So these are nice little instruments. So that's my guitar collection. You know, if you have any questions, yeah, I did it with glue, and you know, and I glued things together. So if you need to promote a guitar, let me know. You know, I have a couple of other announcements. You know, look, if you want to join my my Patreon, actually last time I did a YouTube live, someone joined my Patreon. You could just go to patreon.com and join me at patreon.com/RonJacksonMusic. Okay, and also I use Hendrickson amps, and please share this code if you want to buy Hendrickson amp. You know, they're the small amps. I don't have them right here with me to show you because it's downstairs. But you can use my code Ron Jackson and save 5%. That's a lot of money for the amps because they're not cheap amps, but they're great amps. You can use my code Ron Jackson Music at HendricksonAmps.com. Okay, and if you see like some of the instruments, you can go to my Amazon store, everybody, and and just go to my store and just go to Amazon.com/shop/Ron Jackson Music, and you can check out my Amazon store. And one last thing, if you like my shave, go to my skullshaver.com and save 10% and use my code Rhythm. Okay, Father's Day is coming up, so you can get something for your father or for yourself. So you know, so that's my guitar collection, everybody. Thank you for watching, and I'm glad you you know, I hope you enjoyed the show. So those are all my 6-string guitars. That was a fan request, and you know, I'm going to list the guitars after. So if you want to pick them up at my Amazon store, or you know, you want to check them out, or you want to contact me, you know, I can put my contact information over there too. So I might want to get rid of one of these things. So thanks everybody for watching my live again. You guys are a great audience. Thank you for having. I just got to 25,000 followers, subscribers on YouTube. Thank you. So please share my videos, everybody. Subscribe if you don't already. And thank you for, you know, I try to give you honest and you know, real content with no BS. So you know, I really appreciate you guys, and we'll see you guys soon. There's a question here before I finish. Do you prefer tube amplifiers over transistor, or does that even matter? You know what's really funny? Someone just asked me, do I prefer tube amplifiers? That's actually, you know what? I prefer tubes, but you know what I just got? Everybody check them out. I got 2 Fender Tone Master amps. They are both actually transistor, but they sound exactly like tubes. So I've been using them at gigs, and they sound wonderful. So go check them out, okay? And you know, I used them on gigs recently. They sound great. They're great to record with, and they're half the weight of a Fender Twin Reverb. So I got one like a Princeton type one, and I got a Twin Reverb one. And if you like the show, you know, I'm also taking donations here at the end. So just go to PayPal and Venmo and Cash App. It's all Ron Jackson Music. Everything's Ron Jackson Music if you'd like to donate anything today for this live stream. And I appreciate you guys, okay? And follow me everywhere and donate everywhere at Ron Jackson Music. And I'll see you guys soon. And thanks a lot. It was really fun. And I got to share my guitar collection. Have a great day. Okay, bye-bye. Thank you for attending my live lesson here on my Patreon. It's an unlisted link here. So I'm going to take any questions you have. I'm actually going to be, you know, monitoring this on my side here. So please send me the questions that you'd like to answer, you'd like me to answer, and I'll do that. And thank you again for being a Patreon. I'm trying to keep all the material up there. It's hard to satisfy everybody with my material, but I try to give basic information, because I think a lot of guys on YouTube, on Instagram, and who have Patreons, you know, particularly on YouTube, they give so much complicated information that most students can't even learn what they're talking about. You know, so I'm very into basics, because that's how I learned how to play myself. And if you have any questions, um, it's very important to answer. Let me answer them for you right now on on this live stream. So send me a question through YouTube chats if you can. And if you can hear me okay, please send me a message right now to make sure you can hear me okay. And I'll start off with playing a song. And for example, my last post was about actually all the inversions of the seventh chords. Now, the reason why I give you all these really basic things to learn is because most guitar players don't even know these inversions, okay, or even the basic inversions. So to be able to play play jazz or play any style of music, you really got to know the guitar neck and all the basic stuff. There was a great teacher out here in New York. That's I'm sorry he passed away recently. His name is Bruce Johnson, and he was really a great teacher for this kind of stuff. So knowing the basics is one of the most important things to having a foundation to be able to play anything on the guitar or any instrument actually. So let me play you some chord melody on this 6-string D'Angelico I have here. And please send me some questions if you haven't done that yet. There's a chat right open here, and I haven't seen anything come in yet. So please send me something. And because today's all about taking questions, okay? Oh, good, Sean. Good. Yeah, Sean's a great student of mine. Hi, Sean, and a patron, and he's been studying with me for I don't know how many months now. At least 5-6 months, I think. I'm not quite sure, but anyway, we're working on some hard tunes. So 3 months. That's all. Thank you, Sean. Wow, it seems like longer, but you learned a lot of stuff in 3 months actually. So we're going over basic stuff, everybody. So for example, we've been playing a song called "Along Came Betty." So there's a lot of chords in this song, and what happens is if there's a lot of chords in a song, the best way to be able to play over jazz is not all this complicated stuff people are telling you to do when you're watching a lot of videos and all these fancy lines. It's just to be able to play the basic scale at the right time in the right place, because that's the hard part. Now the fancy stuff comes after. So let me play you. I'm gonna play actually right now. "Along Came Betty," because my student Sean's watching, and I'm gonna play along. And what I'm gonna do is this. I'm gonna actually do this with a play along. I'm gonna do a solo on this. So I'm gonna show you how you can practice these kind of things. 2, 3. So what I did was, if you have any questions, please send them, please, because I'd like to get some feedback. What's happening is I'm actually playing scales through the chord progression of a song called "Along Came Betty" by Benny Golson, and there's a lot of chords to this song. And the hard part is not playing fancy jazz lines. The hard part is just being able to play the right scale or arpeggio over the chord progression while you're playing. So if I'm going like this, the chords go B flat minor, E flat 7, then B minor, E7. There's a lot of chords. Now these are a lot of 2/5 progressions. They call them. So there's a lot of chords on this song. This is what they call an advanced song, Along Came Betty. And to be able to get through a song like this, you just have to do really basic things to be able to play these kind of solos, etc., through this piece. So, I mean, I teach my students real basic stuff so they have a foundation. And once you have the foundation, you can actually get through these songs pretty easily, actually. So one of the things I like to use a lot is memorizing finger patterns. So whenever you do a scale, I mean, you should know how to play your scale across the fingerboard, but you should be able to also play the scale 1 octave from anywhere, any scale, but different fingerings that you can memorize. So like, let's say I'm playing a C major scale. Let's make it a G major scale. Now, see that way I played it? I can play it this way too. See how many ways I just played that scale? Well, you should be able to play your scales in 1 octave all the way across the neck and up and down the neck without getting lost. Any kind of scale, major, minor, augmented, whatever scale you're playing, diminished. All the, any kind of mode, the melodic minor or harmonic minor. The point is, you have to really know your neck to be able to play, to master the guitar, but also to be able to play jazz. So what I like to do is I'll be able to play across like this. So I'll go 1 octave, and I'll try to memorize that one fingering. So I can just move it around the neck. I'm using the same fingering, everybody. So I like to use those techniques because it's easier to get through chords and chord progressions once you know one fingering, but you have to memorize the pattern. Okay, now, so I tend to have my students learn these fingerings, like using different string roots. Like you use your 3rd string root. So if I play G like this, so I went. So this is like I have to play it up an octave higher. I could do it here actually. So that's one fingering, that's 1 string root pattern. This is another string root pattern, 4th string root. So that was 3rd string root, 4th string root, 5th string root. Then I have to do it here, 6th string root. So those are the different 3 string roots that I use. The thing is, a lot of students in the beginning, when they're learning how to play jazz, they always think of the root, but you have to eventually break out of being able to play the root and be able to play from any note of the scale. Okay, so any degree we call it in music. So this is the 1st degree, the 1st note, 2nd, 3rd, etc., going up the scale. And that's how you get all your fancy notes, like the like the 9. You count up from the root. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's a 9th. The 9th is the 2nd note of a chord up an octave. Okay, or the sharp 11, which is a flat 5. All these fancy notes. The 13 is actually the 6th degree of the scale going up 1 octave. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 13th chord. So that's how you get your fancy notes on chords. You build up in thirds or different intervals, and you see what it is in relationship to the root. But you should also see these chords, and all these chord tones without looking at the root all the time and being able to find it. So that takes a lot of experience and time and practice. So those are some of the things I'd like to talk about. Now, I know there's only a couple of people watching because I only gave an unlisted link to some people, and it is the summer. So it's hard to get people to watch a live stream, but this is going to be re-shown again. So I'm going to remind people on Patreon that they can watch the replay until I make it public for my fans on YouTube. And I'd like to thank my over 26,000 subscribers on YouTube right now for being subscribers. I appreciate it. And and when I go live there, I have tons of people watching me there all the time because it's public. And I get a lot, and I get a lot of engagement, followers, and questions. Tons of questions, too many questions. So, today was, it's a day about asking questions. So, does anybody have a question, please? The two people watching, who's watching? Actually, raise your hand. Send me a message and let me know what's going on. Let me play you a song for now. I'll play you a solo guitar piece. I'll do like a little ballad for her. Yeah. So that was called But Beautiful, chord melody piece. Now, if you have any questions, please send them to me. I'm trying to see if there's only a couple of people attending today. I actually didn't advertise this particular live stream that much. Oh, are there any methods to sight reading a piece into a solo guitar piece? Oh, Sean, that's great. That's a great question. Let me see. I'm gonna let me take a song out of the real book here, Sean, to show you. For example, let me get a song. Let me just pick one song, for example. If I'm reading a song that I don't know and I want to do chord melody, that's a great question. Let me get this song. Let me pick something easy. So look at this. Sean, I don't even know this song at all. I've seen it in this book. It's called My Buddy. Huh. Okay. So this is on page 284 in the the regular real book, the legal real book actually. And if you look carefully, it's a G major 7 chord. Okay, when I'm sight reading a piece, okay, like this. First, I'll look at the melody and see how it relates to the chords. So this is a D note. So the melody goes like this. First, I play through the chords. So the chords go like this: G major 7. It's a ballad. 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm doing it slow, fast actually. G6, 2, 3. B diminished 7. A minor 7, D7. So that's the first 8 bars. So next, the melody goes like this. It's actually in 3 too. It's like 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. It's the key of G. So you have to look at those things too. See, sometimes I skip over those things when I'm reading because I didn't start out playing guitar reading actually. So I did everything by ear. So this song is actually first thing everybody has to do, which I'm guilty of not doing, is look at the key signature and the time signature. So it's the key of G, and it's which is 1 sharp, and it's 3, 4. So now I went through the chords a little bit for you guys. So the melody goes like this: 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. So that's the melody in the beginning, okay? So now, if I'm gonna play through this, this note, that note is a D, and that's a G major 7 chord, okay? So I know that's the 5th, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the chord. So I know I can play this chord on here. I can play this chord on the bottom of that D note. I can play a major 7, or I can make it more fancy by putting like a 9 here. I can make it a 6, 9. Any chord that can fit under that D note. That's a major 7 chord. So you gotta see the chord scale relationship. Then the next note is a B. B. So that's right in the chord. So I'm going 1, 2, G sharp diminished. Now, the G sharp diminished looks like this. So that note's already in the chord. So it's the same melody. So I can go like this now. 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and then I can go the A minor 7. It has these notes in it. Has those same notes there. And then goes to D7. There's a B on top there. So that's the melody note on top. 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So that's the melody note. So I can put all these chords under there now like this. Watch this. 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So the thing is, the problem with this melody though, it gets really low. But I can still do it open, like I could, the next note is G. It does that, so I have a G6 on the bottom. So I can do that. And then it goes, then A minor 7. So that's a little low. So what I suggest a lot of guitar players, when they're doing chord melody, they're sight reading, you have to learn how to transpose up an octave by reading. Now, most guitar players have a hard time reading. They only use tabs, unfortunately. And, you know, I think that's great these days on YouTube and everything to know tabs. But it's, you know, you have to really know the song to be able to play tabs. You can't just like sight read and hear the rhythms and everything without using tabs. I mean, with tabs, you understand? You need sheet music. You need to be able to read music. So I'm going to play this up an octave. So it's going to be like this now. Watch this. So I did all with chord melody, sight reading, chord melody. So I know all my voicing. This takes a lot of experience to learn how to do these kind of voicings and being able to put a chord melody on top. But you know, but the best way to do this, like I tell my students all the time, is to just practice, you know, and try to work this stuff out and to really learn your neck and your intervals and read. I mean, everything is practice, everybody. It's like a lot of people, guitar players want to take shortcuts. You know, there's no shortcuts in music. You know, because what happens if you take a shortcut, you're going to get lost and you're going to fall in a hole someplace along the way in the shortcut. You know what I mean? Or you'll get lost during the shortcut. And the best thing to do is practice, and, you know, practice things thoroughly, know your basics. So I'm just basically playing a melody on top of a chord, but I know from studying all these years and playing, I know what the note is against the chord. And I can read this and do it by looking at the sheet music on the spot most of the time. You know, I mean, some songs can be much more difficult. This is kind of simple. So if I keep going through the song, it sounds like if I keep doing chord melody, I'm going to sight read the chord melody again. 3, 1, it goes to this. One, 2, and then goes to the A minor. 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So I'm gonna start from the top. Now I'm doing the whole song chord melody. My Buddy, this song is written by Walter Donaldson, Donald down and something Gus Kahn. So here's the whole melody, chord melody, sight reading. Ready? Here we go. 1, 2, 3. See? So that's the whole song, chord melody. So, before I finish up here, I'm going to do about half an hour of live streaming for today, and I'm going to be reposting this, and you can watch the playback after. If there's any questions about anything today, please let me know. This is a relatively short live stream today, but we only have 2 attendants right now, and when I put it on YouTube, there will be a lot more views for after. But if there's any particular questions you want to know about soloing, technique, chord scales, walking bass lines, anything, let me know right now, and I'll try to answer the question real quick. But I appreciate you guys being patrons and being students, and for watching. And it was kind of last minute notice last night about posting this to my patrons. I actually sent everybody a message to watch this, but you can actually watch it playback anytime. So you can just go back to the post on Patreon and hit the link, and you can watch this playback about what we covered today. Now, if there's any questions or anything about chord melody, please let me know. I have some good reference materials here. Like for example, this new book that has been doing pretty good for a lot of my students have. It's a great book for learning how to do chord melody. So if you ever want to get this book, an autographed copy, let me know. Because I have them some in stock. They were selling out for a couple of weeks, but I got some more in stock. So it teaches you how to do walking bass lines, rhythms, all kinds. Chord melody, harmonizing melodies, all kinds of cool things. So if you want to get into that, please let me know. Again, this is Ron Jackson. This is my Patreon only live lesson. And if you guys want to join my Patreon after this, who's ever watching, please sign up at patreon.com/RonJacksonMusic, and I'll have some cool content up there, different kinds of content, all original. And thank you for listening, everybody. And keep in touch, and we'll talk soon. And follow me everywhere at Ron Jackson Music. All my handles are Ron Jackson Music, everything. Okay. So everybody, have a great day. And I'll be seeing you guys soon for the next live lesson in next month, okay? During the summer months, a lot of people are on vacation, but, well, I don't know about, right now, these times, but, a lot of people are out now. So we'll talk soon, everybody. Thank you very much, Ron Jackson. I'll see you guys soon. Bye-bye. I'm going to be demoing these 7-string guitars for you guys. I have actually a bunch of 7-string guitars, but let me turn this down. Let me turn my volume down so there's no delay here. But I'm going to be just showing you my 4 of them. They're all different styles. I want to see all the messages coming in. So let me make sure it's placed correctly here, my camera. Make sure I don't get my head cut off too much. Minor adjustments. Oh yeah, good. So let me plug in my my Cremona 7-string first. See this? So I have like 4 different guitars right now that I'm going to be showing you. I'm going to be showing you the PRS SE Custom 7-string. Okay, the Cremona Fiesta F65CW, a great guitar that I endorse out of Bulgaria. They're from Bulgaria. And Ibanez 7-string steel string guitar as well. So let me I'll make adjustments here with my camera a little bit. Let me turn the amp on. So you can hear me through the amp. Now remember, everybody, how's it going, everybody? If you have any questions, please send them to me. So right now, hi, Thad. How are you? I like their last name. There's a place in Switzerland that I played at years ago, and I don't know how you say your last name, if you're American or not. But just so you guys know, this is a Cremona 7-string that I endorse. And if you like this, contact me I'm a dealer for, I actually can get you a great deal directly through me at Cremona Guitars. They're from Bulgaria, and they make wonderful guitars. So this is basically in tune. So this is a 7-string Cremona nylon. Now, usually you're supposed to play nylon with your fingers. Hey, Anthony. You're welcome, Anthony from Ireland. Great to see you guys. So these are really nice guitars for the price point. This has full EQ. If you look carefully, I'm still trying to learn how to use the EQs. It has blend, volume, notch, contour, frequency, pickup, and mic. Now, if I put it toward the mic, you hear the mic, it's coming through right now. It's pretty powerful mic. And when you use the mic, there's a lot of issues with feedback I noticed. So it sounds better with the mic though. So let me play you something on this 7-string Eastman. If you have any questions about the guitars, please let me know. So you actually can hear the mic pick my voice up. So, it has a really trebly sound when you put the mic on too. Let's see if I can turn it down a little bit. Turn the treble down and turn the bass up. Okay. Okay, I'm going to turn the volume up. See, I don't like that sound as much as when I blend it in and actually just so you guys know, the best way to play a acoustic guitar is with no amp at all. So we'll play with this amp a little bit, then I'm going to take it off the amp. See, now it's with the pickup sounds better to me. It has a better sound. You hear that? I can turn it up a little bit. So, and also they say that you should not be so it really sounds great. Now, this is a 7-string nylon. To get these low notes up. Now, this is with the amp right now, everybody, just so you know I'm plugged in. Okay, but I'm going to take it off the amp in a second. So it has, I think the amp just makes it sound doesn't sound as nice. That sounds a little better. I got a decent sound this time. So what I've got to learn how to use is all these contours and notches and stuff. The notch, I think, brings down the feedback. So I'm not an expert at this stuff. That might sound a little better. See that? So this is my Cremona. So just in case you want to know, after this video, I'm going to actually, post the names and the brands of these guitars. Yeah, this has EQ sliders. Look, someone's asking a question. Take a look. Look carefully. See that? It has all kinds of good effects. You got to learn how to use it. That's a great question. Someone's asking how you get rid of the flying fingers. Well, my fingers fly, but I try to keep them close. That's a technical exercise. So this is like so this has EQ. It has a blend, mic. It has pickup and mic blend, then treble, and then contour. Okay. So, with the bass coming on and off. As far as flying fingers, everybody, that's a technical question. So if I'm playing like an acoustic guitar, I'll give you a good example of someone flying fingers. John McLaughlin. Oh, yeah, sorry. Someone was asking about the price. Let me look it up real quick, but I think the price is basically it's pretty reasonable. Let me see a Cremona. I forgot to tell you guys about. I forgot to mention prices. So this is the Cremona Mona 7-string. If you look it up, I think it lists for like about. I'll tell you right now. The 7-string at Guitar Center lists for about. They say $1,200, $1,200 to $1,500. Okay. No, sorry, not $1,300. So this guitar lists for about $1,300 minimum, and the maximum you can buy it for is about $1,500. If you talk to me directly, I'm a dealer, so I can get you a good price. You can save you a little bit, another maybe 10% or 15%. So call, email me at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com, or or go to my website or send me a message or whatever here, and I can get you a deal on these guitars. And all the guitars on the Cremona website, okay? Because I'm an endorser, and I've got the guitars from my students and fans before, okay? So let me go back to the chat here. Yeah, so it's about that price. Oh, yeah, and this is a nice guitar. So let me play without an amp. So that's with the amp. I might turn it up. If you turn this guitar way too loud for a concert, of course it feeds back. I was playing in Bulgaria, where this guitar is from, about 4 years ago. I did a concert in the summer. It was about 4 years ago, actually. And we had to put like a tape on the sound hole so it wouldn't feedback. It sounded great after that, To play with a full band is like a lot of So talking about flying fingers, the best thing to do is practice close to the fingerboard. Yeah, we can export outside the country, actually. I have to talk to Cremona. Cremona's in Bulgaria, and also, but this Cremona USA, just in case you guys don't know, Cremona USA exists, and I deal with Cremona USA. They're based in Sacramento, California. So just so you know how I met Cremona, I met them at the NAMM show in 2013, when I was, they were next to the acoustic guitar magazine booth, and I'm a writer for acoustic guitar. So, like for example, one of my books out right now is Chords at Your Fingertips, and I'm having a sale. We'll talk about that. I'm having a sale right now through Sunday. And you can get this book out for 20% off, autographed, and it comes with videos and everything. But I write for Acoustic Guitar Magazine, and this is from Hal Leonard too. And they actually were next to my booth, and I saw they had a 7-string guitar, and I was starting to play 7-string at that time. I started in 2012. So they don't, it's hard to find a nylon string 7-string. Nice sound, huh? Oh, you want to get this book? Go to my website. I'll show you. Yuli, is your name Udenyet? Sorry about that. I can't say your name. But if you want to get the book, I'll show you. It's right here. Go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com. Go here. You can get anything on my website at ronjacksonmusic.com. Use code Sunday. Okay, ronjacksonmusic.com. Also, that's for the printables I have on the end. But you go to ronjacksonmusic.com. Use code Sunday, and you save 20%. Okay. If you want to get that book and other stuff too, all my lessons, printable lessons, CDs, everything. Oh, does a string wrap around the tuning pegs change the feel and tension? No, it doesn't actually. No, it's actually pretty loose feeling. Now the strings I'm using on this are let's see if I can find them. They are actually called Royal. Yeah, these strings. So on this guitar, since there's 7-string, I use the Royals strings. Okay, that's what they look like. Okay, these are Royal guitar strings. Actually, Cremona gave me these because these are the ones they use on their guitars for 7 strings on their Fiestas. So these are really great strings, everybody. And that's what I use on this guitar. So let me play without. I haven't been playing the guitar much. So let me play you a song with it so you get an idea. Okay, let me play you something like a bossa nova or something. I'll try to use my fingers, okay? that's a 7-string. That was Joe Beam's song called "If You Never Come to Me," and so that's a pretty good guitar sound. Thank you. Let me look at some of the comments here. That yeah, this is an advantage over traditional pegs. Yeah, thanks. Love the channel. Great to hear from you. Hear you play. Thank you, Anthony. So I'm demoing 7-string. So let me take the amp off this thing for a second. Let me so this is a Cremona. Just so you guys, I'm gonna have it listed after the show. This is a Cremona F65CW 7-string, okay? And people have been asking me what kind of 7-string guitars I have and what are out there. So this is a nylon string one. If you play with no amp, it sounds really great. I mean, let me go a little bit closer. It's not as big as it sounds. Now you can use your fingers. And I like to do regular jazz on it too. So it has a really nice acoustic sound to it. Yeah, very nice. So it has a nice sound. So it's better. I've used this in the studio. It's much better to play an acoustic guitar with a mic, not through an amp. It has a really nice sound. Just so you guys know, this guitar has no dots on the side or anything. So you have to really know your neck not to get lost. There's no dots on the fingerboard or on the side of the neck on this model, but they're making them with the dots now for people who can't play with no dots. Position marks we call them, okay? So it's a great guitar. And the price point, if you want to contact me, I can get you a good price. Go to me, go to ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com, send me an email, okay? Yeah, you can paint the dots on there. You know what? When I teach kids, I use, this is a secret. I use whiteout. Put little whiteout dots. Make sure it dries. Because when I teach like kids like in elementary school, how to play beginner guitar. I teach beginners all levels of guitar, but they forget that there's whiteout. Their fingers have all whiteout on them, so it's kind of funny. But this is a great guitar for the price. I haven't been playing it much, but it's a really great guitar for the price point. So I'm demoing all my 7-string guitars for you, everybody. Let me pull out another guitar. So any questions about this guitar, please send them to me. It's called the Fiesta F65 CW 7-string from Cremona, okay? They're out of Bulgaria, but they're from Cremona. It's based in Sacramento. It's called Cremona USA. And actually, you can get a guitar through me, this particular company, at a great price, okay? Better than stores, okay? So contact me if you want to get one. Let me put this guitar away. Let me get my PRS for you rockers out there. I'm a PRS endorser too, just so you know. Let me show you my guitar. So this is the custom SE24. Let me turn the amp back on. It's a really great guitar. I use it for my pop and rock stuff. Let me turn it up. So let me get a rock pick here. Wow. So it's a great guitar. I mean, I play a little bit of funk rock, but this is a really great guitar for all kinds of stuff. I like it for funky stuff. It's a nice clean guitar. It has 24. It has that 7-string here. So I tuned my 7-string to a low A. Okay. It's a really great guitar. It has a really great sound. The kind of guitar that appeals to me. What point is on something like this? I think this is like this guitar goes for about $800 or $900. This is like this is actually the Korean version of the 7-string from PRS. So it's it's not expensive actually. So you got to look on PRS's website or go to Guitar Center and get this. Of course, I got this from PRS myself. So it's a really great guitar. So when I'm playing solos, I think the scale is a 25-inch. I think it has 24 frets. Okay, has 2 pickups. I don't know what pickups are on. I didn't research that. I'm sorry, guys. Just take a look online. You'll find it. It has 2 humbuckers. 5-way switch, 1. 5-way switch, 1, 2. Oh no, three-way switch. I'm sorry about that. 1, 2, and 3. Volume and tone. Really simple. 24 fret scale. So I have like here's E. It's pretty. It goes really high. Woo. I have it on the treble pickup. I like the 24 frets, guys. It's really cool. Ladies and gentlemen, so I don't have my effects pedals plugged in. You can get that low A there too. It's really a great guitar. I don't have my overdrive today. I have my clean Fender amp. Oh, let me see. The scale is PRS 25-inch. I think so. Dan, just look it up. This is a custom 24 7-string, the Korean-made version. It goes for $800 or $900 list, I think. Yeah. Yeah, great. Yeah, it's blues. The finish is a killer, isn't it? Look at this. Look at the finish. It's nice. I mean, it's a well-made guitar. You'll see right in the back, too. You're looking right in the back here, everybody. It says, you can see that? Oh, other way. It says made in Korea. You see that? I don't know if it's the right way, but anyway, it's made in Korea, and it's a good price. It's a nice guitar. I've done recordings with this, recording sessions, Broadway shows. When I need a solid body guitar. I need to play my solid body guitar more often, actually. I'm doing a lot of jazz stuff with my archtop, which I'm going to show you in a little bit. So it's a really great guitar. Let me see. So you get that low A string, which is really great. But you know what I want to get? I want to get an 8-string guitar. I'm going to try to talk to Tosin Abasi about getting one of his Abasi's concept guitars, so I can learn those 8-string guitars. So I can learn all the bass lines and all the crazy stuff he does. Yeah, he's really great. So let me see some questions here. Beautiful finish. Yeah, they're only $800. Gonna talk to Tosin? Yeah, I'm gonna talk to him. It's funny. Hendrix is my hero too. So I saw Tosin Abasi at the NAMM show a couple of years ago when his guitars came out. But it's so hard to talk to people that I didn't want to talk to him about getting a guitar, and they're all sold out since the pandemic. But I want to get one of those things because I just from his company to help support him, but also because I want to get another guitar like that. So yeah, Tosin used to have a custom Eastman Elroy 7-string. I didn't know that. I don't keep up with all these guitar players. There's too many of us. Too many of us here. Yeah. So let me see. Yeah. So that's my PRS 7-string. It's really, it's a pretty good guitar. I'm gonna adjust the amp to give it a little bit more bass. To me, I don't like it too trebly. Yeah. Oh, you have the treble up a little bit too much. Let me turn the treble down. So this sounds better to me. I have the treble cut down a little bit. If I put it up a little bit, it has a little bit more sound. It has a pretty good sound. I need my overdrive to do that kind of stuff, though. You know what I mean? So this is a great guitar. Pretty good. And it has really great effects, you know, a really clean sound. Okay, so that's my PRS SE 7-string. Let me pull out another 7-string for you. Oh, let me see. Do you have any Javier Reyes 8-string classic guitars and Animals and Leaders with Tosin? Do you know? No, I don't know those 8-string guitars. You know, I want to get an 8-string guitar eventually. The only problem is with 8-string guitar is that the tuning. I use a low A, and I think they use a you know, like a low B and like maybe another E. I'm not quite sure what the tuning is, but I use a low A, so I'm used to using a low A. So it doubles my A string, and you know that's cool for me, but because I use it for a jazz kind of way, like George Van Epps. So but if I want to get an A string, I have to do it. You have to think completely different, okay? So you know, I'd like to try just to get one of those guitars and try them out, but I don't know those 8-string guitars yet. I have never tried one, so I want to get into it. So let me get another guitar here. Let me put this on standby and show you this other one. So that was my PRS. Now I have an Ibanez steel string. Yeah, it's hard to find these type of things, you know. So this is an Ibanez steel string 7-string. Sometimes it has a weird sound coming through the amp recently. Remember these guitars? Wow. Yeah. Hey, you see my Instagram reels? Thanks. This is a 7-string steel string. Now it has a weird sound through the amp. You know, these things should not be played through an amp. Just so you know. So. Doesn't have a clear sound, but it's a really great guitar. I've recorded with this guitar with a mic, and it sounds great. Through an amp, it's not that great. So this is an Ibanez, and this is called the Ibanez AEL 2073 steel string guitar now with a 7th string. Those are rare to find. Okay, so these are really cool. Let me see. There's some kind of weird sound coming through this too. I don't know why. See now, it has a weird sound to the amp, but it's a really great guitar. You hear that? Now, if I take it out of the amp, let me turn the volume down. It has a nice acoustic sound to it. Listen to this. Hear that? I gotta get close to the phone. Really nice sound, you know. Nice sound, huh? So this is the Ibanez guitar. I think I spent $1,000 on this at least. I bought this about 6 years ago. You know, I love the 7-string steel string guitars. They really make some cool. You can do some great like accompaniment stuff with this, like this kind of stuff. That's a really cool sound. Yeah, so funky, lovely guitars. Thank you. Yeah, so thank you everybody for watching. Steve Vai started on what? I don't know what you guys are talking about, but just so you guys know, you know, I have to advertise myself a little bit. If you're enjoying this, please you know, please join my Patreon if you want to. You know, I'm giving lessons there. Someone just signed up from YouTube today. You know, I start with lessons at a little as $3 a month for one lesson a month. Okay, and it helps support me and my channel. So you can just go to patreon.com/Ron Jackson Music and join my patron. If you're enjoying my content, you know, and so you know, I'll have some more announcements in a minute. But so this is a really great guitar. You have any questions about this, anybody? If I put this away, yeah. Let me see if I can play you like a kind of a bluesy song. Let me see if I can put the amp on a little bit. It sounds kind of terrible to me. Let me try that. It has a really weird sound. Let me try something. Whoa. You hear that? I can't do that. So I won't use this. So let me take that out. I'm going to take this out and use my no amp. So look at this. I'm going to play like a little blues. Yeah, so I use a low A. Someone's saying Steve Vai used a low A. So I mean, Steve Vai uses a low B because I use a low A because jazz guys use a low A string. You know, rock guys, you know, everybody tends to use a low B. Okay, so and in Brazil, which is kind of weird, they use a low C on the 7-string. So they're all good, you know. So when I started playing 7-string guitar, Bucky Picciarelli, my guitar teacher at the time, who passed away actually about a year ago from COVID. He told me to switch to low A because that's how George Van Epps played. Check out George Van Epps. He was the master 7-string jazz guitarist. Oh, thank you. I'm trying my best, man. It's hard to play all these guitars. But I'll play you like a song I wrote by that I dedicated to Lightning Hopkins called Bucket Blues. Yeah, so that's one of my songs. That's off my album called Acoustic Invent Yours, you can find on my website. Looks like this, the record. I got too many things here. That's from my album called Ron Jackson Acoustic Invent Yours. And it's actually sponsored by a lot of people. You know, a lot of, you know, from Peter, you know, Peterson tuners to Tomastic strings, Irie guitars, Seymour Duncan pickups. They help support my record. Cremona, Moody leather straps. So thank you guys who supported my record. So if you that song's on there with all acoustic guitar songs that you're not used to hearing, okay? And Acoustic Guitar Magazine gave this a great review. And I write for them actually too. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ben. You can find it on Spotify as well too. You can get it directly from my website. Just so you know, I'm celebrating 1 year of Sunday Evening Jazz on Instagram, everybody. And I'm having a sale on my website for all my CDs. 20% off. Use code SUNDAY, okay? And you can get 20% off anything on my website. CDs, books. This book is on sale too with it. Chords at Your Fingertips. You know, it's a great book with a bunch of acoustic guitar writers like me. You know, Adam Levy, Sean McGowan. These are, you know, it's a great book to learn how about chords. So you can get that 25% off my website, and you get it signed, and I'll help you with the book too. And it comes with videos too. So it's a great little book. So that's my steel string acoustic. Now let me move to my jazz guitar that I always use. Let me put this over here. So let me plug in my Eastman 7-string guitar. Take a look at this. So this is a great guitar. Let me adjust this. So it's my Eastman guitar here. So it plugs in from the back here. It's hard to switch between all these guitars, guys and girls, because they're so different, you know? It takes a little finagling to be able to play through all these guitars. Let me turn the, I'm going to turn the amp on. So this is the 7-string guitar. It's a really nice guitar. It has, you know, it's made out of, I forget what it is. These list for about $3,000, okay? And they're made in China, but this is actually really carved, the top. Okay, it's a really great guitar. Hey, everybody. Thank you, Poland. Yeah, there's a finish right here. Thank you. The finish is nice. You know, I mean, I've had this guitar for quite a while. You know, maybe about 6-7 years. I use it a lot. I don't take this out much. I usually use it to record at home, but once in a while I'll take it out to a gig. I have like another Eastman 7-string that can handle volumes louder. You know, it's more laminated, but this is this is a carved top. So playing loud is it's great for the studio, this guitar. So this is my Eastman 7-string. Okay, so it really is great for jazz. So if I'm playing like walking bass lines and stuff, it's really great. And so just so you know, this is called the, I can never remember this name, but it's the, let me tell you what the name is here. It's called the Eastman AR810CE. Okay, and they're hard to find, these guitars right now, these jazz guitars, and you know they're not cheap, you know, and they don't make them much anymore. Like arch top 7-strings, I've been talking with Benedetto guitars, and they make an arch top, and they're like $10,000, and he can make me one for like, you know, I mean they're really expensive, so I'm trying to make a deal with them. Thank you, Ty. Thank you. You love my content. You learn a lot from my videos and book. Oh, you got my book? Oh, yeah. Wow, great. Great. I didn't know you had my book, so that's great. So let me see. You know, so this is a great guitar. It has like, I use these Labella black strings on here. So let me show you what those look like. They're different kind of strings than your normal strings. So I put these strings on there. I forgot to tell you the gauges of the strings I use on my guitars. So I use Labella blacks on this 7-string, and it's 14 to 79. Don't start screaming bleeding fingers, everybody. so yeah, these are pretty heavy strings, guys. So that thing is art. What kind of bridge does it have? So this is, I think, a wooden bridge. I forget what kind of bridge it is. You can look it up online, everybody. This is a wooden bridge. It's not really adjustable, but it moves up and down. It slides up and down. A lot of these arch tops, the bridge is not fixed. Okay. Oh, wow. Your wife got one for you, a 7-string? Wow, Ty, that's cool. Yeah, so this is like, and I use those 7 strings. I forgot to show you guys on my Paul Reed Smith. I use these Elixir strings. I endorse Elixir. So yeah, these are all difficult to play. Don't worry, guys. Oh, you got my book. Okay. Okay, great. That's nice of her. Yeah, so I use Elixir strings for my 7-string Paul Reed Smith guitar. They're nice strings. These are the light ones. I actually use 10s too, guys, just so you know. 10s to 14s. What do you want? So, oh, you got your book for my birthday. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Ty, sorry. You know, and I just to let everybody know, Ty's talking about this book right here. And I have another book actually coming out on acoustic guitar. It's called Chord Scale and Modes Mastery, but they don't have it printed yet, so I can't get any copies to sell to my students and my fans because of COVID. But hopefully they'll have the book out soon. When I get them, I'll let you guys know, and I'll have a sale. So this is on sale for 20% off my website. Just go to ronjacksonmusic.com and use code Sunday, and you save 20%. I hope your wife saved 20%. I was having a sale before, Ty. So yeah, if you use code Sunday, you save 20% on my book, everybody, on my website, ronjacksonmusic.com. Oh, yeah, great, Ty, that's great. So, yeah, so let me play this guitar and stop talking for a second. So, just so you know, this is a Benedetto Seymour Duncan 7-string pickups. Yeah, Elixir strings are great, man. Elixir, they're a great company. So, this is a 7-string Benedetto pickup, and I'm using a Moody strap, just so you know, I endorse these guys, and my Peterson tuner. They don't make these Peterson tuners anymore. The clip-ons, they're pretty high and expensive tuners, but they're the most accurate tuner you can buy. And hey, Ardix, hello from Poland. Hey, I've been to Poland actually. I played in Poland in 2006 in Warsaw, actually, at the Old Town Jazz Festival. So this is a tuner, but they don't make these. I don't take this out of the house because they're kind of fragile. They have a newer model, but I use for gigs. But these are great tuners. If you want the most accurate tuner, get Peterson. You can go to my Amazon store and check it out. I have all kinds of stores, guys. So here's my Amazon store right here. You can go to my Amazon store and check it out right there, which is Ron Jackson Music. You know, Amazon.com shop Ron Jackson Music, okay? And so let me play you something, guys. So in honesty, I'm used to playing this guitar. Hey, Israel. Pleased to see you guys. Thank you for watching, everybody. I really appreciate all my fans and followers on YouTube. I want to make an announcement. Thank you for the 20,000 subscribers. I just got to 20,000 yesterday. So use my code Sunday to celebrate. I'm going to put 20K also, as a sale price to get all my stuff on my website for 20% off, okay? All my lessons and videos, and CDs, everything. So let me play you a song, guys. Oh my God. So anyway, that was called Love Will Come Back to Me. I was just trying to jam on my 7-string. I'm not even warmed up yet. So I need to practice actually, guys, just so you know. So thank you for watching. So those are my 4 7-string guitars. I actually have another acoustic steel string 7-string made by Dean. I think it's made by Dean. Also, I have another Eastman. And it sounds like a double bass. You know what? So my low string is an A. It's the same pitch as a low A string on a bass. Exactly the same pitch. Low A string, okay? So everybody, thank you for watching. Please share my video. Please subscribe if you don't already. I try to give you all the best information I can. I try to play the best I can for you guys. And I don't like do these fancy videos where all this editing is involved. I like to be like, like a natural person, like I'm doing a workshop, and be personable and try to answer your questions during my lives. Let me see. Yeah, thank you. Thank you all for all the comments. It's tricky to play between all these guitars. I play between 4 7-string guitars, and they're all different to play. But you should be able to pick up any guitar, no matter what it is, and make it sound good, even a cheap guitar. So, your goal is to be able to master the guitar enough, even if you're not warmed up, to make it sound good, and do the best you can, okay? And guitars are great. One thing I need to do, because I spend so much time on social media, is practice. So this is a good way. I don't play, what's funny? I can play fretless bass. I've never played fretless guitar. But I want to, so the thing is, if you want to get a fretless, someone's asked me if I played fretless. Space stud. Anyway, I never met a space stud before. 1, 2, 3. But but you know what? Only way I learn on fretless guitar is if I get one. So another guitar, man. I have like too many guitars already. But I know that what's that company that's in Canada? Godin makes a fretless guitar. I'm going to check it out one of these days and get one. I don't know if I need another guitar, but what ends up happening is I have all the guitars, but I don't end up using them, so all the time. So let me see. Hello from Alaska, everyone. Hey, Alaska, man, I want to go there one day. Take me up there. I want to play. Yeah, that Eastman sounds bad. Thank you. I don't want to say that word bad. The next part. Looking forward to more content. Gotta check out some lesson books. Maybe taking theory. I was telling everybody this is a great book that I have out. If you want to get this on my website today. This week I'm celebrating 20,000 subscribers and the 1-year anniversary of my show. So get my book. Just to remind you guys one more time before I leave, you can go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com, and save 20% on this book on everything up there. Use code Sunday. Okay? So definitely get this book if you want to learn about chords and stuff like that. There's a lot of theory stuff here too. Hey, do you know Pat Martino? Just so you guys know, Pat Martino, I studied with him before, so he actually uses, I think he uses 17s actually, but I studied with Pat Martino. A lot of my lines are based on Pat Martino. I learned a lot of lines from him. So he's a bad dude. I love Pat Martino. I mean, he's always been one of my favorites. So I studied with him, and I have, his learning method, and I use some of his licks sometimes, He does crazy stuff like that. I don't know. He has a lot of crazy stuff. But I love Pat Martino, just in case you guys know. The fast walking part you played on bass was awesome. How do you voice and leverage the 7-string when you're playing an actual bass accompaniment, low end? Or do you play just 6? No, I actually play on 7 strings. So you have to know how to walk on 6 string first, Anthony. So there's another channel which he plays Benedel 7 string, but your instrument sounds warm and moody. Oh, thank you. It's not about the guitar, it's the person that's playing it. Remember, everybody, it's not about the guitar. It's always the person playing it and how you adjust your sound. Actually, my sound used to be more trebly, but then I started cutting the tone off. And when I started with Bucky, he turns the tone off. Bucky Picciarelli, he turns the tone off all his amps. He turns the tone down to everything. Which is kind of weird, but he said that the tone on the guitar doesn't makes the guitar sound crap, he said. So anyway, someone was asking how I play the bass line. So you have to play bass lines first on a 6-string guitar, just so you know. Oh, I love Guthrie Govan, just in case you guys know. So yeah, I learned how to play 6-string on. I have some lessons on my website if you want to learn about walking bass lines. Okay, everybody, so just go there to my website. There's 20% off all my printables about walking bass line skills. Okay, or go to my Patreon and join my Patreon. And they're all free there because you're a patron, okay? And so if you're gonna do walking bass lines, first learn how to play walking bass lines with a 6-string guitar. And most of the time I'm playing a walking bass line, I'm using just a 3rd and 7th of a 7th chord. So if I'm playing a blues, I'm using just 3 notes. So this note, and that note. I have a bunch of lessons on my website here too. So on my YouTube channel. So watch it. See? I'm only doing 6 strings now. So I'm using 2 notes. 2 notes. And the bass note. Now when you play 7 string, you just have to add that note. What? Just add your 7 string. So see what I just did? So, but it's really hard to play 7 string if you can't play the 6 string walking bass lines first. So in this book, I actually have a lesson about walking bass lines. It's all about walking bass lines in this book, actually. It's called, here it is right here. It's in this book right here, Chords at Your Fingertips. I have a section all about walking bass lines. Spice Up Your Playing. Where's that thing? All about the bass. Here it is. Pass it on. Page 35. This is a really good lesson about walking bass right here. It has Freddie Green right here. But if you go to my book here and get it on my website, this develops a walking bass line on how to do it. So just go get this book and you'll learn about it. It's a 4-week session. And I have videos on it too. The book comes with videos and shows you how to do it. So it actually starts with a G blues. If you look at here, it has a G blues. And it does the same thing. 3-note voice. You see that on the book here? The 3-note voices I was just talking about. Get that book. You save 20% on my website. Use code Sunday. RonJacksonMusic.com. Save 20% on this book. You get the bass lines there. And it's really good. So, first learn how to play bass lines on a 6 string. Then on 7 string, you add the notes, okay? Oh, yeah. So, guys, someone's asking about an amp. What's a good amp to use when you bring out the low bass? I'm using my Fender Twin Reverb Tone Master, which sounds just like a tube amp. I got one of these amps because I'm sick of carrying all those heavy amps and having to fix them. Also, I use these are really great amps too for the size. I use these Henriksen amps here. Okay, everybody? Just so you know, I'm another endorser for these guys. And these are kind of expensive amps, but you can get 5% off using my code, Ron Jackson at HenriksenAmps.com. Okay? And the Henriksen Bud 6 is 120 watts and has a big sound for this speaker. And it has everything. It has 2 full channels, a really great amp, 120 watts, weighs 13 pounds. And the amp sounds great through this too, okay? And it sounds great for recording and all kinds of cool things. So you could use code Ron Jackson saveathendrickson.com. It's a great amp, everybody. So, and I've sold quite a few amps with my code. You save 5%, okay? So, this is the thing is, we got to be careful. You got to make sure it's a really good amp, so you don't blow the speaker. So don't play it too loud. I'm talking about not that amp, but if you have a cheap amp or something, don't play the bass too loud. And don't. It's not time to play loud because maybe I think I'm going deaf and playing too much rock music before. So. So if the bass line sounds great, on this guitar. So just make sure you don't set the bass too loud on your amp, just so it doesn't like break the amp up too much. Because it doesn't, guitar amps don't take bass most of the time. But this is not too low, but it's getting into the low register. It's like the third string of the bass. Okay. Okay. Let me see. I'm gonna ask you a couple more questions, and I gotta go do other things. Let me see. Oh yeah, right. Music and harmonics too. Look at this. Someone's asking me this question. Look at this. I'll play things like this. So I'm using octave harmonics. I like to do things like this too. This is hard to do. I like to use artificial harmonics too, everybody. So these are really cool. I like Lenny Bro and those kind of people. So I like doing things like that with the artificial harmonics and stuff like that. And natural harmonics, I like it. Things like that. You see that? You see that? Okay. So, yes, I like to use harmonics. Let me ask you a couple more questions. How do you do walking bass lines with the 7th string? You struggle with that. I use hybrid pickings, just so you guys know, when I'm walking, too. Someone's asking about that question right now. Estulios. I don't know how you say your name. Estash. So watch this. When I'm walking, it's hard to walk a bass line on the guitar, especially 7th string, just with your pick. I can do it. Let me try something else. A different song for once. So I'm using just my pick, but I intended to use hybrid picking, which is pick and and fingers. So it's like this. It's a little easier because I can do the comping. So what I'm doing is I'm walking the bass and I'm doing a comp like this. Using 2 notes, like I told you, 3rd and 7th. That book tells you how to do it. So I'll go like this. So that's part of Mr. Mooch right there. So someone's asking me, imagine a band progressive handy to deal with. Yeah, please play Moose the Mooch. Okay. Yeah, sounds like jazz. So yes, when you play artificial harmonics, what's that question here? Sorry about that. Someone's asking a question. Oh, when you play artificial harmonics, are you picking it or using your thumb to plug the pointer finger to hit the harmonics? Oh yeah, watch this, everybody. So when I'm playing, if I'm holding my pick and I'm doing artificial harmonics, I put the pick under my hand like this, and I do the harmonics. So I'm using my thumb and my first finger to hit the harmonic. And I'm strumming with this. I'm doing a little combination of everything. So I'm using my thumb and first finger. thumb to strum, first finger to hit. I mean, to hit the note on just above the fret, 12 frets away. See? See what I'm doing? So I'm doing it that way, okay? Great question. So everybody, thank you very much. It's time for me to eat lunch and do some things during the day. I wanted to go live. I'm going to be going live at least a couple of times a week, so tell your friends and family. I'm going to try to see if I can schedule it, but my schedule changes every week, so or every day. So unless I have a lesson or teach a student. If you want to study with me, please email me at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. And if you enjoyed this, also I take also donations. If you want, you can just go to PayPal and Venmo or Cash App and go to Ron Jackson Music and give a donation if you'd like. Okay. And so it's all right there, Ron Jackson Music. So I'm at Ron Jackson Music everywhere, for PayPaling me. For following me, it's all Ron Jackson Music, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, YouTube, Pinterest, okay? And I'm having a sale again, just so you know. If you want to learn walking bass lines, my book has that right in here. Okay, it's just one lesson all about bass lines. You save 20% on my website about that. Okay, so use code Sunday. Expires end of the week. Okay, if there's a problem with the code, email me at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. And what else I have to say? That's it. One last thing, if you like my clean shave, I'm a skull shaver influencer. It's kind of funny. I have all kinds of codes. You could save 10% on skullshaver.com. You get saving products for Mother's Day for everybody too, and save 10%. Use my code Rhythm this time. Okay, the code expires sometimes, so this is the recent code Rhythm. Okay, so skullshaver.com. So thank you everybody for watching. I just demoed 4 different guitars: 7-string, acoustic steel string, solid body, nylon string, and jazz guitar. So I'm trying to be I try to be natural and comfortable, and talk about my stuff, talk about me, answer your questions, and I really appreciate you guys. Thank you for getting me to 20,000 subscribers. Please watch my other videos. I have all kinds of videos coming out: performance, lesson videos. Thank you. I'm trying my best. It's hard to play guitar and talk and demo everything in real time, everybody. It's really hard to do that. So I'm learning how to do that. It's easier just to do a video by itself and not talk, but but I appreciate you guys, and thank you for watching, and I'll see you guys very soon. Okay, have a great day, and have a great weekend. Bye-bye. Hey everybody. Okay, I'm actually live now, and I'm just gotta fix a couple of things here because I had a problem. This is actually going to be public now. I had to change it because of some settings I had. So I'm going to actually fix my stand here. It's Ron Jackson. Send me anything, a video chat. Let me know that you can actually see me properly. Okay? If there's a problem seeing me, let me know. I'm going to actually have to put this camera down a little bit. And probably move this back a little bit. So I'm going to start a little bit late because I had an issue with my camera and my settings, which was kind of stupid, but anyway. Technology. Let me see if I can fix this thing to make it look better. I might have to lower this a little bit. I'm going to have to get my guitar out here. I have to lower this a little bit so you can see me. Oh, see? A little high. That's a problem with YouTube. I can't figure this out. I have to load this. Let me do this now. I'm setting up, everybody, so don't worry. We'll be good in a second. Send me a video chat in the stream here. Good. Patrick, how are you, man? And Devonite. Oh, cool. I finally caught you. Good. I'm gonna fix this computer up a little bit here. I'm gonna put a different thing on the floor here. So guys, I had to actually make this a public video because I've never done it before for my early access stuff. If you have a problem getting on, just go to my YouTube. I'm live now, and I had to resend an email with all this, and hopefully people will get it because I couldn't use the other link. So you can see me okay, I guess, huh? Let me fix this camera a little bit. So that's cool. I'm just fixing it up and starting, guys. It's supposed to be my background, and I'm gonna actually start in a minute. I'm waiting for some more people to show up here, but I had to resend an email and get so it can get this live. But I'm actually live, and I've never done a public live on YouTube, but I had to change it today. Might as well do it once in a while. Hey, good. Hi, Brittany. Hello. I'm a new subscriber. Appreciate your videos. I'm self-taught for 10 years. Okay, good. Thank you. Everybody, this was supposed to be a private live link, but I had to change it because YouTube is really hard to set up, with the camera and stuff. So I'm going to pull my guitar out. You can see that okay, yes? I'll move back a little bit. I'll put this back a little bit. And, we're going to be talking about chord melody today. So I'm just setting up right now. And if you have any questions, please send me a message. I'll start with my 7-string guitar today. We're going to talk about chord melody and how to do that. So please send me questions here through the live chat, okay? Let me just change this a little bit. I'm going to pull my 7-string out right now. Let me just check a couple things here. If you have any questions, just send them to me already. Thank you. Thanks, Pat. I'll reply to you by actually, talking to you guys, okay? So that you can hear me, you know what I mean? And hopefully everybody got my new link because I had to change it up. I couldn't get my camera to work when I went live a minute ago from my private link, so I had to resend all the everybody everything. So I'm going to tune my guitar real quick, and then we'll get started. And if there's any questions, let me know. We're going to talk about chord melody and how to construct chord melody, so we can go through some songs, things like that. I got 7 strings here, so well, I got a nice crowd for like a public live. I had to go live today public because I had an issue with my camera and my connection on YouTube. Seems like it's so hard to do things on YouTube sometimes. So I have 7 strings here. Oh, True 5-1. So sure, Emir is my student. He's going to be coming over later. Great guy. I'm the half Filipino brother, and we're going to talk about different things here. But he said a 2-5. So if you do a D minor, well, I mean, I have my 7 string, so it might confuse everybody. But if I do 2-5, let's say regular 2-5. So if you do try using tritone substitution, you just go. Okay, I'm just putting a D minor 7 to a D dominant 7 to to C major 7. So that's just a tritone substitution. Actually, when you get to the G7, okay, the G7 is a G note right here, and it's a flat 5 away. Okay, what happened is the tritones right here, the flat 7 and the third, and this is common with the D flat on the G. So look, the third and 7's on top, and the D flat 7 has a third and 7, but it switches around. So this is the third now on the D flat, and this is the flat 7 on the D flat. So they interchange. So that's how you make a tritone substitution. So instead of going C minor, D minor to G7, I can go D minor, D flat 7 to the C major 7. Okay. So that's a very common, substitution. And we can really get into this some more. But the thing is, that's cool about this. This helps you learn how to play stuff that's in altered. It makes you think about something different. And let me see who else is there. Liam. Hey, good morning, Liam. Oh, what tuner brand do you use? Okay, Joe. So Joe, someone's asking me about changing my link for today, but I'm live now. So look, this is my Peterson tuner. Look at this. Let me show you on the camera here. It's a strobe tuner, but they don't make these anymore. I endorse Peterson, and they make great tuners. Okay, but these Peterson tuners are strobe. They're the most accurate tuner you could buy. The military uses these things. Through the Peterson, they make these huge tuners that are like $3,000 that you can actually get. I would never need that. I just use the clip-ons, but they have a better version that I have that I use when I go do gigs. I leave this at home. This is kind of fragile, but this is very accurate for a clip-on. Now, you should know how to tune your guitar without a tuner too. I was doing a thing like that on TikTok. I have a bunch of fans on TikTok, and I've been doing that. So this is actually a live lesson that's actually live for the public today. Usually I release these later. These are for my Patreons, and and people I invite, like that I have through a contest on Instagram. And today, it's all public because I had an issue with my Instagram. Oh, well, actually with YouTube, trying to get on. So hopefully people will be there. You want to be a good jazz guitarist? What do you want to say to me? I like this guy. Well, practice, get a good teacher. Don't look at YouTube videos all the time. I'm telling you, it's only going to help you so far. Looking at videos is only to take you so far. You need someone to look at you and say, look, you're not doing this right. You're not doing this. You need to work on this. I've always had teachers. I'm actually studying right now. I'm studying with a drummer about time and rhythm. So before we keep going, everybody, let me play you something, because, this is chord melody. Today's about chord melody. So let me play you a couple of chord melody arrangements that I've worked out on the guitar that are, that aren't hard, that are fairly simple. I'm going to play it on 7-string. Now, this is one of my favorite tunes. This is called Time After Time. Okay. Everybody, how you doing? Hey, no problem, guys. You know what? This is actually public today because I messed up earlier, and when you work with YouTube, you gotta have your webcam set up like before you go live, and I hit the live button, so now I had to make this public. So I had to let everybody know that I had a different link that I'm going public, and hopefully, hey, hey, thank you, Reggie. So let me respond to some of these comments. I'm gonna respond out loud, so you could actually text me here, okay, and then I'll respond out loud to whoever's responding. So, Reggie, Reggie says I'm a great guitar teacher. Thank you, Reggie. Reggie's been my student for like 2 years. He's learned a lot. He's a great student. You know, he's retired. He practices guitar all day, which I wish I could do. Hey, don't worry about being late. You're not late. I was late. Um, and Patrick says, "Shh, okay, just amazing. Thank you, Patrick. One man band. Thank you, Kevin. Thanks, everybody. This is public now today because I've never done anything public, but today I had to because I messed up. So it's supposed to be a private link, but it's okay. So thanks for sharing such a great teaching content on YouTube. Greetings from the UK. Yeah, thank you, everybody. If you like what you see here on YouTube, I'm going to get my little announcement thing here, wherever that thing is. Here it is. Hold on one second. Let me grab it. And please, definitely, this is the right way today. Please subscribe to me here, of course. And also, a lot of my Patreon fans are on here. So if you want to be on my Patreon account, please let me know, and I'll do. You can join that and get some music lessons pretty cheap for me. It's right here, Ron Jackson Music. I'm gonna put this on the camera. Oh, this is backwards here. Okay, I need to use this. Hold on, let me find this real quick. I'll get it. Here's my Patreon thing. Here it is. If you want to join my Patreon, this is what my students are on now. You can join for like starting at $3 at www.patreon.com/Ron Jackson Music. Okay, so that's my Patreon. This is cool. I've never gone live on YouTube before, so this is great. So so there's a question here. Thanks for sharing such great. Okay, sounds great. Thoughts on blues, rock, and fusion? Okay, guys, just so you know, I started out playing rock. So I used to be into Led Zeppelin. I used to see all kinds of bands. Yes, Van Halen. I saw 7 times. Just so you know, I was a big fan of Eddie Van Halen. I'm into rock. I just started getting into jazz when I was like about 11, 12, through high school, actually. Then I started getting into jazz in high school. That's why I went to Berklee College of Music and studied jazz composition and arranging. But I love jazz, and I love rock too. So no, if you want to start getting, okay, so so thoughts on blues and fusion. Okay. So did you go through different phases? So you know what? I started playing rock, and I used to listen to records and learn all the rock guitar solos, everything like that. Okay, and songs. So that's what you have to do with any style of music. You actually have to be able to learn the music by ear, get together with friends and play. And if you can afford to get a teacher, because teachers, I didn't have a teacher when I was a kid, so I was growing up, and I was learning everything by ear. And you can only go so far by ear. There's always a great teacher that can help you. A good example of someone like that is when I was at Berklee. He was before me. Is Steve Vai. Steve Vai is a highly trained guitar player. Play with everybody. He's rich from playing just his own music. He started with Frank Zappa. He went to Berklee. He was a really well-trained guitar player. Could play all kinds of rock styles and jazz, everything. This guy could read. He studied with Joe Satriani as a kid. He's from Long Island. I live here in New York City area. He's from Long Island, and he, studied with Joe Satriani, who's a great guitar player. These guys can read. These guys play rock. They play all kinds of styles, fusion. They play with everybody. Yngwie Malmsteen. They play with everybody. They're just like amazing musicians, but they're really well trained. So you should be trained. You should get a teacher and study, because teachers, Steve Vai always compliments Joe Satriani for all the help he's done for being his teacher. So it's important to have a teacher, everybody. So, okay, let's talk about chord melody. And, so if you want to study with me, let me know. I have some students on here that are actually watching. And, they're great students. They're great guys. And, you can only go so far with looking at me playing here. YouTube videos. Okay. So anyway, let's get started here. So let's talk about chord melody. So the subject today from my patrons, and I hope everybody on Patreon got my link, is that is chord melody is very important. So that it means that. So let's say you take a melody like let's think of an easy melody. Someone pick a melody if you want me to pick one, but it has to be not too fast. It can't be really a bebop melody because it's hard to harmonize a bebop melody to chord melody because there's so many notes. So usually do melodies with like like with whole notes. Like let's say a song like Cherokee. This is a song called Cherokee. It's a jazz standard. It's kind of fairly easy to do a chord melody with it. So it's like. Now I would take a real book. I want to get the real book out, okay, and actually take a real book and just look at the melody, make sure you're playing it correctly, because it's easy to play these melodies wrong. So I would go. So that's the melody to Cherokee. So it starts with a B flat major 7 chord. So I mean, an easy way to play that is just put the melody on top of the B flat major 7 chord. Actually, so if the melody's D, so I just put those 3 notes. Now if I'm making, so I'm just playing a regular old major 7. Now if I'm playing on the 6th string, I'm going to actually switch guitars so you can see better, everybody. Let me get off my 7th string. Hold on. Let me get my 7th string here. Take it out because I want to get my 6th string out so you guys can understand me. It's not easy. Let me get my 6th string. If you have any questions about that, Nardis. Oh, that's a nice song. You can look at that for chord melody. Okay, thank you, Patrick. Hold up. So here's my 6th string. So let me tune this up real quick, and then we're gonna actually we're gonna work on Cherokee right now, just as a melody. We can look at Nardis too. Actually, Pat, that's a great idea. I love that song. I've done that chord melody too. I'll tune it up real quick. The guitar's a little sharp today. In my room, I've had the humidifier going. Maybe changed it with the cold. It's been cold here. So look. So here's Cherokee. So I can play the chord like that with the melody D there. So I can do inversions. What I did was I did a major 7. Then I did the inversion, first inversion. Then there's a 6th note on there. Actually, it says play F7 sharp 5. I can go like this. It says in the music good. I did that. So it's F7 with the sharp 5. Oh, actually, I would have to do that way to put the flat 7 in there. I would do that. Okay, so the beginning of Cherokee is like this. So I'll go like this. 4 7. So then I went to major. Now this is F minor 7. It has an 11 on top. So you have to know the chord scale relationship to the the melody according to the chord. So that's a B flat against a F minor chord. So that's an 11. So I would do this. Or I could do it this way. Or this, so many ways. This. So that's go. So this is the melody so far. Now you can see this after it's a replay, everybody. I can go. Now I would play that B flat 7. Now the B flat 7 has a 13 on top. So I would do it that way, okay? Or you could do it this way. So many ways. I like that one. That voicing of the B flat 7 13. Okay. I've never done this song this fancy before. I just make it. I don't have an arrangement for this, so we're kind of making an arrangement up right now. This is how you do chord melody. you do an arrangement like this. You find each note and try to find the chord for it. So let's start from the beginning. So I went like this. So I just chord melody that whole thing. Now I'm using block chords basically. Okay, there's so many ways you could actually do this. I could do thirds. I just did 2 notes at a time. You have to know your chord scales, guys. And now it changes when you get to a different chord too. So this is just in the key of B flat, and then when they get to the F7 sharp 5, that's a whole different chord scale. Okay, and I'm having the flat 7 missing, so it's not really dominant when I'm doing it this way. I'm just doing F5 sharp 5 actually with a 9. This is actually a 9. Against the chord, you should know the chord melody against the chord. Okay. So like this. So start from the beginning. Okay, now this melody has a lot of tensions on top. So when I get to the next part, it has an F on the top. So that's an F on top, which is a major 9 against an E flat major 7 chord. This is an F. Now it goes to the 7th. I can just go just thirds. Then it goes to a D over an A flat 9. So this is actually a sharp 11. So you could play the chord like this actually to add the 9. Okay. So let's start from the beginning one more time. So here's chord melody, Cherokee. You have to memorize it. Okay. And then it goes to A to actually a C. So I'll just go down, do thirds there. And then it goes to a B flat on the chord with a 6. So you can play it like this. I actually play it this way. That's a 6 like this, okay? See that? And then I went to it says a 6 chord, so I can just make it all 6. You have to know your inversions, guys. So these are all B flat 6 inversions. So you have to know your 6th and 7th inversions of your chords. So that takes a lot of practice. I have like a lot of charts like that. Actually, I'm going to put on my Patreon account. If you study with me, I'll give you these things. And then it goes D minor, then C7. So 9 on top. So you have to know the note against the chord, and then the flat 7. Okay. And then it goes to C minor 7 with the G on top. And then D minor 7 flat 5 with an F on top. And then a G7 with a flat 9. So I'm going to do this. Watch it. Put my thumb here to play the G7. I put the flat 9 in. And then it goes to C minor 7, I think. Yep. With the C. And then F7, sharp 5. Okay, with the sharp 5 in the melody. So let's start from the top. Okay, so this is Cherokee. So this is 1A section now. You just learned 1A section of a song. You know, so we're just doing the first section. This is like really basic drop 2 voicings, closed voicings on the guitar, we call them. We call them closed voicings. I write for Acoustic Guitar Magazine, and we call these closed voicings for the guitar because they're easier to play than spread out like a piano. Like if I try to play B flat 6, it would be like this. You know, spreading out like this. I can reach pretty good. This guitar is easier to play than my 7-string. This is an easy guitar. So, so watch this. Here's the arrangement. Watch this. It starts like this. You guys can learn this too. You can watch back the video if you want. Just B flat, major 7, really simple one that you guys know. Then a version, then sharp 5, then F minor 7 with a 9 and 11, and then B flat 13, then E flat major 7 with a 9, and then I'm just doing thirds. Then I did an A flat 9 with a sharp 11 because that's the melody note. Then third, which is the a C and an A flat, and then I'm doing B flat 6 like this. Sorry. And then I'm doing inversion. Then D minor 7, C7, the 9 on top, then I'm doing the flat 7 on top, and then I'm doing C minor 7 like this. I can do it like this. Then D minor 7 flat 5, then G7 flat 9, then C minor 7. See, that's not that hard. No, I mean, I can make this even hipper. Let me see some of the questions here before I keep going. Thoughts on the blues? Okay, so Patrick, any advice for someone who's wanting to start gigging? Oh, Patrick, so I want to answer these questions before we keep going. So, Patrick, to get gigs, the best way actually is to know as many people as you can. I know a lot of people, but you have to keep in contact with them all the time. Sometimes I don't. I'm kind of like not introverted, but like to hang out by myself and just do things myself. Independent DIY they call it. But meet people. Get friends, and try to get a lot of contacts. People are the best way to get gigs. Actually, I get gigs from people all the time. But right now with social media, I've been actually finding a lot of students, new people that I've never met before. This is really great, and it's actually a good way to meet people too. It's also on social media, and a teacher can recommend you. Like I could try to recommend students for gigs and stuff like that. And just get out there and meet people, study with people, your guitar teacher can recommend you a lot of, things like that. Just meet people. That's the most important thing. And go hustle, get your name out there, develop your following and everything else. Now let me see. Okay, JD, good. Patrick, Nardis, we'll go over that in a minute. No problem. I've been trying to learn the tune for a bit. This is kind of advanced, but trying to get it. Okay, Odette. Can you play any Chick Corea licks? Chick Corea licks. Oh, like this. Okay, that's about. I gotta practice that one still. So anyway, that was "Got a Match" by Chick Corea. I mean, I worked on his stuff for years, so. Yeah, so I love Chick Corea, man. He just passed away. I had a bunch of friends that played in this band. I wish I could have played with them, but you can't always get everything you want. So, okay, so let's continue now. So someone asked about. So this is all about chord melody. We'll do about Chick Corea another day. So chord melody, everybody. So we just did Cherokee. So you have to know your chord, the melody against the chord, and you actually have to know. You have to know your scales. You have to know chord scale relationships. But there's different techniques you could use for chord melody. You don't have to play like the chords that are written either. If I did a song like Cherokee, I don't have to play the chords that are written. I can go like this. I just play the same chord. All I did was just one chord. That's constant structures. See what I just did? I just played the same chord with using under the melody, and that sounds hip too. You know what I mean? See, that's all I did. Something really simple like that. Also, I could do seconds. I mean, I like to do all kinds of stuff. You should be able to voice your chords in different ways, like fourths, thirds. I mean, the easiest way on the guitar is thirds. I can go. I just did thirds, basically, I wasn't looking at the music, so I was trying to figure out. Thirds. Now you could do fourths. Fourths. See, these are things that people don't think about. I just did fourths, okay? So these are basic things you could do that people don't think about when they're doing chord melody. I'm only doing two notes. Remember, a chord is what? What is the definition of a chord? The definition of a chord is two or melody notes played at the same time, or two or more notes played at the same time. So a chord can be just two notes. It doesn't have to be like some fancy chord like let me see, like, or no crazy chord like that, or like this, with a sharp five and major seven. You don't have to do a fancy chord to make a chord melody. You can just do a regular chord melody. I just did fourths. You can do fifths too. I mean, it's kind of weird. You can go. Let me see. Has that? I don't want it to be. Has that kind of Asian sound. Another easy one is six. It really fits well on the guitar, and they sound very good. Like Monk used to do them. Like Monk used to do that a lot. Six are really good on the guitar. See, I did it. Six are really nice. Now it gets really weird when you start doing sevens. So like this. So I like to go like a. I mean, it doesn't always work with the sevens. Okay, octaves. Okay, and there's just so many ways to do it. But it sounds much different if you start doing things like this, like seconds. I use reharmonizations. I did a tritone substitution on the B flat now. Second. See, I did a tritone substitution there instead of the tritone substitution. Ymir mentioned that before. Yeah. So Odette said they understand. He or she, I think Odette. I don't know who you are, but Odette said, I like the third. You understand that better with less notes. Yeah. I mean, it depends on your knowledge too, everybody. Some people are like, want to do really fancy, like crazy harmonies on this stuff, but you can make it simple. It sounds good too. Let me see if there's any questions here. Hello, Nathaniel. Alucard Tapes, can you play a tune to tell us what what's through your mind as you play this? Yeah. Hey, thank you, Amir. I'll see you, Amir, later. He's coming to take a lesson soon. So, can you play a tune and tell us what's passing through your mind? Like, you know what? When I'm playing, guys, there's all kinds of things I'm thinking about. I'm thinking about getting some lunch. No, I'm just kidding. There's all kinds of things I'm thinking about, but the most important thing. Oh, let me see. Oh, someone's asking me if they have any written material about this. So look, guys, and girls and everybody else who's watching, if there's some books. So here's a book I want to recommend to you. Please go to Amazon right now or Hal Leonard or wherever you buy your books. And I actually have a book that's out called Chords at Your Fingertips. If you can see that, that's actually backwards. Okay. I'm going to write it down on the thing, but it's Chords at Your Fingertips. And there's a bunch of lessons I have here about harmonizing. Okay. Some of my lessons are spicing up your playing. Jazz reharmonization is in this book. Okay. That I wrote. There's some great players in here like Sean McGowan and Adam Levy that are great teachers too. Jane Miller that are teachers that work for Acoustic Guitar Magazine. This is a book through my where I work for. I'm a writer for Acoustic Guitar Magazine. And I've written a lot of articles about chord melody and all kinds of other stuff. I actually have a new article out right now in Acoustic Guitar Magazine. It's all about the harmonic minor and melodic minor scale. That's a hip scale. It's all about the chord voicings. Okay, so you should know your chord voicings not only in major but in a melodic minor and harmonic minor. And I've been working on that too. I still work. I still practice. I still need to learn new things. I still study. So this book has a lot of things about Chet Atkins' style of playing, reharmonization. I do in this book. So definitely pick this up if you're interested in doing that. Um, also how to do chord melodies in this book too, actually. So things we're working on today. So pick up this book. Oh yeah, this doesn't look backwards. Oh, sorry. Okay, maybe I'm seeing it backward. Okay, so that's the book. Okay, everybody. Okay, I mean, actually, guys, I teach online if you want to study with me. Just you can reach me by email. I'm going to put my email here. So that book is, I'm going to write it down right now. It's called Chords at Your Fingertips. And then I'm going to keep playing here in a second. That's the book. And then my email, I'm going to put it here, ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. And you could actually study with me there. You could actually email me and, take a lesson. I have tons of students I'm getting from YouTube and Instagram and everything else. So let's continue with the subject of chord melody. So someone asked about doing Nardis. Oh yeah. So when I'm playing, there's all kinds of things going on my mind. This about the changes, the timing, the chords, the melody I'm going to be using. But it's hard when I'm playing. I'm just playing. You can't think too much when you're playing. Okay, you got to be practice. You got to practice so much that you're not thinking when you're playing, that you're just playing. Okay, unless it's something like you're reading and you don't know what's going on. Okay, so look at this, Lewis Carter. Okay, sounds great. Thank you, Lewis. So let me go to Nardis. Someone was asking about that. He won a seat to this live lesson. So let me get out Nardis. And now Nardis is tricky. So we just did Cherokee. So we did a partial arrangement. The bridge is easy on Cherokee actually, and we'll go back to that in a minute. Let me just go back. Let me answer this question. I'm going to get Nardis out in my book just so I can look at the melody. So Nardis is like this. It's a Miles Davis tune. You should know the melody separate also, everybody, if you're doing chord melody. To the song. So look at this. So I like this song. It goes. Okay, it does this. There's a counterma. Okay, and then it goes. Now this implies a Phrygian scale. I love that scale. Okay. So that's the third mode of the major scale. Okay. Now, so it starts with the E minor chord. It's really easy on the guitar. It's like, and then goes up to F major 7. And then you can go, the melody's written down an octave lower. So I suggest guitar players always play the melody up an octave higher than it's written in most cases, okay? Go look at the range. So I would go like this. I would play the harmonic. I love harmonics. Then it has that melody here. Now there's a line in between, so I would put that line in my chord. So, okay, while that melody's going. See how I held that note on top? Okay, and then this is for Patrick. Okay, this is an A minor 7 with a 9 on top. So I would go like this. Okay, and so I'm gonna keep going here, and then so that repeats. Okay, so that's the cool thing about jazz. you could actually repeat over and over this. It's AABA. So this form is AABA. So the same melody again. So let's go over that one more time. Now the bridge is easy. You just go A minor 9, the F major 7. Now this part, you can play. I can harmonize it third. Now the 2-5, D minor 7. This is not too hard to harmonize. Okay. I'm just messing around there. So look at this. Nathaniel Nelson, how many hours do you practice every day? Well, yesterday I couldn't practice at all because I was too busy. So it depends on the day, but recently I've been practicing 1 or 2 hours. But at one time in my life, when I had more time, and it seems like weird, I don't have much time now because I've been doing a lot of videos for YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, and just stuff for my Patreon. It's just so much. It takes so many hours. And, usually I used to practice 5 to 8 hours a day. Now, you could hurt yourself by doing that, but you see, there's a note here. Okay. Oh, okay. So you want to go around? So you know what? Let me see. We're gonna fix the lighting here a little bit. The guitar's a little too light. So everybody, look at this now. So we're talking about chord master. That was an artist. So you can practice that one. That's easier than than most people think. Okay. That song doesn't have too many chords in it. Let's pick another song. If you want to send me a request about a song to chord melody, oh yeah. So Lewis, I'm sorry, Lewis. Lewis asked me where am I located. So I'm in the Jersey area, okay. And also, what was I gonna say? I do everything online, and sometimes I have people come over, or I can go over to your place, but it's a lot more expensive. So if you want to email me about lessons, just email me and we'll talk about, preferences. I'm in town. Oh, Sean's here. Yay. My student. I'm teaching Sean at noon today. Hi, Sean. How you doing? Sean has a question. Autumn leaves. So this is a great idea. So I'm going to do autumn leaves. I'm going to actually, I know this song by heart. So let's take autumn leaves. Let's do autumn leaves here. So remember, you got to play the melody. So this is C minor. I'm going to do it in G minor. So I would go like this. I'll do it like this. Now, it's a little easier to do this when there's a lot of melody notes in the beginning. See how I did that? Also, you can do like this. You can do the melody note single. See, I don't like the chord is too thin up there like this, so I like to do this. See, I don't like this corny. See, I'm doing these stretchy chords. So what I did basically, you could do either just a single line for the pickup note, and then play a chord under it. Use your finger like this to do that kind of stuff. 7, D over E flat, major 7 sharp 5, flat 5, flat 9, sharp 9 actually. Now the bridge. Reharmonization. I'm using minor thirds there. So I'm using really basic. Wow, someone says, "Wow, that song is making me quiver in my boots." I like that. So you know what? So that's Autumn Leaves. So that's a really common song, but with more melody notes like that, you have to be able to be more creative. So I can do all kinds of things like that. So I'm using thirds there to use single lines to do the pickup note. A pickup note is the note before the melody comes in. So it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. That's the pickup note. So I'm going. So that song is a nice song to do chord melody with. Okay, that's a really basic one, but you can make it fancier and hipper. See what I did? I did a bunch of thirds there, for example. Now, you don't have to play the roots all the time in the chords. You can use inversions, reharmonizations, all kinds of stuff that I'm doing right now. So now I'm going to go. No thirds, no roots. Okay, so that's another song. Oh, cool. That sounds like a church song. Okay, what church song? Um, do I have perfect pitch? No. Someone's asking me if I have perfect. I like some. There's always these guys that always ask these funny questions when I'm doing these shows. Do I have perfect pitch? Play Chick Corea? Do all this? So yeah, no. You know what? No. Now I'll tell you something, everybody. Perfect pitch does not make you a good musician. I've met people with perfect pitch. I'm like, you have perfect pitch? What? You have to, to be a good musician. Of course, you have to have good ears, but you don't have to have perfect pitch. Most people don't have perfect pitch, and I know people who do have perfect pitch. So, and some are good and some aren't. Some aren't. You have to have good rhythm. You have to have good ears. You have to have good timing. Timing is the most important thing. You have to have good technique. You have to be able to listen to people around you. Perfect pitch is just identifying notes. So people are really good at identifying colors. And that's what perfect pitch is, identifying notes. So if you're good at identifying colors, doesn't mean you're good at, like, I don't know, architecture or something, or whatever that has to do with colors, you know what I mean? So perfect pitch is just a skill. Having a good ear is a skill. Being able to pick up things by ear, by being able to listen to music and just, so those are very important skills. You have to have basic skills to be a good musician. To be a good jazz musician, if we're talking about jazz here in general, you have to know how to play over changes. That's the most important thing. Now, to be able to play over chord changes takes a lot of basic skills. Like, it's hard to be a good jazz musician because you have to be able to play this stuff exactly at the right time with the right notes, with the right feel. right timing, everything is just like, and to play simple stuff, if you're good at that, just simple stuff, you're a good musician. But it's hard to get to that point because it takes a lot of time, and you have to have really good timing to do that and being able to hear things. And so perfect pitch has nothing to do with anything, I think. So anyway, and so those are skills. These people don't tell you this stuff, but perfect pitch doesn't mean anything. Okay, so now I want to learn perfect pitch just because it's a good skill to have, but it doesn't really matter for my playing. So anyway, I'll give you a good example. I'll try to teach my granddaughter perfect pitch because she's below 5. So you learn below 5. If you're before 5 and you start telling everybody like a color, that's orange. You go A, that's that. No, you go A. That's A, okay, whatever. C, and you tell them that. That's how you learn how to get perfect pitch. And then when you get older, you just go, oh, that's an A, like a color. That's white or whatever. So these are skills that you should learn as a musician. But now let me keep going. I wish I could get better at rhythm. So you know what, Patrick? So I'm studying with a drummer for rhythm. There's some good exercises that I'm learning about doing timing. Okay, so he has me doing timing while I'm tapping my foot. 2, 3, 4. He's a great drummer named Jay Finishel. Okay, and I'm taking online lessons with him. He's an old friend of mine. He lived in New York a long time ago. He lives in Georgia now, but I'm just taking lessons on rhythm. Yeah, yeah. And he's on TikTok, so follow him. It's called the Drummer's Almanac, and follow me. I forgot to tell everybody. Follow me everywhere. I know you guys are following me here on YouTube, and I appreciate all the followers, man. I have 7,000 subscribers now on YouTube, but also, I have tons of fans on TikTok because I do a lot of videos about all this stuff, and I have tons of fans on Instagram and Facebook. So all Ron Jackson Music, okay? You could go all those pages and follow me, and also Twitter as well too. I don't use that as much, but on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, it's all Ron Jackson Music. One word. Okay, and when we get back to gigs, hopefully I'll see you in person. I'll see some people later on lessons. But let me see. This was some other questions here. I wish I could. Okay, Patrick. Well, at some point I will be a lot of work. Yeah, I just found you on Instagram. Yeah, I look hard. I got to check out all you people. Now let me see. So let's get back into chord melody. Thank you for all the people watching. There's a lot of people watching. I appreciate it. So if you want to pick another song, I can do. Let's get back to Cherokee, okay? Just for 1 minute. We didn't do the bridge, so remember we did Cherokee in the beginning. So I memorized the arrangement that I did earlier. So it's like this. You gotta memorize this stuff as fast as possible. Cherokee. Okay. Then. So I'll do a different way. Now the bridge is interesting. Okay, the bridge goes like this. So I'm looking at this melody. So just so you guys know, I read notation. So guitarists should learn how to read notes. This is hard to do. Okay, and not use tabs. And now I know, of course, I know how to use tabs, but I only do that just to help people learn how I'm playing the guitar. Okay, but learn how to read notation. So I'm doing this all by looking at the melody and knowing what my relationship of the melody is to the chord. So that's called chord scale relationships. Okay, in chord melody they're very important. So I'm playing on the bridge of Cherokee. It's C sharp minor 9. You should look this up on your real books or wherever you have. And the top note is a 9. It's a D sharp. So that's a 9. So I would play a chord like that. Then change to the F7. Now it goes to the 9 and to the B major 7, okay? And then goes to the 11 to the 5th. I mean to the 7 to the 5th. So it goes like this. And then goes to the 9 of the B minor 7. See what I did? So we got a whole chord arrangement now for Cherokee. So remember, in jazz, it's pretty easy. There's the form for a jazz song is usually A, which means like the melody is played one time as A, and then repeated as A, then B is a bridge, then A again. So there's two A's, and so once you learn an A, you learn 3/4 of the song, basically. Usually at the end of the A, it resolves or does something different to go back to the top. Okay, so Cherokee is like this now. So if I'm gonna play in a band, I'm gonna go. Okay, so I'm just messing around, but so when you do these arrangements, you don't have to play exactly the way it's written. You could just change them up. So I just kind of like made that arrangement. Then I started doing like an arrangement, like I'm going to be playing by myself because I've been playing a lot of gigs by myself recently because I haven't, it's hard to do gigs with people and so there's some questions here. Hey Dave, man, great to see you, man. Dave's one of my patrons. I have a few of my patrons watching. Sorry, I had to change the link, everybody. But what happened was I got live and I couldn't turn the camera on, so I had to make it public. It's public right now, but it's good to be public because a lot more people are watching now. But so if you're watching, everybody, this is for my patrons usually. So if you want to join my Patreon, I'm going to be doing these kind of lessons, and I have these lessons I'm giving out. I'm trying to put more stuff on Patreon, like more than usual. Like I usually try to post once a week. I'm going to try to post at least once or twice a week if I can. I have tons of material that I have to get through, and I have a lot of sites that I'm on now. So I'm just trying the best I can. Thank you, everybody, Patreon, for being so patient with me. Some people have said that I haven't posted enough on there. I'm trying to post more. Don't worry. I have a lot of stuff, so it's coming. It's coming. So thank you, Dave, for being a Patreon. So and also for Reggie and a bunch of other people on here. Someone said, I look, I said, wow, you are jazz. Thank you. So Patrick, so nice to watch and listen to someone who knows exactly what to do, and I can make it sound and make it sound beautiful. You're an inspiration. Thank you, Patrick. Patrick just won a seat to watch this to know about what's going on. Now it's public, so it doesn't matter, but it's great, And if you want to study with me, let me know. Remember, all this watching doesn't help your playing. It's someone who helps you. That's how I got better. I had a bunch of great teachers. I studied with Pat Martino, uh, Bucky Pizzarelli got me to 7th string. Ted Dunbar, who taught a lot of great guitar players, like man, he taught Bobby Broom. Ted Dunbar was a great teacher. Peter Bernstein, he taught Kevin Eubanks from the Tonight Show. He taught man, so many great people. Ted Dunbar was a great teacher, man, and he was one of the best. Pat Martino is a great teacher too, man. He plays. I learned a lot of my stuff from him. Who else? Melvin Sparks is another great guy. He was one of my mentors, and I mentor a couple of people too to be guitar players and jazz guitar players. So you have to pass it down, and usually your mentors were your teachers. So so my mentors were like Bucky and all these other guys. But anyway, so let me see who else is up here. Come on to Atlanta so you can get a lesson in person. Yeah, I do online, so don't worry. Yeah. Also, guys, next week I'll be in Minneapolis. If I don't know if anybody's near there, if you want a lesson, I'll be there just for a few days this week until Friday. So if you're watching, let me know. Okay. What was I gonna say? I do online lessons, so if you can't, it's easier for everybody if you're like living in the country. I have students all over the country actually, and I've had students in Europe and in Australia and stuff too. So Asia. So if you want to take a lesson in person, do online too. It works really well today. And I have some, even famous people studying with me. I can't mention. So anyway, so let me see who else is up here. Yeah, I was Nathaniel. I was in Atlanta a few years ago playing at this place called. I played in Atlanta a few times at the Atlanta Arts Festival, and there's also this club called the Velvet Note in Alfreda. I played there a few years ago with this great singer from England. So I play different places. So now, does anybody have any more questions about chord melody? Because I'm going to be finishing actually in about 5 minutes because I have a student. One of my students that's watching is going to be taking an online lesson with me in a minute. So I need a break before. But please, everybody, please follow me at Ron Jackson Music everywhere else. And sign up for my Patreon if you can. Is this the right way? Okay, this is the right way now. See, look, everything was backwards when I looked at the camera. So that's my Patreon. If you want to join, yeah, because my let me see. Oh, it's backwards. That's weird. Oh, so it's like this then. Okay. Sorry, guys. That's weird. Yeah, that's my Patreon. If you want to join it, you can watch the playback of this too. Okay. You can watch the playback. If you want to watch this video, I didn't really play much today. I talked a lot about chord melody and answer your questions, which is just as important. Oh, someone's from Guinea. Sorry. Oh, let me see. I'm just looking through the comments here. Yeah. So everybody, so today this is recap about what we did. So I did chord melody. So remember, you can put a melody. You can put any chord under a melody anyway. You can put any chord actually, it's just your imagination. But basic skills are just like harmonizing in the key you're in, knowing the melody note, what the melody note is against the chord. If it's a third, a 9, a sharp 11, whatever it is, flat 13, against the bass note or the chord you're playing, and it's chord scale relationship. These are basic skills I learned in college, which is arranging through arranging. So if you have any questions, please send me an email at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. And you can send it, in this live feed today if you want. It's a comment. And I'll be putting up more. Actually, I have some more workshop lessons I'm going to be putting up on YouTube in general because they don't like short videos on YouTube. They like long form videos, and you don't get any credit for that for your hours, for watch hours on YouTube for the short videos. Only of the long videos. So I'm going to be putting more long videos, performance and lesson videos. So I have a lot of things to talk about, tons of stuff, but I don't have all the time in the world to do all these videos. So the editing takes longer. That's why I don't practice as much because I'm doing these videos so much. So, and I'm trying to help everybody else, and so I have a lot of stuff to talk about in my playing that could help you. And hopefully, this workshop helped you today. And I'd like to thank everybody for watching, and I'll see you guys soon. I'm Ron Jackson, and appreciate you watching, and have a great day. My website is www.ronjacksonmusic.com. ronjacksonmusic.com. That's ronjacksonmusic.com. And I'll talk to you guys very soon. Thank you. Bye-bye. You're welcome, everybody. I'm just looking at the comments. You're welcome, Reggie. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. You can make a comment after too, okay? Write in comments after if you have any questions. Thank you. See you soon, Sean. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Okay, everybody, how's it going? I'm just checking here, and I'm actually live here on Facebook and YouTube, and I'm also going live. I think I'm going to go live right now on Instagram. So let me set that up real quick. And if anybody has any questions or anything, let me know. I'm going to actually go and go live on Instagram as well. So I'm going to do that right now on my other device. So we're all in sync right now. How's everybody doing? If there's any questions, please send them to me. This is a real last minute live here. And I'm going live actually as well on Twitch, which I never usually do. Hey everybody, how's it going on Facebook? So we'll start having people come in soon, very soon. And in the meantime, I'm going to go live right now on Instagram. So let me set that up. And if there's any questions or anything or requests, let me know. I know it's it's like a Wednesday afternoon and people are working or something. And this is my job right here. So let me go live right now on Instagram for fun. And I'm going to turn on badges on Instagram as well. Because they tell me to do that. I'm going live right now. Hey, everybody on Instagram as well. Hey, Dario. I always see Dario. Hey, Dario, what's going on, man? He's on YouTube. And I'm letting everybody know that I'm going live right now on Instagram, too. So let me do that right now. I'm actually on Instagram. Just so you know, I'm going to be on Instagram. I want to let you know that, my badges are turned on as well. So if you want to, throw a badge to my way for going live, Instagram is telling me to do that. So let me just start off with a song right now. This is a song that I used to play with Randy Weston. He actually died, I think, a year ago at least. Hey, Nancy. Hey, how's it going, Nancy? You should go live with me sometime. Nancy. Yeah, great singer. And oh, hey, Tippy's watching. My manager, all the way, in New York. And thank you for watching. I'm just going live for fun. I'm going to take requests, and I'm going to wait to some people. And just so everybody knows, I'm also live right now on YouTube and Twitch and Facebook. Okay. Hey, Elikard. Hey, Jessic from Poland's here watching too. And Omid 5. Thank you. Let me start off with the song that I did with Randy Weston. I used to work with Randy Weston. He just died a couple of years ago, I think. And he actually played this song that he wrote called High Fly. And he was a great guy. And what happened was his grandson started actually like they own like these great smokehouses where they smoke meat. They have a place called Brothers Smokehouse here in New Jersey, in the Jersey area, and he they actually have jazz at this place. So I played there a couple of months ago with Bernard Harper and Belden Bullock. It was a great gig. So let me start out with this song by Randy Weston called High Fly. All right, everybody. How's everybody doing? Thank you for watching. Oh, I want to make a few announcements. So if you guys, I'd like to first announce. Thank you very much, YouTube, for having 16. Oh, actually, sorry, for having 30,000 new subscribers. I really appreciate you guys. I'm actually live on YouTube as well, Instagram. Sorry about that. Hi, Luca. Is that Luca? I think so. Luca on Instagram. So thank you very much. Again, YouTube, for for all the new subscribers. I really appreciate you guys. It's hard to keep up all this content, just so you guys know, and all the questions. and it's just really like a lot of work. But I appreciate you guys, and I'm trying to also have my Patreon, and I'm trying to keep that going, and with all the lessons I put up there, it's just a lot of work. It's constant. And also, thank you very much, Instagram. I just got to 25,000, followers on the Instagram too, and I appreciate you guys. It's hard to keep up with all the content on Instagram and everywhere else, so and TikTok and all that stuff. So that was a great song by Randy Weston called High Fly, and he was a great guy to work with. I was supposed to actually have a concert honoring him at Columbia University last year at the Miller Theater with a bunch of people that worked with him, and unfortunately, it all got canceled because of COVID and things. I don't know what's going to happen now. I'm supposed to be doing a tour next year in the Midwest and the West Coast, and I'm booked. It's being booked right now. By my team and everything. And right now, I hope that we can actually continue with this tour with all the stuff going on. With vaccinations and COVID and all this stuff. So everybody, do your part and let's get things open again. And if I'm fully vaccinated. I want to go out and play some gigs, and so we got to get this going. So anyway, let me see some of the questions here. Can I hear your favorite Cole Porter tune? Oh man, that's Omit 5. Let me show this to everybody. Omit 5 asked if I had my favorite Cole Porter tune. Hey, I want to let you know, everybody on YouTube, if you enjoy what I'm doing, you can actually donate via Super Chat. There's a little $sign on the right-hand side of the chat box when I'm live, and you can actually donate there if you have any requests or anything. And I need to make a couple of requests now on Instagram as well. So you guys know on Instagram, if you're enjoying my show, you can actually also donate via badges. Okay, so badges are a new thing that Instagram's telling me to do because actually it helps us support my channel and me as an artist. So I appreciate you guys. I have a lot of we musicians have a lot of expenses and stuff like living. So that's it. So I have some more announcements. Let me continue. Let me play one of my favorite Cole Porter songs. Oh, she said, I know 5 major scale patterns. How do you start improvising over music with them and rather than just going up and down the scales? Hey, I'm going to answer that question after I play a Cole Porter tune right now. Let me see if I can think of a Cole Porter tune that. Let me look up Cole Porter real quick and pick up one of my favorite tunes for you guys because there's a lot of tunes he wrote. I'm going to look right now on the internet. So you do something to me, say magnificent. He did so many songs actually, and it's just this is a song I like doing actually a lot, and this is called "It's All Right with Me." I'm going to do a solo guitar, okay? So this is for this is actually for Omit 5, whatever your real name is, okay? Let me see. Let me turn this down a little bit. Here we go. All right. Thank you, everybody. Let me respond to some comments now on Instagram. I don't want to leave everybody on Instagram because I'm streaming to 4 different platforms. Everybody, I'm sorry, so it's hard to keep up with everybody. I'm using StreamYard now, which is really kind of cool. So that was a great request. Thank you for the £5, whoever you were. Let me see who sent me that. I can't see that, but anyway, thank you. I honored the request. Thank you for the £5. Let me see. Let me see now. Let me go to Instagram right now and look at some of these comments. Um, I'm taking requests and also just playing for fun. It's funny. I end up doing all this kind of business and stuff. I'm booking a tour. I'm about to do. Actually, everybody, I'm going to be announcing in Indiegogo to do my new album. Okay. It's a follow up to my last album because right now, you know, uh, right now I'm actually doing a new album that's a follow up for this album called Standards and Other Songs, and so I'm going to be actually announcing that very soon. Thank you, Omid5, for your donation on YouTube. I really appreciate you. Thank you very much. So be on the lookout. It's going to start September 8th. It's going to be a big thing. I'm going to have some great musicians on there. I'm going to have the great Wheeler Jones III on drums, Ben Wolf on the bass. All these guys have played with Winton and everybody, Roy Hargrove. It's going to be a great band, and I'm going to have special guests like Clark Gayton on trombone. So it's going to be coming out actually at the same time as my tour in the Midwest, which I'm going to be announcing soon. There's a lot of stuff going on, way too much stuff, and I'm going to start working on some of my performances here in New York City too. And it's just hard to keep up with all the social media and everything, but I appreciate you guys, and thank you so much. I'm going to actually. Someone had a question now. Let me look on Instagram first and make sure I can answer some of these questions because I can't. For some reason, I can't see everything here. Let me see some of the questions on Instagram right now. Just Chris, do you have one white string on here? No, it's just this is actually a wound 7th string on my guitar. So everybody always asks about my strings. So I have them right here ready for you to look at. So these are my jazz tape strings, everybody. Okay. And this is actually, let me take off this comment right now. Um, oh, Okay, thank you. Thank you, Omid 5. Okay, look at this. These are my jazz tapes that I use from La Bella. Okay, and jazz tapes are really great. They're like 2 wound strings. Oops, excuse me. That fell. They're 2 wound string. I mean, excuse me, just regular steel strings. Then 4 wound tape wound strings, and this a round wound bass string. Okay, so that's a really good question, Jethro, on Instagram. So so now let me go and answer this. Yeah. Thank you. Glenn, I wish I could make a decision. You don't have a single gig since. Oh, sorry about that, Glenn. Let me see. I want to answer a question before that. I know 5 major scale patterns. So that's I can't even say your name. His Heck Despande. Um, do I start? How do I start improvising over music with them, rather than just playing up and down the scales? Ab his um, he's asking about major scales. So if you play like let's say you're playing a C major scale, and you play over a C major chord like this, you can do different kinds of techniques. You can actually arpeggiate the C major scale. Okay, you can actually use approach notes for each chord tone. So I'm using a half step below. I mean, there's 16 of them actually, and actually the 16 approach notes are different ones. Okay, I could do all those different kinds of approach notes. So you don't have to just play the scale tones. You can use approach notes, enclosures they call it. So I'm using passing tones, which is actually bebop related. So there's so many things you can actually do with a major scale. That's not just going to scale like this. You know, you can. It sounds like major scale when you're doing that. It's not jazz. So just so you know, jazz is really a language. So this language, actually, let me show this. This is what Abs was asking me. It's a language, so you have to learn all these different phrases and language of jazz. Okay, so that's what I suggest. So I have this on my website. Okay, ronjacksonmusic.com. It's the 16 approach notes are just different techniques. So if you just want to go to my website, and it's also on my Patreon account. A lot of these exercises too. If you join my Patreon, you can just go there. And all this is listed on my description. Everybody on my on my all my YouTube videos, all the places you can actually sign up to my YouTube. I mean to my all different things that I actually have. So there's different techniques you could use, but the most important thing is really, I'm taking lessons myself. I've been studying with Mike Stern, the great guitar player from New York here, who played with Miles Davis. He plays the 55 ball. He's a monster. He knows all kinds of stuff. He's a really intellectual guitar player. He knows a lot of stuff, about techniques and improvisation. I take lessons. So the best thing to do for you is take a lesson with a guitar teacher like myself or anybody. If you can afford to do that. Okay, so you can also go to my Patreon, everybody, and actually sign up and just get these lessons too. For they come like already there as posts. Okay, or you could go to my website and check these out. So let me keep going here. So let me keep going. Card, more strings, probably a 10 string. You know what? Alucard, my strings are actually 14 on top. So okay. Someone's asking about that. So I use 14s on my guitar. Hey, Ymir! Hey, Ymir, how you doing, man? It's great. My student Ymir, he's a great guitar player. He went to see Julian Lodge, who's a monster guitar player I really enjoy. I've been hearing about Julian Lodge since she was like 10 years old or something. This guy, now he's like 30 something, and he's playing his butt off because when he was playing 10, he was 10 and playing the same way he's playing now. So, so Julian Lodge is a great guitar player. And my student, Ymir, went to go see him yesterday, I heard, in Fairfield, Connecticut. So he's a great guitar player. And so is my up-and-coming student, Ymir. And he's watching right now. I appreciate you, Ymir. And that bass is mean. Thank you. Someone said my bass. Thank you. Someone, Glenn said that he wished he could make a donation, but he has a single gig or student since the pandemic. Really? Oh man, that's too bad. Okay, so next time, don't worry. So he's asking me chord substitution. So if I'm playing, let's say I'm playing, there's so many ways to substitute chords, everybody. So when I'm playing like a dominant seventh chord, let's say F dominant, just a straight F, or like this. So I mean, I can substitute that. I don't have to play an F7. I can play F dominant 9. You know, you can play the alternate. When I'm doing a dominant chord, for example, or I can make it a 9 chord, or sharp 11. So I can make it a dominant 9 chord. So I'm using actually the Lydian dominant scale, so which is 1, 2, 3, sharp 4, 5, 6, flat 7, 1, which actually comes to the melodic minor scale. So actually, everybody who's watching, I have some videos like this on YouTube already about substitutions, tritone substitutions, the modes of the melodic minor and the major, and you can use all these substitutions, like for a minor chord, for example. Okay, there's so many minor scales you can actually use on a minor chord. You don't have to use like a natural minor. So let's say I'm playing a D natural minor. I use a D, Dorian, Phrygian. I mean, there's so many minor scales. Harmonic minor. And particularly for guitar players, you should be able to play these everywhere on the fingerboard. So if you're playing D harmonic minor, okay, you should be able to play them all over the neck. Any kind of minor scale, any scale, every key, every fingering. So that takes a lot of practice. And I still got to practice this stuff, you know. And when I'm talking to you, teaching you this stuff, it's hard to actually play and teach at the same time and live. Because a lot of the guys you see on YouTube, it's all pre-recorded and really edited. But I'm actually doing this stuff live, which is really hard to do, actually. So, great question. So let me keep going. Do you recommend any book to learn and apply theory on the guitar? I mean, a lot of my lessons, actually, someone's actually asking me that question. So what I like to do is apply my theory to the guitar. So that's what I actually do on my videos and lessons on my website. So go to my website, and you can pick up those lessons really cheap, like a couple of dollars, and they come with videos, most of them, actually. Okay? So, free jazz tune, Mr. Ron. Oh, okay, I'll do that too. I don't play for free. I'm just kidding. That's a good one. So let me see. Hello, sir. So yeah, so there's a lot of books though. I mean, it's hard to say. I mean, for jazz improvisation for guitar technique, I use a William Levitt book just for learning how to. Let me show you the book here. This book from William Levitt. It's a good book. Okay, so I mean, there's a lot of theory in here and everything, and it's actually a big ass. I mean, excuse me, a big book. So, sorry about the language. So, this is a really big book, so it's a lot of studying to do. And I'm actually working through this book right now. Recently, I mean, when I get a chance to practice. So, that's a great question. So Dario's asking if I do practice via Skype. Yeah. So I mean, for example, yes, I do lessons via Skype. Actually, FaceTime. I have lessons all over the place. Actually, in California, Colorado. I mean, Connecticut. I mean, wherever. Europe sometimes, Australia, depending on time. It's kind of hard with the time zones. So yes, I do lessons like that. So a free jazz tune. Let me see if I can do something like that. So, oh yeah, Glenn said he's been working on the melodic minors. So that's great. I'm gonna play a free jazz song. Let me see if I can think of something. I used to study with this guy James Bud Ulmer. I took a couple lessons with him. He was an interesting guy. He had the melodic way of droning notes. All right. So that was some kind of avant-garde stuff, and someone wanted to hear something like that. So that might have freaked some people out, but anyway, thank you for watching. So notice a copy of this. But yeah, I was fortunate to have play with that ensemble. You know what? I used to play in the Mingus guitar band, so that was kind of cool. You know, and that's a great book here, the Mingus book. So yeah, it's a really great book, and if you want to learn some good Mingus songs, go check that out. You know, look at all the books I have, and I need to work through some of these books. You know, there's some really interesting books about jazz history here, all kinds of stuff. But I like this book recently. I've been using this book called the Slaminsky book by Nicholas Slomninsky, and it's a really great book. You know, that's what John Coltrane used actually to do giant steps. I mean, to write giant steps. Actually, he used these patterns. I'm still working on this stuff. He used the ditone progression, which is splitting the octave into 3 octaves. Okay, so that's the giant steps method. So let me see. I'm going to show Yamir's comment. What was your experience studying with Melvin Sparks? Oh yeah, Melvin Sparks. Oh, that's a great question. What was the most important lesson advice did you take away from him? So Melvin Sparks actually was my first guitar teacher when I moved to New York. He actually took me under his wing. He was like a mentor. He produced my album called Flubby Dubby, which is actually right over here. He produced this album, and he passed away about 11 years ago. And so you can pick this up on my website actually if you want to, check out what he did for me. And so Melvin was a really great guy. Well, the most important thing is like when I first met him is that I didn't have any, I didn't have any idea about musicality. I had a lot of technique, but I didn't have any musicality. So learn how to play musically. One of the things he had me do that really helped me, Ymir, is he actually had me switch from. I used to use 413s on my guitar, and he told me you should play heavier strings. So he had me switch from 13s to 14s on the guitar, and that was one of the most important things he had me do. And a lot, he taught me a lot of stuff. Like when I performed live, I used to look at the band a lot and used to worry about them behind me. Like when I did this video for Flubby Dubby, one of my albums. And what happened was, like he said, one of the things I learned from him is I learned a lot of stuff, not only about playing, about being on stage. He says, don't worry about the band behind you. You know, just worry about the audience. Don't even, they got your back. So, if you're with a great band, you don't have to worry about the band behind you and cue them and stuff. They know what to do and they'll follow you. You don't, you can have your back to them. So, a lot of important things. I learned a lot about the blues. Like you don't have to play jazz all the time on everything. You can be bluesy. So sometimes if it's more of a bluesy song, don't play all your jazz stuff. It doesn't fit sometimes. So play some bluesy stuff. And he was really great at the blues, Melvin. He was a monster guitar player. I've even talked to George Benson about Melvin Sparks, and he was he considered one of the master guitar players. He was on a lot of recording sessions, all kinds of stuff. Actually, Melvin, until he died. Unfortunately, he died so early, man, of a heart attack. So anyway, so yeah, so everybody, thank you for watching. Right now I'm starting to actually actually it's about lunchtime here in New York, so I'm going to go get some lunch right now. But I'm going to be going live once in a while and taking questions, and you know, and I really appreciate you guys watching. I'll be going live. I go live at least once a week, and I usually have a background behind me. Today I just have my books and stuff, and it's so just a little bit background. I have tons of books, guys. I have this Brazilian book, Brazilian copying book. I mean, it's just like Latin bass book because I play bass a little bit too. I mean, these books I got to work on. I have just so many books. And the thing is, guys, especially if you're watching me, I don't use tabs most of the time. I read music, so you got to learn how to read music, guys. And it's really important to learn how to read music, sheet music, and and really not tablature, okay, and a lot, like the classical method, and then that William Levitt book I showed you earlier is really a good book for you to learn how to modern method for reading on the guitar and techniques. I mean, you don't want to get too into this because there's a lot of people that told me. One of my friends that told me he's a great guitar player. Told me a lot of guitar players sound generic when they come out of Berkeley because they use the same method. So just try to find your own way of playing this stuff if you use this kind of book, okay? But it's a really great book called Modern Method Guitar. I have tons of books and that I need to work out of myself. So don't get too bogged down with books. Play your gigs and actually get a good teacher, and they'll tell you what to do. And you can't really tell how you play unless someone tells you and listens to your playing. Okay, so does anybody use jazz? Of course, yes. Someone said to me, has a question. I can't say your name. Shartanya meant yeah, no, of course I use distortion in jazz myself. Actually, there's a video of me on TikTok, and I think it's even on here on YouTube and Instagram where I actually playing. I'm playing Moment's Notice with distortion pedal using my solid body guitar. And I don't do that on an art shop guitar because it's just hard to control. It's funny. I've been taking lessons with Mike Stern, and he doesn't use an art shop guitar just because of that. He wants to rock out at the end of during his solos too, and it's really hard to rock out on these kind of guitars. I mean, unless it's like a semi hollow body. You know what I mean? But he uses a completely solid body, but then he plays jazz. He plays the crap out of jazz on that, and then he rocks out because he can do that, on a solid body. So yes, you can do that. Yes, so yes, I like Dario. He said, Satya, it's just a color. Great. Oh, Albert, my friend Albert's there, and he has a comment, but he didn't say anything. So, hey, everybody, YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, If you like what I did on YouTube, please hit the $sign on the right hand corner, and you can give me a donation if you want, or you can just go to it's already in my comments, in my description. You can just go to PayPal and donate $1 or more if you'd like to Ron Jackson Music, and Zelle at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. And the same thing for you on Instagram. If you're enjoying the show, you could actually donate to me here at Ron Jackson Music at gmail.com, or Ron Jackson Music to Cash App, Venmo, and PayPal. And just so you know, everybody on Instagram, I take badges now. So you can donate a badge to me if you're enjoying the show, or you learned something new today. You could just donate a badge of $2 and $5. Okay, thank you very much. I want to get going in a minute. What's your favorite exercise to improve bar chords? I'm going to show this real quick to Art. I can't even say your name. Just make sure you have your thumb behind the neck like this and your fingers straight, so you have support to be able to play a bar chord. Okay, so that's a big question. I actually have a TikTok and YouTube video about that already. Okay, so make sure you have support. You got to, when you're pressing a bar chord, your fingers should be doing this. Okay, it's like this kind of motion, so you can hold that bar chord behind the neck. Okay, so hey, I'm new here. Can I ask you, how many years have you been playing? I've been playing for quite a long time. Quite a long time, since I was 11, actually. So everybody, you know what? Please follow me. Please share this with your friends at Ron Jackson. My handles are everywhere. Are Ron Jackson Music. I'm actually streaming right now as well to what's it called? Twitch. I'm starting that channel now. So I only have a few people there, but I appreciate all the people watching. I've had I have like 30,000 subscribers now. It's catching up to my TikTok, which has about 31,000. So I'm getting really, really, a lot of, subscribers on Instagram. I mean, excuse me, and on this Instagram, of course, but on YouTube. And I really appreciate you guys, and thank you for all for all your support. And I'd love to answer your questions. Hey, Luca. Yeah, hi, Luca from Italy. It's good to see you. I think Luca was on my, it's the same Luca, because maybe there's a couple of Lucas, but he was on my. He actually won a contest to be on my Instagram. To my YouTube Live, and I can actually invite people to play at certain times. So I'll let you guys know more about those contests later. Also, just so you know, I'm going to be doing an Indiegogo soon. It's going to start on September 8th. It's my album. It's the follow up to my last album, and so if all my subscribers donated $1 to my Indiegogo, I would have enough to produce my album. So please, when you hear about it, it's going to be coming out soon. If you could donate $1 or more to help to fund my new album, that would be great. I'll let you know when that's coming out. It's going to be starting next month, okay? So thank you, everybody, for watching. Oh, someone, I like that. You're welcome. Hi. Greetings from Poland. Okay, great. And Dario said, my top 55 uses a Joya Vintage overdrive pedal. Oh, cool. Cool. Yeah, so Dario's a big fan. He's always watching all my lives. Thank you, Dario. And he's a great guitar player himself. And so everybody, thank you very much. I'll be seeing you guys soon. And thank you for watching. Watch the playback after this. And send me questions and comments. You can email me too at ron@ronjacksonmusic.com. And thank you very much, and share this with everybody, and we'll see you guys very soon. Have a great day, okay? Bye-bye. Hey, everybody. It's Ron Jackson, and oh, I see people watching already. Just so you know, I got a new guitar. Send me a chat if you have any questions, my Patreon friends. And right now, we're going to talk about rhythm and using a metronome particularly. Oh, hey, Michelle. How are you watching? So I got a new guitar. I'd like to thank D'Angelico. Let me fix this a little bit. I don't know. I gotta move this closer to make sure I look like I'm a seamless background. I gotta work on this actually, everybody. But I put a background behind me, but it doesn't look seamless. So let me move this over a little bit this way. And so let's get started here. I just got this D'Angelico. It's called the XL1 model. With the cutaway throwback. It's a great guitar. Just I need to get set up. It's the first time I'm actually playing it on anything. So if you have any questions so far, everybody on Patreon or my friends who are watching, please let me know. Also, I have an announcement to make. So next Sunday, I'm actually doing a jazz improvisation workshop for Lively. I'm going to put it on the chat here in a minute. And so, a bunch of my students are attending already. And if you'd like to join me, that would be great. And today we'll just work on rhythm, but particularly practicing with the metronome. So so everybody should have their metronome out and get ready if you're watching this. And so I use an app called Tempo. It's really a great app. And let me show you this. So look at this app. It's called Tempo. I got it on iPhone. You have to pay for it on iPhone. I think on Android you can still get it for free. And it's a really great app. You should practice with a metronome. Rhythm is the most important thing. Okay, that's the thing I need to work on the most all the time. When I first started studying, they talked about rhythm, but I didn't take it seriously like I should have. For years. I started really taking it even more seriously recently. You have to learn how to count. You have to know where your beats are. You have to look at notation and be able to read the notation to be able to subdivide. Okay. So you have to be able to subdivide every note into different. There's different ways to subdivide notes. You could divide them into, when you hit a beat like this. Let me put a beat on. So this is a 4/4/90. I'm going to slow it down a little bit. So for example, I'm playing 4/4/90. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. So when I'm counting that tempo, I'm actually, I can think of it so many different ways. So I can think of it just quarter notes and just trying to make sure I play along with those quarter notes. So I can go, and I can just go like this. Etc. So I'm actually playing with that click. Now, one thing I never thought about is like, you're just trying to hit each note and trying to hit it and trying to guess where the note is. One of the things I learned, I was studying with a drummer recently. I need to take some more lessons with him. I actually need to practice with his material. Is that when you're playing that note, when you're just playing quarter notes alone, there are so many ways to think about how to approach just hitting a quarter note. Okay. Now, please send me some questions if you have any questions. Okay, on the live chat here. Okay. Happy Saturday, Umir. It's Umir. Hey, say to everybody. Umir is a great student of mine. Private student. He comes to my place. We wear masks and everything. By the way, everybody, I'm fully vaccinated now, so I could talk to you through the camera without getting sick or vice versa. Just kidding. So anyway, watch this. So when I'm actually playing with this, years ago, one of my great friends, he's a great flute player, plays on Broadway shows here in New York. He was at Berkeley with me, and he told me, look, Ron, one way you could play more accurately with a click is to be able to subdivide each note. So when I'm playing each note, I can go like this. I can go 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3. So what happens is when I'm actually playing a note like that, quarter notes, and thinking that the quarter note is actually divided into two parts, you start to play more accurately because you're actually playing what's the word you're dividing the note in half, so your accuracy, your brain, you'll be able to hit that note on time more accurately, right on the beat. Now if you're recording that kind of program like Logic that I use a lot, you could see on the grid when you're playing with a metronome if your beat is ahead or behind, and people always are a little bit ahead or ahead. So when I've been starting to think like this more accurately, subdividing each beat, I've actually been playing more accurate on the beat because I'm subdividing. So I just subdivided into two parts. Of course, there's more subdivisions. You could just play one one beat per measure per click, or two, or dividing into 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and the next possible thing in that realm of dividing in two is I could do it in 16 notes. I can go 1 E and a 2 E and a 3 E and a 4 E and a 1 E and a 2 E and a 3 E and a 4 E and a 1 E and a 2 E and a 3 E and a 4 E and a 1 E and a 3 E and a 4 E and a 1 E and a 2 E and a 3 E and a 4 E. So all I'm doing is counting each click now, dividing the beat into four exact parts into 16 notes, which is 1 E and So remember the eighth note is 1 and, so you're putting the E, 1 E and You're putting the E and between the 1 and now. So my drum teacher I'm studying with right now, has me tapping my foot like this, 1 E and a 2, and then making sure I sing every 16th note with that click, okay? So I'm going 2, 3, 4. 1 E and a 2 E and a 3 E and a 4 E and a 1 E and a 2 E and a 3 E and a 4 E and a 1 E and a. So when you do it that way, this makes it seem like in your mind that the click is slower than it actually is, because you're playing like 4 notes on each beat, okay? So 1 E and 2, 3. I'm starting on the beat. So 1 E and a 2 E and a 3 E and a 4 E and. So it actually makes the beat, makes you play more accurate because you're thinking the note is slower than it is. Because if you're thinking just one beat each, 1, 2, your brain doesn't play that as accurate as 1 E and because you're actually making every beat into 4 equal parts. So this gets into reading. So when I'm reading like a 16th note melody or 8th note melody, he has me actually doing the if I'm playing an 8th note, I had to sing it at the same time. So if I'm going 1 and 2, 1 and 2, if I'm going 2, 3, 4, 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and. So I'm hitting each and singing them at the same time, so I know I'm accurately playing the note. Okay, 1 and same with 16th notes. So if I'm going 1 E and like I'm going 2, 3, 4. 1 E and 2 E and 3 E and 4 E and 1 E and 2 E and 3 E. And I'm making sure I'm saying the right timing. So if it's in 4/4, I'm going 1 E and 2 E and I'm making sure I'm doing the count. 1 E and 2 E and 4 E and 1 E and 2 E and 3 E, etc. Okay. Anybody have any questions so far? Please send me a text. A live chat. That's what you're here for, to ask me during the live lesson. And thank everybody who's a patron. I appreciate you guys. I'm trying to make sure I give you at least a couple of lessons a week. I used to just do one, but people were saying that wasn't not enough. So I'm trying to keep you, at least 8 10 lessons a month. Put more videos up. If there's any questions, please send them to me. email me at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com, okay, about anything that you want to learn. I have so much material that I have to gather still and put into like tabs and everything to put for you guys, including this kind of stuff I'm teaching you about timing, etc. Okay, so I'm trying my new guitar today that I got from D'Angelico. They gave me this guitar because of all the followers I have now, and I appreciate them. So I'm going to be doing an unboxing soon. I already filmed it, and I'm going to have to edit it, and I'll be putting that up soon. And so when I'm doing timing, okay, so we just divided into like one count per beat, for example. Now we're just doing quarter notes, and then I divided it into two, like one and two and. Then I divide into four, one E and a two E and a. Now you can divide in three, okay? So you can go like this: 2, 3, 4, 1 and a, 2 and a, 3 and a, 4 and a, 1 and a, 2 and a, 3 and a, 4 and a, 1 and a, 2 and a, 3 and a, 4 and a, etc. So if I'm playing, I'll go like this: 1 and a, 2 and a, 3 and a, 4 and a, 1 and a, 2. Oh, sorry, I'm off now. 2, 3, 4, 1 and a, 2 and a, 3 and a, 4 and a, 1 and a, 2 and a, 3 and a, 4 and a, 1 and a, 2 and a. So when you're playing the guitar, particularly because everybody's watching on guitar, you could use in any exercise you could use your pick as a metronome too. So let me slow it down because it's kind of fast. It's at 80. You should be doing this slow anyway when you practice the beginning. Look at this. Oh yeah, so someone has a comment on the Patreon page. So let me go to Patreon too. I hope they can still see me. Yes, I can. Yeah. So let me. Okay, sorry about that, guys. I'm trying to make a comment. Oh, Sean, my student I just had earlier. Sean said the first way to learn was to enunciate the word triplet. You could do it that way too. Actually, the only thing is when you're doing triplet, you're not saying the numbers. Okay, so you can go one pellet. Actually, my drum teacher taught me this. You can go one pellet, two pellet, three pellet, four pellet, one pellet, two pellet. Make sure you have the beats in there, okay? So you know what beat you're on. Because it's very important to know where your beat is so you don't get lost. Like you should always know where one is. Okay, one bit. So I go one and that. So that there's a couple of ways to do this. So the way Sean is saying is you can go triplet, one pellet, two pellet, three pellet, four pellet. You can go one end up, two end up, three end up, four end up. You could do that too when you're counting these rhythms, okay? Now remember, people who just got here, rhythm is the most important thing. I want to see what someone said on Patreon while I'm doing this, because I have to look. I might have to look on my phone. Let me get my other phone here. Hold on, everybody. I don't want to look at my Patreon while I'm on the computer at the same time. So someone had a question on Patreon. Let me get my other phone. I'm going on my Patreon right now. So yeah, Sean, that's a great great comment. Let me go to my Patreon and see what this person said, whoever that was. Okay. Hold on. So let me go to my home here. Ooh, something's on my phone here. It's acting weird. So anyway, I'll skip that for now. So if you have any questions, just please send them to me right here on oh yeah, Reggie. Reggie's has a question here. Would you practice your scales like that? Yes. So Reggie, so if I'm practicing my scales, he asked me actually doing these exercises like this. I'll particularly practice my melodies like that, but you can practice your scales like that. So if I'm playing, let's play this out here. I can go 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and I can do it that way. 1 and 3 and oh, sorry. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2. Now it's hard to do all this. I'm trying to count, play the notes, tap my foot. But you know what? The reason why I'm learning this, and it's making me more accurate in general with my timing, and it makes me think when you start counting the notes and saying the notes, it's very important because what happens is you start really internalizing like a drummer does. A drummer, all he does is count all the time. He's just playing count one, two, three, one, and the two. He has no rhythm or harmony. I mean, he has no harmony, excuse me. He has no harmony or melodic instrument to play. So it's all about time. They're counting all kinds of stuff. They're counting with one hand and another hand's counting something else, and the offbeats and stuff. So if you can apply that to your playing, it makes you even a better musician to be able to count one and then two and the. If I'm playing 16 notes, one and then the two E and the three and sorry. It's hard to do. One E and the two E and the three E and the four E and the four E and the two E and the three E and the four E and the one E and the two E and the three E and the four E and the one E and the two. Plus, I'm running out of breath when I do that. When I'm practicing my rhythms, I'm actually trying to think of every note, especially when I'm reading now. I know a lot of guitar players are not great readers, but you should work on your reading and notation because that's how you really know about rhythm too. When you know what notes are written. So if I'm looking at like any kind of real book thing here like this, I'm actually doing the same thing when I'm reading now, and I'm actually thinking more about what I'm reading now. If I pick a hard song like with some 16th notes in it, like then I'm really thinking much more accurately about what I'm doing. You know, I'm trying to think of some cool songs that might have 16 notes in here that are kind of complicated. So let's take this song has a few 16 notes in it. Conception. Yeah, it has some 16 note triplets, some jazz stuff. Jazz has mostly 8th notes, just so you know. So a lot of jazz musicians, just so you know, another pro tip is that jazz musicians are really good at. I'm thinking about myself more as a jazz musician than like a horn player, but like a horn player would probably play more like what's the word? Are much more accurate with the reading because that's how they start. Yeah. Oh yeah. And Ymir said Aerogen. Aerogen. So Aerogen is just it's a jazz tune, but it doesn't have that many rhythmically. It doesn't have that many notes in it, rhythmic wise. Let me see. Let me pull that out for him. Aerogen. Do I have it in this book? I know the song. I don't know if I have it in this book. Oh, here it is. So Aerogen has a triplet in the beginning, like it goes like one, triple. So I would go one, triplet, or you do it one, triplet, or one, two, and then I would go 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. So what I do is this. If I'm playing with the metronome, I want to learn a melody. I want to play the rhythm exactly perfect. I play it real slow like this, and make sure I have the clicks on 1, 2, 3, 4. I will go like this: 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. So I would go 1 and 2 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2